Chapter 2250. Behind the misty rain pavilion, on the surface of the vast mirror lake, two figures, one in front and one behind, walked on the surface of the water as if they were walking on flat ground. One of them held a white paper fan in his hand. His demeanor was elegant and dignified, as if he was alive. He appeared somewhat weak, like a pale-faced scholar. The other person was dressed in white. His expression was calm as he strolled leisurely in the water. Needless to say, the leader was the heavenly book scholar. Naturally, the other person was Xiao Chen. After passing through a group of blooming water lilies and a few more ups and downs in the misty water, the heavenly book scholar fell like a meteor, landing firmly on a lone boat. Then, he turned his head to look at Xiao Chen and made an inviting gesture. The sky was clear and blue, the clouds were light and the wind was gentle. It was almost noon. The mist was hazy, and a lone boat was in the middle of the river. Xiao Chen glanced at it and didn't suspect anything else. Like a leaf falling from a pine tree, he landed steadily on the bow of the ship. Looking forward, there was already a table of simple dishes and wine in the cabin. The small space could only accommodate 2 or 3 people. The person on the other side was dressed in embroidered clothes. He had a handsome and masculine appearance, and there was a faint murderous aura between his brows. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, he could not hide the murderous aura that made people's hearts palpitate. This was a prince who had killed many people. I have long heard of Lord Zhao's name. I finally get to meet you today. Please, take a seat. The 9th prince smiled faintly and invited Xiao Chen to sit down. Greetings, 9th prince. After cupping his hands in greeting, Xiao Chen lifted the hem of his robes and slowly sat down. The 9th prince Wang Yan frequently guarded the borders, resisting the abyssal underworld's demons and the Blood Moon dynasty, a great threat. Xiao Chen didn't know much about him. He only had some understanding of him. He didn't know anything about his background or personality. Wang Yan was not surprised that Xiao Chen recognized him. After a simple understanding and 3 cups of wine, Wang Yan said, "Lord Xiao has the strongest spirit in the world, heartburn. I wonder if the simple wine here is to your liking?" Xiao Chen put down his cup and said, "Drinking also depends on one's state of mind. No matter how good the wine was, it was impossible to taste it. For example, right now, the small boat in the middle of the lake and the boundless mist. Although there is an artistic conception, it is not the time to drink." Wang Yan exchanged looks with the heavenly book scholar. Then, he smiled and said, "Lord Xiao is a straightforward person. I will not waste any more words. It was my idea that Chang Ji asked you to buy the key to the immortal palace last time. This time, I personally came to ask if Lord Xiao has the intention to make a move." So, the heavenly book scholar's name is Chang Ji, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he put down his wine cup and smiled. "Not selling. As expected. Since you are not selling the ethereal palace key, I wonder if Lord Xiao is willing to sell it?" Wang Yan's expression did not change as he looked at Xiao Chen. The lake rippled and the boat swayed. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as still water. He did not move at all. He said calmly, "What do you mean?" "The 9th prince wants you to help him fight for the throne. Haven't you always wanted to know where the immortal palace will appear in the prophecy? I can tell you, only those who help a prince fight for the throne are qualified to know. Aside from that, there is no other way," the heavenly book scholar said from the side. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen, observing his expression. However, the heavenly book scholar appeared somewhat disappointed. He could not make out anything from Xiao Chen's expression. It seemed like Xiao Chen had guessed it long ago. "I know all this. Tell me something I don't know." The heavenly book scholar frowned slightly when he heard that. Then, he looked at the 9th prince. After the 9th prince nodded, the heavenly book scholar said, "All right. During the succession race, all the princes will enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. This is a secret realm of the royal clan. It is also the place where the Yanwu dynasty's luck and dragon veins are stored. Aside from the tombs of the past Yan emperors, there are also all sorts of fortuitous encounters and inheritances. However, many of the places in this secret realm are forbidden lands. Even the royal clan has not explored all of them. This time, the various diviners who read fate and calculate luck all agree that the immortal palace might appear in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. However, as you know, this prophecy has spread thousands of times in the past 100,000 years. You can determine its truth by yourself. Xiao Chen thought to himself. After a while, he asked, only the royal clan controls the entrance to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, and the tomb opens only during the succession race? The Heavenly Book scholar said, that's right. Even the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs are qualified to enter only after the late emperor passes away. You need to work with a prince to be qualified to enter. Otherwise, the immortal palace key would be wasted in your hands. The ninth prince continued, the succession race is a test for all the princes to enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The final victor will be the crown prince. Honestly speaking, I do not care about the crown prince position. I am just worried. If the immortal palace really appears, the wings of time will fall into the hands of the Shuawu dynasty. Finding this strange, Xiao Chen asked, the Shuawu dynasty's people can enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb? Previously, not. However, it is hard to say after the wedding in the imperial capital, the ninth prince said indifferently. The ninth prince said indifferently. This wedding was clearly referring to the wedding of the first prince that had spread across the world. Speaking of which, Xiao Chen, what do you think of this wedding? The Heavenly Book scholar asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. There seemed to be a deeper meaning to his question. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied, what opinion can I have? Is that so? In that case, it looks like you still do not know about the recent events. Aside from the imperial ancestral temple's patriarch, there is another person presiding over this wedding. The current clan head of the Sword God's noble clan, Su Qiming, is also the father of the Misty Rain Pavilion's pavilion master. The Heavenly Book scholar explained calmly and unhurriedly. This stunned Xiao Chen. This meant that the first prince had gained another great helper. Is the transcendent strongest noble clan of the dynasty finally taking a side in this succession race? No wonder the Heavenly Book scholar asked for my opinion. I thought that the other party already knew some of my plans. The ninth prince showed a somewhat helpless expression as he said, the noble clans, the sects, and the feudal lords are the three strongest factions in the dynasty. The Su family was the head of the world's aristocratic families. Regardless of his motives for choosing his eldest brother, it would definitely affect the choices of many aristocratic families. After this wedding, eldest brother has already taken the lead in the battle for the position of crown prince, breaking the original balance between the three. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced as he thought of something. He asked, the ninth prince mentioned earlier that the Shuawu dynasty's demons can enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb after the wedding. Does that have anything to do with this? The ninth prince laughed softly and said, Big brother obtained such a strong support and seized the initiative, leaving 8th brother and 13th brother far behind. To obtain so many benefits, one naturally has to pay the price. It's just that the price paid is a little too great. If one is not careful, one will fall into their own trap. Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiao Chen pondered and pointed out the crux of the problem. That's right. In reality, the Azure Lotus Church is behind the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. Right now, the ancestral court is in the Shuawu dynasty. Back then, the Azure Lotus Church fought with the Buddhist sect. After they lost, they were labeled an evil sect. They could only go far away to avoid trouble. Instead, they developed in the Shuawu dynasty. However, the world does not know that the Azure Lotus Church's greatest business has always been in the Yanwu dynasty. Such a secret shocked Xiao Chen. To think that the Azure Lotus Church was behind the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. The Azure Lotus Church, this was not Xiao Chen's first time hearing about this. Back in the fiendish demon battlefield in the Graves Sea cluster, he had a karmic connection with the Azure Lotus Holy Daughters Nirmanakia. The Nirmanakia was different from the clone. The Nirmanakia had its own thoughts and character, able to think subjectively. No matter how strong the clone was or how intelligent it was, it could not think subjectively, much less give birth to a new personality. However, there were similarities between the two. Be it the Nirmanakaya or the clone, they were both under the control of the main body. Everything that happened between Shao Chen and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughters Nirmanakaya back then was under the observation of the main body. The other party knew everything. However, the main body was the main body, and the Nirmanakaya was the Nirmanakaya. The two were like two different people. Back then, after the Azure Lotus Holy Daughters Nirmanakaya spoke, her physical body exploded, turning into a strand of nine-colored spirituality that vanished. Since the royal court knows that the Azure Lotus Church is behind the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, why did they not eradicate the Pleasure Quarter Alliance? Shao Chen asked out of curiosity, startling awake from his memories. The Heavenly Book scholar smiled and said, Shao Chen, given your intelligence, you just need to think about it to figure out the reason. The Hidden Spirit Temple. Inspiration flashed in Shao Chen's mind as he said seriously. The Heavenly Book scholar nodded and said, that's right. The royal court did indeed think of using the Pleasure Quarter Alliance to keep the Hidden Spirit Temple in check. However, whether it would be effective or not is another matter. Another reason is that the Pleasure Quarter Alliance possesses deep accumulations. It is practically impossible to eradicate it completely. Furthermore, it has never shown any enmity to the dynasty, so we just let it exist. The ninth prince said, this time is somewhat different. For the sake of the ethereal immortal palace, the Shuawu dynasty will definitely use the Azure Lotus Church as a connection to enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The first prince can't be that stupid, right? Wang Yan said coldly, he took benefits from others. Naturally, he has to pay the price. He is not stupid either. He just thinks himself clever and wants to take a gamble. The prophecies have been false thousands of times. As long as this time is also false, it does not matter to him. After saying so much, I have said everything I know. Lord Shao, you can see my sincerity. What do you think? Are you willing to help me seize the throne and enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb together? Shao Chen replied softly, I'll give you an answer 3 days later. Sure. This is such a major matter. If you agree to it now, I will feel suspicious. Wang Yan smiled faintly and stood up to send the three off. The three walked to the bow of the warship. Just as they were about to say their goodbyes, the lake surface turned scarlet at some point in time, and many black corpses floated on the water. Wang Yan's expression immediately changed drastically. These are my secret guards. Chapter 2251. Blood flowed in the clear lake water. Clearly, these ninth prince's secret guards had died not long ago. The Heavenly Book scholar and the ninth prince Wang Yan showed somewhat shocked expressions. Unexpectedly, someone in the imperial capital dared to attack a prince. The three stood at the bow, not daring to act rashly. The ninth prince had killed so many elite secret guards right under their noses. At the very least, he was a great perfection sovereign emperor. Furthermore, his water Dao domain was very strong. As Wang Yan looked at the corpses of the secret guards soaking in the water, his expression turned increasingly unsightly. Wang Yan could no longer suppress the killing chi on his face, spreading it out wildly. Boom! When the horrifying killing chi burst out, the entire lake became like the sea. Waves roared and surged endlessly. Shao Chen felt slightly startled. The ninth prince's strength somewhat surprised him. Just his killing chi was already so terrifying. This person must have taken the lead when killing enemies outside, leading the charge. Countless demonic Dao cultivators and abyssal underworld cultivators must have died at the ninth prince's hands. Otherwise, he would not have materialized such a vast killing chi. Shao Chen vaguely saw a shadow of himself from back then in the ninth prince. The ninth prince walked the massacre Dao. If one was not careful on this Dao, one would enter berserking chi deviation and fall into an abyss of eternal damnation. However, the ninth prince had the dynasty's luck, so he was in a much better state than Shao Chen back then. The dynasty's luck could suppress and refine this killing chi. However, the ninth prince's killing chi could also be used to refine the dynasty's luck. It all depended on the ninth prince's choice. I want to see who dares to kill my people in Yen City. The ninth prince raged. The lake water surged, looking like it would overturn the entire lake. Xiao Chen felt slightly surprised. With such a large lineup, it should have startled the outside world long ago. The Misty Rain Pavilion was located in the bustling area of the imperial capital. Any disturbance would startle the entire imperial capital. The city guards would rush over in 10 breaths. However, there was no movement at all. It was like the three were isolated in another world. Something's wrong, Xiao Chen said to the Heavenly Book Scholar. Then, he activated the alloy dragon armor. Purple dragon motifs adorned the silver armor, and a thunder dragon reverse scale pendant hung on his forehead. His aura immediately changed drastically. The Heavenly Book Scholar looked at the sky and said, "Something is wrong. We are already in someone else's small world. Pocket world." One could materialize a small world only after reaching the 10th layer of the Tao domain. This was somewhat problematic. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody mouth appeared in the water and swallowed the entire boat with a bang. So. The three of them moved as fast as lightning, dodging to the side and looking back. In the lake below, a snow-white snake with a single horn on its head appeared. Vaguely, there was a trace of divine might. This was a huge snake with the bloodline of the divine beast Bays. Snow python? This stunned the Heavenly Book Scholar. He recognized this snake. This was a ferocious beast that only the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal court possessed. A person stood on the snake's body. This person wore a straw raincoat and a conical bamboo hat. He held a fishing rod in his hand. This person exuded a mysterious and unfathomable aura, displaying the horrifying cultivation of a 6-veined sovereign emperor. Doubt flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. However, before he could think, that person swung the fishing rod in his hand. Whoosh! 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 The fishing line seemed to have a life of its own, twisting in the air and drawing a curved path as it tried to entangle the three. Xiao Chen and the other two did not dare to be careless. Their figures flashed as they dodged the fishing line. However, this person was too strong. The fishing line was transparent and strangely fast. In mere moments, the fishing line wrapped around the leg of the Heavenly Book Scholar, who was the weakest among the three. Whoosh! 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 The fishing line continuously spun around the Heavenly Book Scholar's leg, extending up and deep into his flesh. Blood instantly covered his entire leg. The fishing line was extremely thin and boundlessly sharp. It looked like it would cut off the Heavenly Book Scholar's leg. The Heavenly Book Scholar snorted coldly. Then, he opened the folding fan in his hand, and a vast Confucian righteous chi spread out from his body. Ka-cie. Ka-cie. The fishing line, which was originally only wrapped around Xiao Chen's leg, instantly bounced off. Then, he quickly extricated himself and fled far away. The straw raincoat-clad man on the snow python did not show any change in expression. He continued to swing the fishing rod in his hand. Immediately, the fishing line extended infinitely in the air, turning into transparent ribbons dancing in the air. Xiao Chen and the other two felt somewhat sullen. They could not bring out their strength and could only evade. This fishing rod was simply too strange. They could not do anything about it, they could only dodge. If they got careless and got entangled in the fishing line, that would be the Heavenly Book Scholar's fate. At this moment, the most important thing was not to let this affect their mental states. The Ninth Prince and the Heavenly Book Scholar felt somewhat frustrated. With their strength restricted, they could only dodge helplessly. This continuously affected their mental states. Xiao Chen's heart remained as calm as still water as he calmly observed the straw raincoat-clad man's actions. He showed a grave expression, not daring to be careless. A 6-veined sovereign emperor. Just this cultivation alone placed heavy pressure on Xiao Chen, making it difficult to defeat him. At the same time, Xiao Chen had several doubts in his heart. Were there no older generation experts by the Ninth Prince's side, guarding him in secret? Or were they already pinned down? Xiaochen did not know if the expert who covered the small world in this mirror lake was the straw raincoat-clad man or another expert. Take the bait willingly, the straw raincoat-clad man said softly as Xiaochen kept guessing. Then, he quickly pulled in the fishing line and sank it to the bottom. Mysterious ripples immediately appeared on the water's surface. The fishing line seemed to sink into another space and time, looking incredibly strange. In the next moment, a loud bang rang out, and a ferocious beast was actually reeled in. Fishing alone in the cold river snow, not returning to sleep when the moon sets, the straw raincoat-clad man said softly. Under the conical bamboo hat, a smile appeared on the straw raincoat-clad man's face. With the help of a slender fishing line, the huge ferocious beast was easily pulled up and sent flying towards the three. Even if a strong wind blows in the night, the shore is where my heart is at peace. Beyond the chilly wind and cold shadows, a lone boat accompanied by grass. As the straw raincoat-clad man chanted, not only did the ferocious beast get pulled out, but it also flew around in the air, making the three miserable. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. The night is still, the water is cold, and the fish do not feed. The boat is empty, and the bright moon returns. Boom! This was even more horrifying. A bright moon actually fell out of the water. As it slowly rose, it startled the three. Be careful. I know who he is. He is the White Marsh Beast Empire's imperial teacher, Sikong Shu. Xiaochen showed a grave expression. Before this straw raincoat-clad man brought out his full strength, he had already forced the three into a dangerous situation. Now that this bright moon fell out, it was even more flabbergasting. Just at this moment, a strand of extremely strong soul energy silently shot towards Xiaochen like a sharp arrow. Dang! When the soul energy struck the reverse scale on Xiaochen's forehead, it gave off a crisp sound. A ferocious dragon roared and scattered this strand of soul energy. Xiaochen's expression immediately changed drastically, as this soul energy attack targeted only him. The ninth prince and the heavenly book scholar were not affected. In the end, this assassination was actually aimed at him. Rage. When Xiaochen understood, he immediately became enraged and snorted coldly. The divine energy in Xiaochen's body flowed in reverse, turning into demonic chi divine energy. He activated the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art, and demonic chi immediately surged out of his body. The Xuewu dynasty's sacred tool, the Scarlet Moon, instantly activated. A scarlet moon rose behind Xiaochen. Then, he faced his palms to the sky and held up this vast scarlet moon. Then, he smashed it down. Bang! The two bright moons collided. The bright moon that the straw raincoat-clad man held up shattered amid a loud bang. Xiaochen used the Xuewu dynasty's sacred tool, the Scarlet Moon, to smash it into smithereens. However, the fishing line took advantage of this opportunity to wrap around Xiaochen's ankle before extending upwards. In an instant, it firmly bound Xiaochen. However, the sharp fishing line that could cut into the heavenly book scholar's flesh could not penetrate Xiaochen's body at all. It could not penetrate Xiaochen's body at all. He had the alloy dragon armor protecting him, so it could not injure him at all. Whoosh! The straw raincoat-clad man stared at Xiaochen from under the conical bamboo hat on the snow python, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The straw raincoat-clad man pulled ferociously, trying to pull Xiaochen over. However, just as the straw raincoat-clad man was about to pull, electricity jolted his hand, nearly causing the fishing rod to fall from his grasp. A horrifying bolt of electricity moved along the fishing line, crackling as it flashed. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, the straw raincoat-clad man's 4th-layer Thunder Dao domain reached the might of a 5th-layer Thunder Dao domain. Even a 6-veined sovereign emperor would suffer significant injuries from this lightning strike, which looked pleasing to the eye. Whoosh! The man in the woven rush raincoat sitting on the snow python gave a muffled groan. He, who had always been like an old fisherman, stood up for the first time. Boom! The instant the straw raincoat-clad man stood up, the horrifying aura of a 6-veined sovereign emperor surged out together with the might of his divine seal. The ninth prince and the heavenly book scholar were currently dealing with the attacks of various ferocious beasts and mysterious phenomena. When they saw this scene, they were greatly startled. This was because the straw raincoat-clad old man's sovereign emperor aura headed for Xiaochen. The two of them were only slightly affected. The straw raincoat-clad old man wanted to use the horrifying might and pressure of a six-veined sovereign emperor to shatter Xiaochen's Thunder Dao domain. However, Xiaochen smiled coldly. The royal blue dragon bloodline in his body surged endlessly like a surging river. He did not show any fear when facing this aura. The White Marsh Beast Empire's royal tutor already came out. Where are the experts of my divine dragon empire? Why are you still not coming out? Xiaochen shouted coldly. Then, he pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth and used the three-veined sovereign emperor's soul energy that he inherited from an ancient demonic sovereign to detonate the divine lightning talisman in the depths of his soul pool. Immediately, thunderous sounds rumbled endlessly, shaking the entire small world. Up until now, Xiaochen could only use the divine lightning eye to activate the divine lightning talisman that the immortal epic's thunder ancestor left behind. However, the situation forced him to use his three-veined sovereign emperor's soul energy and take the risk to activate it. Rumble. The divine lightning talisman instantly erupted. The immortal epic's thunder ancestor's talisman burst out with a frightening might of divine lightning. Xiaochen's every word became thunderous, turning into the sound of divine lightning rampaging in this small world. Electric light flickered all over his body. As the demonic chi driven by the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art's demonic cloud heaven swallowing art, Xiaochen became as terrifying as an ancient thunder god punishing everything in the world. Chapter 2252. Rumble. Thunder boomed endlessly. The explosive power of a three-veined sovereign emperor detonating the divine lightning talisman surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. The divine lightning talisman even went somewhat out of control. Just the sound waves shook the small world. Cracks. A flaw appeared in the small world. The heavenly book scholar looked up and discovered some cracks in the sky flickering with electric light. The heavenly book scholar's eyes immediately lit up with joy. As long as he broke this small world, all the danger would be resolved. At that time, no matter how strong Sikong Shu was, he would not dare to linger. Otherwise, it would be problematic if the city guards captured him. When the straw raincoat-clad man on the snow python saw Xiaochen's might, he felt slightly shocked. What surprised the straw raincoat-clad man even more was that Xiaochen had guessed that there were other people here. Even at death's door, you still dare to be so arrogant. Xiaochen, you really don't know what's good for you. Whoosh! Thunder rumbled as the lake water parted. A silver-haired old man emerged like a dragon emerging from the sea. He held a white pearl in his hand as he leaped out and looked coldly at Xiaochen. Xiaochen could clearly sense dragon might in the aura that this old man gave off. If it were someone familiar with the dragon race, they would be able to tell that this was an expert of the silver dragon bloodline of the six-colored divine dragons. A strange look flashed in the heavenly book scholar's eyes. He whispered to the ninth prince, "This person is the Silver Dragon Palace's palace master, the clan head of the Silver Dragon bloodline. He is conferred the title of king in the Divine Dragon Empire, the Silver Dragon King." What? A surprised expression immediately flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. The Silver Dragon King. To think that the clan head of the Divine Dragon Empire disregarded his status and came to Yan's city to assassinate Xiaochen. How much trouble did this Xiaochen cause in the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiaochen looked at the silver-haired old man with a cold gaze. Then, he said sullenly, "Since when did the Silver Dragon Palace become the Golden Dragon bloodline's lackey?" The silver-haired old man retorted coldly, "You have a sharp tongue. If you are sensible, you will return to the Divine Dragon Empire with this king and meet the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, you will be disobeying orders. Don't blame me for being merciless." The silver-haired old man saw that Xiaochen had been tied up by the fishing line of the man in the woven rush raincoat. They only treated him as a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. They didn't give him any face at all. Xiaochen laughed and said, "What a good disobeying orders. Old thing, listen up. I am now a rank 6 envoy inspector of the Heavenly Alliance. Why do I need to listen to the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's orders? It seems like you intend to resist to the end. Fine, then I won't waste my breath on you. The purpose of these two people was to assassinate Shao Qin, so they had never thought of reasoning with him. Seeing that Shao Qin did not comply, the Silver Dragon King's murderous intent soared. Stop. The ninth prince showed a sullen expression as he said, one of them is the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal teacher, and the other is the Divine Dragon Empire's Silver Dragon King. However, this is the Yanwu dynasty. To think that they do not care about this prince at all, killing my secret guards on a whim. The man in the woven rush raincoat said calmly, the two of us were only defending ourselves. The prince's secret guards discovered us and wanted to attack us. I believe the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs will understand. If we offended the prince in any way, we will personally apologize to the Yan Emperor. The moment Wang Yan said that, his face turned green with anger. Even if he was not favored by his imperial father, Wang Yan would not dare to offend him. Even if he was not favored by his father, he was still a prince. To think that these two did not give him any face at all, only saying that they would apologize to the Yan Emperor, completely ignoring him. This humble one is following orders to capture the dragon race criminals. I believe that the prince will not shield me on purpose. Otherwise, if I accidentally injure your highness, the Silver Dragon King smiled coldly. His tone showed that he did not care about the ninth prince at all. In the Silver Dragon King's opinion, this ninth prince was just a child of the younger generation, not qualified to stand on equal footing with him. Furthermore, the two of them came prepared. They knew this ninth prince very well. The person behind them even intended to teach this ninth prince a lesson, making things difficult for him. Hence, the two of them did not fear the ninth prince at all. I, Wang Yan, will interfere in today's matter. If you have the guts, then kill me. Wang Yan raged. His 10 fingers moved rapidly, forming hand seals. In that instant, his 10 fingers flickered with light and space trembled. The image of the Yan Imperial sword appeared in front of the ninth prince. However, it was different from the Yan Imperial sword that Shao Qin had seen before. Aside from containing the vast holy might of the dynasty, this sword image also contained an incredibly horrifying killing chi. Wang Yan had heard that the royal clan disciples could summon the sword image of the Yan Imperial sword. Then, they could use this sword image to forge their own life's secret treasure. In the future, when they ascended to the throne and became the Yan Emperor, they could immediately grasp the Yan Imperial sword. At that time, their life's secret treasure would merge with the Yan Imperial sword, allowing them to brand the Yan Imperial sword with their own mark. Shao Qin felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, the ninth prince was willing to take out the life's secret treasure he refined for him in a fit of rage. If this secret treasure was damaged, not only would it harm Shao Qin, but it would also affect his luck in the dynasty. Sikong, a crack has already appeared in this pocket dimension. We can't delay any longer. The Silver Dragon King frowned slightly as he sent a voice projection. He had not reached the 10th layer Water Dao domain. This small world was formed by the pearl in Shao Chen's hand and his Water Dao domain. Once a flaw appeared, it would be difficult to mend it. Understood. I'll stall the ninth prince, and you go kill them. As an outsider, it is not convenient for me to kill a sinner of your dragon clan. The man in the raincoat said indifferently. The Silver Dragon King cursed in his heart. This Sikong Shu has not been putting in much effort. They were waiting for him to show up and kill Shao Qin. Forget it, none of this is important. What's important is that Shao Qin must die today. Gotcha. However, just as the straw raincoat-clad man prepared to restrain the ninth prince, Shao Qin suddenly drew his tyrant saber. The fishing line wrapped around Shao Qin suddenly snapped. With a slight tremble, the fishing line binding Shao Qin broke free. Poochie. Caught off guard, blood leaked out of a corner of Sikong Shu's lips. He exclaimed, "My fishing line." The seemingly unremarkable fishing line was actually incredibly sharp. Small perfection, Sovereign Emperor. Small perfection sovereign emperors could not resist this fishing line at all. Even great perfection sovereign emperors could forget about struggling free. Even soul tools could not break it. Shu had gathered all the divine materials in the world and used his own soul blood to refine it for hundreds of years. However, Xiaoqun managed to break it with one saber strike today. Most importantly, this saber could not be considered a soul tool. That's impossible. Even a medial-grade soul tool cannot break my fishing line. Disbelief flashed in the straw raincoat-clad man's eyes. He could not accept this at all. In reality, it was as he said. With just the tyrant saber, Xiaoqun would find it very difficult to break this fishing line. However, after Xiaoqun used his soul energy to activate the divine lightning talisman in his soul pool, he continuously tried to use the power of the divine lightning to shake the fishing line. The ninth prince had bought Xiaoqun a lot of time. By the time the tyrant saber made its move, the divine lightning had already shaken the fishing line. The tyrant saber easily chopped down again. I can't care so much anymore. When the Silver Dragon King saw Shu in a daze, he snorted coldly and charged over alone. The Silver Dragon King held the treasure pearl with his left hand, and his right hand turned into a palm saber as he chopped at Xiaoqun. Boom! Before the Silver Dragon King arrived, the dragon might contained in the Silver Dragon King's terrifying cultivation caused Xiaoqun's qi and blood to surge, and his internal organs to rupture. Dang! At the critical moment, Wang Yan wielded the Scarlet Yen Imperial Sword and arrived before Xiaoqun. One saber and one sword attacked at the same time. The two blocked the Silver Dragon King's startling strike. However, the two still got knocked back, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. The difference in cultivation was too great. The Silver Dragon King was a six-veined sovereign emperor, only half a step shy of peak sovereign emperor. Furthermore, as the Silver Dragon King, the resources and accumulations that he could use were not what an ordinary sovereign emperor could compare to. With just one hand, the Silver Dragon King easily knocked back Xiaoqun and Wang Yan at the same time. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Silver Dragon King's expression turned slightly unsightly. To think that he could not severely injure two juniors in one move. Although the Silver Dragon King knocked back Xiaoqun and Wang Yan, it was clear that the two still had strength to spare. Too strong. Xiaoqun and Wang Yan had the same thought at the same time. This Silver Dragon King's strength was somewhat boundlessly strong. An ordinary six-veined sovereign emperor could not compare to him at all. However, the Silver Dragon King still needed to maintain his small world and could not use his full power. This gave the two many opportunities. Dang! 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 The Silver Dragon King fought one against two with one hand, showing off his might. However, he could not seriously injure Xiaoqun and Wang Yan. After 10 odd moves, he actually started to feel fatigued. However, the Silver Dragon King could not put down his pride and ask Shu for help. This made him feel exceptionally frustrated. Silver Dragon King, you are only so-so. You are far from comparable to the White Dragon King. You are not even comparable to the 3 palace masters of my Heaven Dragon Palace. You just live up to your reputation. Xiaoqun mocked the Silver Dragon King, trying to provoke the other party into giving up on maintaining his small world. As long as the Silver Dragon King let go, it would immediately startle the entire imperial capital. At that time, he would have truly dodged a calamity. Ninth Prince, you have repeatedly tried to stop me. This king could not bear to injure you. Since you want to force me, then don't blame me for being merciless. The Silver Dragon King was thoroughly enraged. However, he ignored Xiaoqun. Just take care of yourself first. Just as the Silver Dragon King was about to attack without caring about anything, a voice suddenly came from the pearl in his hand. Who is it? The Silver Dragon King immediately revealed an extremely surprised expression. Crack. The pearl suddenly shattered. What is a fiend? Idle clouds and wild cranes are impermanent. The lush mountains and clear waters ask the ruler's heart. A resplendent and strange saber light answered the Silver Dragon King. Then, a figure leaped out, and the small world completely collapsed. Chapter 2253. What is a demon? Idle clouds and wild cranes are impermanent, green mountains and clear waters ask the ruler's heart. The person who came was fiendish Saber Shimu's first disciple, Lu Benwei. He finally broke the barrier of this small world from the outside. Gotcha! It looked like the saber would strike the Silver Dragon King and severely injure it. However, the Silver Dragon King was a famous expert, after all. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he turned into a silver dragon image. As if he had teleported, he dodged the strongest attack of the saber. By the time the saber light arrived again, its power had already weakened significantly. Bang! When the saber struck the Silver Dragon King's chest, it gave off a loud clang. However, the saber struck the armor, unable to advance any further. The Silver Dragon King vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back and landed on the lake. Another deafening explosion rang out. Before he could gather his strength to counterattack, Lu Benwei had already executed his second move. What is a demon? The fallen flower man stood alone, the tiny rain swallows fly together. A strong wind blew, and the petals filled the sky. The flying leaves fell like rain, walking in the wind, standing alone. This strike stood calmly as the wind and rain stirred up the falling flowers. As the two swallows spread out, it turned into a drop of rain and fell. Lu Benwei spread his arms, and two afterimages flew away like swallows. Then, he turned into a drop of pure rain and fell towards the Silver Dragon King on the lake. Xiao Chen was slightly startled when he saw this scene. This scene seemed familiar, yet it was completely different from his memories. Be it the fiendish saber inheritance's first move or the second move, Lu Benwei's comprehension was different from his. The first style he had comprehended was all things rejoicing together. He wanted to be at peace with the clouds, wild cranes, green mountains, and clear waters. Everything in the world was at his disposal, and there was no distinction between them. Lu Benwei used this to question the heart of the ruler, to ask himself, and also to ask his opponent. In the second style, what Xiao Chen comprehended was a sense of pride, a sense of persistence, and a sense of tyranny that looked down on the 9 heavens. Raindrop breaking the vault of heaven. Lu Benwei, on the other hand, comprehended a kind of indifference. Transcendence from the mundane world, the wind blows, the clouds do not sway, my heart is like me, and does not follow the heavens. The two different comprehensions were evenly matched. As long as it was suitable for him, it was fine. After using it, there were two completely different images, causing everyone's eyes to light up. However, given Lu Benwei's current cultivation as a 6-veined sovereign emperor, the might of the fiendish saber inheritance was much greater than Xiao Chen's. Given Xiao Chen's current cultivation, even if he executed the fiendish saber inheritance, he would find it hard to truly injure the Silver Dragon King. But Lu Benwei was different. Gotcha! When this saber strike landed, the Silver Dragon King's armor shattered. The saber light instantly struck the Silver Dragon King. Bang! In the face of adversity, the Silver Dragon King roared ferociously and sent a palm strike. His 5 fingers morphed into a silver dragon claw, and the 5 dragon claws pierced Lu Benwei's chest at the same time. Lu Benwei snorted coldly. He endured the pain and was about to attack again. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. His figure flashed, and an arc of light flashed. It disappeared from where the Silver Dragon King's head had been. Then, it swept up and bound the Silver Dragon King. It was Sikong Shu who calmly made a move and rescued the Silver Dragon King. Then, the snow python entered the lake and disappeared into the distance. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed beside Lu Benwei. When he saw the 5 bloody holes in Lu Benwei's chest, he asked sullenly, "Big brother Lu, are you all right?" "I'm fine. It won't take my life. I underestimated this Silver Dragon King's strength." Lu Benwei sheathed his saber and said calmly, "I'll find a place to treat my injuries first. The small world is already broken. Those two probably won't dare to come again." "All right." As Xiao Chen watched Lu Benwei's figure disappear, he entered deep thought. This big brother Lu is very elusive. Even Xiao Chen himself does not know where he usually goes. However, this is fine. Those who want to harm me will find it hard to detect Lu Benwei's existence. If not for big brother Lu making a move, would have been in trouble. Xiao Chen had not expected the purple gold dragon emperor to be so deranged, sending the silver dragon king to kill him. Furthermore, this was in the imperial capital, Yan City, before the 9th prince. That should be fiendish Saber Shimu's disciple, right? Unexpectedly, Lord Xiao has such an expert protecting you in secret, the 9th prince said as he watched Lu Benwei leave. The 9th prince said with a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he watched Lu Benwei leave. Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, could it be that the 9th prince does not have any expert guards by his side? This question put Wang Yan in an awkward position, not knowing how to answer. The heavenly book scholar smiled bitterly at the side and said, Xiao Chen, even the royal clan has a limited number of great perfection sovereign emperors. How can they arrange for one for every prince? Aside from a few favored princes, the royal clan will not arrange for a great perfection sovereign emperor to protect them. Actually, they use their own influence to recruit them. However, if you want to recruit a great perfection sovereign emperor, you will have to pay a significant price. Even if the 9th prince succeeds in recruiting the great perfection sovereign emperor, the 9th prince can only protect him at important moments. They cannot possibly be by the prince's side at all times. So, that is the case. This dispelled Xiao Chen's doubts about why he did not see any experts by Wang Yan's side in the earlier battle. This made sense. Even in Yan City, how many great perfection sovereign emperors could there be? It would be even more difficult for a great perfection sovereign emperor to accompany a prince at all times. What a pity for my brothers. Their deaths were not worth it. Displeasure flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. When the shock waves from the earlier battle swept out, not even the corpses of his secret guards remained. Sorry, I implicated the 9th prince this time. Xiao Chen felt somewhat apologetic. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King's target was him. Those secret guards were just collateral damage. It's not really implicating. In the end, it is because I do not have any authority in the imperial capital. If it were first brother or 8th brother, those two would not dare to mess around. Wang Yan showed a calm expression, not showing any intention of blaming Xiao Chen. The heavenly book scholar said from the side, it is possible that there are other princes behind this matter. Without the princes taking care of this, the heavenly book scholar would not have been able to deal with this. Without the prince's help, Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King would not be able to silently lay a small world in the Mirror Lake. First brother's wedding is approaching, and there are more people from all walks of life in the imperial capital. This is probably just the beginning, Wang Yan said with a drawn-out sigh, not feeling surprised. After some thought, Xiao Chen said, 9th prince, I think I can agree to what you said earlier. When Wang Yan heard that, he asked softly, you mean, you agree to come to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb with me? Yes. However, I have a request. What request? Speak. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, the 9th prince thought for a while before saying, all right, I can promise you that. As long as you agree to come to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb with me, you will be my guest. That's good. Goodbye. After Xiao Chen turned around, he quickly left, not lingering. The heavenly book scholar and the 9th prince entered deep thought as they watched Xiao Chen leave. Unexpectedly, this is what he needs me to do for him. Changji, is it good for him? The 9th prince Wang Yan asked, feeling confused. The heavenly book scholar shook his head and said, there are no benefits at all. He might even end up dead. I cannot figure out this person, nor can I divine, Wang Yan said calmly, it does not matter. Given this, there is no need to worry about him cultivating a demonic Tao cultivation technique. A person who can make such a request would not be in cahoots with those demonic Tao cultivators. 9th prince, which prince do you think is involved this time? Wang Yan replied coldly, aside from little 13, which other prince would be so bold, daring to make such a rash move in the imperial capital? First brother allied with the smiling daughter pavilion. It looks like he is really anxious. For the sake of gaining help, he does not care about anything else. The heavenly book scholar nodded and said, I guessed it earlier as well. However, I did not want Xiaochen to know, so I did not say it. Don't tell Xiaochen about this first. Given his character, I'm afraid that he will seek trouble for little 13 tonight. On the other side, Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King fled far away from the center of the lake. When he reappeared, he was in a secluded courtyard. There were already several people waiting for a long time in the courtyard. If Xiaochen were here, he would easily recognize two of them. As for the last person, he would probably be able to guess. As Wang Yan had guessed, the youngest of the three was the Yan Emperor's favorite son, the 13th Prince Wang Yi. On his left was Xiaochen's old acquaintance, Bai Yunfei, who had the royal bloodline of the Bei's empire. The person on the right was wearing a golden yellow robe with purple patterns embedded in his collar. The purple and gold colors were rather eye-catching. This person was Bai Yunfei's good friend, the famous dragon god crown prince of the divine dragon empire, Qin Ming. Did teacher succeed? Seeing Sikong Shu appear, Bai Yunfei's eyes flashed with anticipation and he hurriedly went up to ask. The nearby Qin Ming seemed to be much calmer, and he already knew the answer in his heart after observing the expressions of the two old men. It failed. He has a great perfection sovereign emperor by his side at all times. To think that the 9th prince even helped him at the crucial moment. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King said with somewhat unsightly expressions. After all, 2 six-veined sovereign emperors had gone to kill a junior. No matter how they looked at it, it was extremely embarrassing. However, the 13th Prince Wang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. If they had really assassinated Xiaochen and investigated the matter, it would have been problematic. The 13th Prince stepped forward and said, Seniors, I already did my best to help with this matter. As for what you promised me. Before the 13th Prince could finish, Qin Ming interrupted, 13th Prince, don't worry. Since we are here, we will definitely help the 13th Prince ascend to the ceremony. This failure will not affect our relationship. There is no need to worry. The 13th Prince smiled and said, Good. In that case, I can rest assured. You can stay in the imperial capital for now. If you need anything, you can come and look for me at any time. After the 13th Prince left, Bai Yunfei said in a flustered and exasperated manner, If we can't even kill him with this, we will not have another chance in Yan City. Qin Ming said indifferently, There's no rush. I have a feeling that he will definitely go to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. At that time, we will have plenty of opportunities to kill him openly. Chapter 2254. Ancient Yan Emperor tomb. After parting from the 9th Prince and the heavenly book scholar, Xiaochen muttered to himself. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared, it would be in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. This was not good news for Xiaochen. The battle between the immortal palace and the crown prince was bound to cause a great disturbance. However, there were too many uncertainties regarding the immortal palace. Putting aside the accuracy of this prophecy, among the 7 keys, the most important one, the inheritance key, had long been lost. Without the inheritance key, even a faux god would not be able to open the doors of the ethereal immortal palace. Chu Chaoyun once said that the secret of the inheritance key might only be known by the previous heaven dragon. However, the previous generation heaven dragon had been imprisoned in the starry heavens dragon prison. The purple gold dragon emperor had tortured the heaven dragon for 20-odd years without finding any clues. The chances of obtaining the inheritance key were extremely slim. Let's put this matter aside for now. The people of the Divine Dragon Empire and the White Marsh Beast Empire have come to Yan City. The people of the Profound Heaven Holy Land and the Universe Origin sect will probably join in the excitement. Especially the sacred son of the Profound Heaven. Back in the Netherworld, he even fought with Chu Chaoyun over the ethereal palace's key. Xiaochen entered deep thought as he thought to himself, if I include the experts of the Azure Lotus Church and the Shuowu dynasty, the number of factions that will come because of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb is somewhat frightening. Of the 8 super factions of the Great Thousand Realms, almost everyone except the Pirate Alliance was present. Currently, of the known keys, Shaochen had one, Yuanzhen had one, Chu Chaoyun had one, and the first prince had given one to the Azure Lotus Church. Excluding the inheritance key, there were still 2 keys that had yet to appear. His head was about to explode. All the clues were in a mess, and his thoughts were in a mess. Shaochen shook his head and stopped thinking about these troublesome things. He started thinking about today's battle. In the battle at the center of the lake, Shaochen finally experienced the strength and terror of the older generation sovereign emperors. His divine energy was stable, his cultivation was strong, and he grasped a soul tool. Due to Shaochen's age, his accomplishments in the Dao domain made others look up to him. His cultivation stagnated, unable to advance, so he could only increase his strength in other aspects. The Dao domain was undoubtedly a good breakthrough point. As long as he had enough time and his talent wasn't too bad, he would definitely be able to break through. Apart from forbidden techniques, I don't seem to have many other methods. However, as long as I don't get trapped in his pocket dimension, should be able to leave if I want to. Shaochen muttered in a low voice. Condensing a small world was not an easy task. Even the Silver Dragon King relied on a secret treasure to do so. Furthermore, it was very unstable. He carefully took stock of his trump cards. Aside from the Forbidden God Demon Body unsealing technique, he did not have any other trump cards. Perhaps he could use the 10,000 Dragons art and the Divine Lightning Talisman. The former could activate the potential of the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline limitlessly. Shaochen could only use less than 1% of the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline's power. If he could successfully break through to the second layer, he would experience a huge leap and achieve a qualitative change. The 10,000 Dragons art had a total of 5 layers. Breaking through the bottleneck of the second layer was considered great perfection. However, Shaochen had only just started cultivating the second layer and was far from reaching the peak. He was even further from breaking through. As for the Divine Lightning Talisman, he took the risk to use it today, giving Shaochen a huge pleasant surprise. However, its power was too berserk. Shaochen could not control it freely despite its strong might, greatly reducing its destructive power. If he could control some of the Divine Lightning Talisman's power, it might be possible for Shaochen to break the small world maintained by the Silver Dragon King's Pearl. The Dao domain required time or a fortuitous encounter to improve. Within a short period, Shaochen had only 2 choices when facing the pressure of the older generation sovereign emperors. One was to cultivate the 10,000 Dragons art, and the other was to control the Divine Lightning Talisman. After thinking for a long time, Shaochen decided to control the Divine Lightning Talisman first. The 10,000 Dragons art would take its time. He immediately stopped hesitating. Shaochen took out the Ice Fire Lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. Then, he sank his consciousness into his soul pool. In the vast and boundless soul pool, the blue dragon divine seal shone resplendently and dazzlingly. The sun and the moon shone together on the divine seal, illuminating the sky. Under the illumination of the light, 3 glistening ripples appeared on the soul pool's surface. These were the 3 divine veins that represented Shaochen's soul energy cultivation. After Shaochen refined the 3 divine veins, they looked like 3 slender dragon images burning with a faint divine flame as they continuously swam around the blue dragon divine seal in the soul pool. As the dragon images swam around, they continuously infused the soul energy in the soul pool into the blue dragon divine seal. It went on and on without end. Shaochen only needed to control the divine seal to erupt with soul energy, driving the sun and the moon's radiance to bring out the 3 divine vein images. In the next moment, Shaochen's consciousness entered the blue dragon divine seal. The blue dragon divine seal's light twisted and changed, turning into a human figure that looked like Shaochen. In that instant, Shaochen felt like he was in a vast and boundless soul pool, looking boundlessly mysterious. Whoosh! In the soul pool, the clone formed by the divine seal looked straight into the depths of the soul pool. It's really hidden deep. I can't see any trace of the divine lightning talisman at all. I have to make a trip down. After thinking for a while, Shaochen's figure flashed, creating ripples as he dove into the water. When one entered the depths of a cultivator's soul pool, one would discover that the soul pool was even vaster than the ocean. However, less than 1/10,000,000th of the soul pool could be used by a cultivator. Most of the area was forbidden. If one used the divine seal as a clone in the soul pool, the slightest carelessness could injure one's soul or cause one to get lost. Normally speaking, no one would take the risk of entering the soul pool unless it was absolutely necessary. However, Xiao Chen had no other choice. For the sake of controlling the divine lightning talisman, he had to give it his all. Xiao Chen continuously dove into the soul pool. The bottom of the netherworld spring was incredibly cold. Soon, he felt uncomfortable all over, and the dragon seal clone slowly dimmed. The surface of the pool seemed to be sparkling, but in its depths, there was an endless darkness. It was deep and silent, swallowing everything, unfathomable like the human heart. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen could not hold on any longer, an electric light flashed in the darkness. His face immediately lit up in joy. However, before Xiao Chen's joy faded, it froze. That electric light turned into a weapon and charged at his clone. He hurriedly dodged and narrowly avoided the attack. As he dove deeper, the number of electric weapons he encountered increased. He had to be even more cautious. After about 15 minutes, the darkness before Xiao Chen vanished. Under the illumination of the electric light, the pool water turned a transparent gold. "I see you again." A talisman lay quietly at the bottom of the water far in front. Xiao Chen did not dare to approach. If he did, he would definitely turn to ashes, his soul scattering. Compared to when he first saw the divine lightning talisman in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen was much calmer now. Back then, Xiao Chen did not dare to try to control this divine lightning talisman that the immortal epic's thunder ancestor left behind. Now, he wanted to try and control the divine lightning talisman. This was the divine lightning talisman that the thunder ancestor condensed from the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning of the immortal epic. Back then, when immortals underwent their lightning tribulations, they all materialized this talisman. The thunder immortal ancestor controlled the tribulation lightning essence and all the lightning phenomena in the world. He was the essence of the Tao of thunder. If he died, the Tao of thunder would collapse, and no cultivator in the world would be able to use the power of thunder. Now that this was the martial epic, the might of the divine lightning talisman naturally could not compare to the immortal epic. However, once it was completely released, it would still be earth-shattering and intimidating. As long as Xiao Chen could control 1,000th of its power, he could severely injure a great perfection sovereign emperor. Although the divine lightning I could safely use the tribulation lightning's energy, it was not as good as directly controlling it. I need to fuse a strand of the divine seal's origin into this talisman. Xiao! In the blink of an eye, a ray of light shot out from his finger. As the light shot out, Xiao Chen's incarnation became noticeably dimmer. It looked like this strand of divine seal's origin energy would enter the talisman after dodging the countless electric lights. Ka-Cie. A weapon made of divine lightning broke the divine seal's origin energy. In reality, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion instantly paled. Again. After staring for a while, Xiao Chen flicked his finger again, sending out another strand of divine seal's origin energy. Pu-Ci. He failed again. In reality, on the ice-fire lotus platform, Xiao Chen's body gave off many distorted images of his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. One last chance. Go all out. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen sent out another strand of divine seal's origin energy. If he failed again, his soul would suffer severe injuries. At best, he would need to recuperate for 10 years. At worst, his soul would scatter. Rumble. However, this final attempt did not disappoint Xiao Chen. That strand of divine seal's origin energy dodged the electric lights that the talisman sent out and entered it. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he felt the divine seal's origin energy slowly merging with the talisman. The instant the merger was complete, Xiao Chen roared ferociously. Then, the divine lightning talisman, which lay quietly at the bottom of the water, shot up like an arrow. The divine lightning talisman was like an unsheathed sword, soaring straight up like an arrow. As the divine lightning talisman continued to rise, Xiaochen felt his soul energy rapidly draining. Just as the divine lightning talisman was about to break out of the water, Xiaochen sighed. After exhausting all his soul energy, the divine seal clone turned into countless motes of light and leaped out of the water. Then, it reformed into the blue dragon divine seal. Xiaochen had failed at the last moment. However, the divine seal's origin energy had already merged with the divine lightning talisman. The next attempt would be much easier. However, just as Xiaochen felt disappointed, the surface of the soul pool suddenly released tens of thousands of layers of electric light, eclipsing everything else. A careful look revealed a sharp edge of the divine lightning talisman, looking like a flower bud waiting to bloom. On the lotus platform, Xiaochen rejoiced. He opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flickered in them. A talisman slowly grew in Xiaochen's right palm. This was a miniature divine lightning talisman formed by the electric energy contained in the tip of the iceberg, combined with Xiaochen's Dao domain. Good. This 1,000th of the divine lightning talisman's energy is already sufficient. Xiaochen revealed a smile. The usually calm Xiaochen found it hard to hide his joy. Someone is here. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and spread out his soul energy. He sensed Suyi rushing over, seeming to have something urgent. Then, he quickly put away the divine lightning talisman in his palm. It turned into a flash of purple electric light as Xiaochen leaped out of a window and appeared before Suyi. Xiaochen, there's a change to our agreement. Xiaochen frowned slightly. What happened? Suyi smiled softly and said, it should be something good. Ling Yu just told me that headliner Ling Long invited him to meet her outside the city alone. Xiaochen's expression immediately changed drastically. Damn it. That fool got fooled. There are only a few days left to the wedding. How can the smiling daughter pavilion let Ling Long go? Quickly chase after her. Chapter 2255. On the streets of the imperial capital Yen City, Ling Yu looked like he had been reborn. A smile appeared on his face as he dashed through the crowd. Occasionally, he even knocked over some people. After apologizing, he continued on his way. Wait for me. Wait for me. This time, I will not disappoint you. Ling Yu repeated these words in his heart. His expression turned grave, and his eyes slowly turned resolute. 10 years ago, he let down a person's feelings, leaving the person he loved the most covered in wounds. 10 years later, Ling Yu's wedding day approached. She would be marrying the most powerful prince of the dynasty. Ling Yu passed each day like a year, suffering painful torture every day. The cause he sowed 10 years ago resulted in today's consequences. This made him feel so much pain that he wished he were dead. He spent every day and night in pain and regret. Today, Ling Long finally gave him another chance. This time, no matter what, he had to grasp it. After Ling Yu left the city gates, he did not stop at all. He rushed straight to the rendezvous point with Ling Long. The silhouette of Yen City behind slowly turned blurry. Then, he finally saw the figure of a beauty at the endlessly gushing flaming river. Dressed in a red dress, her slender figure looked at Jianghu in silence. Ling Long. Under the setting sun, this beauty's figure looked like a feather cloak made of the setting sun. 50 kilometers away, Ling Yu, who saw Ling Long's figure, immediately felt stunned. He could no longer care about anything else. He ran at full speed and arrived before Ling Long in a moment. Elder sister Ling Long, I let you down. When Ling Long got closer, Ling Yu felt unbearably guilty and choked with sobs. 10 years ago, I should not have let you go. Come with me. This time, I absolutely will not let you down. In the end, Ling Yu said resolutely, no longer hesitating. Headliner Chiu Yu. However, when the woman before Ling Yu turned around, he felt greatly startled. This person was one of the headliners of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Chiu Yu. Ling Yu had met her more than once, so he immediately recognized her. Why is it you? Where's elder sister Ling Long? Where is elder sister Ling Long? What did you do to elder sister Ling Long? Ling Yu immediately felt flustered, showing a nervous expression as he looked around. However, he could not see headliner Ling Long. You are really naive. Headliner Ling Long is the person who will become the dynasty's empress. Why would she come to see a minor character like you? In the imperial capital, Yen City, you are just an insignificant lesser sovereign personage. Who do you think you are? To think that you even have designs on headliner Ling Long. Qiu Yu revealed a mocking expression as she mocked. Headliner Ling Long asked me to give you this sword. The first prince already knows about the matter between you and headliner Ling Long. If you do not wish for her to suffer in the future, then take your own life. What? Falling from heaven to hell? Ling Yu was instantly stupefied. He was completely stupefied, not knowing what to do as he held the sword that Qiu Yu handed him. Is this really Ling Long's wish? The hand holding the sword was trembling. The sword was in his hand, but it seemed to have been stabbed into his heart. His heart was bleeding, but he did not feel any pain. Is it important? Qiu Yu sneered and said nonchalantly. Ling Yu paused when he heard that. That's right. Is it important? If the first prince knew that headliner Ling Long once had an affair with him, how could he let headliner Ling Long have an easy time? Rather than letting that happen, Ling Yu might as well let this relationship remain a secret forever after his death. However, this was truly unbearable. Those beautiful memories, those past events, were going to wither like a flower. This sword was most definitely not handed over by headliner Ling Long. Elder sister Ling Long could not even bear to let me shed tears. How could she let me bleed and die? Suddenly, the confusion on Ling Yu's face vanished. A sharp expression appeared in his eyes as he looked straight at headliner Qiu Yu. This gaze was pure and sharp. Hidden in this gaze was the unyielding pride and sharpness of a youth. For some reason, Qiu Yu felt some fear. She could not help taking a few steps back. Ling Yu's aura surged as he took a few steps forward. Then, he smiled self-mockingly. It looks like an insignificant person like me has some sense of existence, making someone feel threatened. Let me guess. Is it the first prince or your pavilion master Yang? Qiu Yu's expression changed slightly. Then, she said sullenly, Ling Yu, are you still dreaming? Your mistake is loving someone you should not love. Today, you must die. Letting you commit suicide is just to lessen your pain. Ha 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 ha. Wrong. 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 Ling Yu reared his head back and laughed maniacally, appearing maniacal. I have missed out on many things in my life. However, meeting headliner Ling Long was the best decision I made in my life. In this imperial capital, Yen City, I, Ling Yu, do indeed have a lowly status. However, what does liking a person have to do with status and status? Back then, my mistake was that I paid too much attention to this, resulting in the current situation. You madman. Stay away from me. Seeing Ling Yu's somewhat crazed state, Qiu Yu threw a palm strike at him in a fluster. The headliners of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion were not weak. Qiu Yu was a sovereign personage in the first place. In her desperation, she used her full power in this palm strike. Scram! Ling Yu snorted coldly. A golden light flickered in his eyes as he activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. His aura flourished, bursting out with a might that rivaled that of a sovereign emperor. Pu Ci. Qiu Yu vomited a mouthful of blood as she went flying back. Heavy shock flashed in her eyes. All along, Ling Yu had been chased away by the guards in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion several times without retaliating. The impression Ling Yu gave Qiu Yu was that he was incredibly cowardly. She had never expected Ling Yu to have such a disposition and strength. Qiu Yu immediately understood why headliner Ling Long took a liking to this youth back then. Don't worry. I will kill myself with this sword that you gave me. I, Ling Yu, have never been someone who fears death. I am not dying because of you. I just do not want Martial Uncle to take risks for me. I do not want everyone to make up for the mistake I made back then. As Ling Yu looked at Qiu Yu, heavy disdain flashed in his eyes. Although Ling Yu was lowly, he had never lived an ignoble existence in this world. During this period, Ling Yu had remained in the Misty Rain Pavilion, not leaving at all. However, Ling Yu was not stupid. He could sense that his martial uncle, Xiao Chen, had been silently working hard for his sake. The Misty Rain Pavilion's pavilion master Su was also carefully preparing. Ling Yu did not know about it, but he could feel it. He once cried in the middle of the night, speechless at the moon. It was not guilt because he felt inferior or helpless. It was just some silent gratitude that he could not bear to endure. To be able to meet Ling Long, martial uncle, Uncle Beggar, and the others in this life, it is all worth it. Crack. The sword in Ling Yu's hand stabbed into his chest. At the same time, Xiao Chen used his veritable essence energy to shatter Ling Yu's heart. Ling Yu fell over, his life force fading at a visible rate. Xiao Yu stood up somewhat blankly and wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips. As she looked at the fallen Ling Yu, she appeared somewhat dispirited. The initial arrogance and mockery in Xiao Yu's eyes were completely covered up by shock. As Ling Yu's consciousness slowly turned blurry, he seemed to see headliner Ling Long in the soaring dragon great realm. He saw her smiling faintly and scolding him for being stupid, unable to learn no matter how she taught him. Then, he saw his martial uncle, Xiao Chen, and he remembered the past in the Purple Flame sect. He remembered the absurdity of their first meeting, the absurdity of Xiao Chen saying, "I am your martial uncle." Ling Yu really wanted to become someone like his martial uncle. If he were his martial uncle, perhaps he would have brought elder sister Ling Long away 10 years ago. Goodbye, elder sister Ling Long. Goodbye, martial uncle. Little Ling Yu, I will repay all the favors in my next life. You did well. He committed suicide. No matter what, the first prince cannot be blamed for it. Furthermore, the smiling daughter pavilion will not be implicated. This fellow is rather courageous. Such a result is a happy ending for everyone. Many blood-sucking vines shot out from the ground, flickering with crackling electric light. Then, the blood-sucking vines gathered and formed an old man. This old man was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows who fought with Xiao Chen for the 5-element divine lightning back then. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he obtained the blood-sucking vines and obtained another opportunity. I thought that this fellow would run. Unexpectedly, I was overthinking. Let's go. The blood-sucking vine old man grabbed headliner Xiao Yu. Then, after a few leaps in the air, he landed on a fortress ship in the middle of the river. There were already people waiting on the fortress ship. One of them was no stranger to Xiao Chen. It was the Black Lotus Church's holy son, Ming Xian. The blood-sucking vine old man nodded slightly to indicate that the matter was settled. Then, the holy son Ming Xian sent a voice projection. The mysterious person sitting on the ship stood up and walked to the bow. Then, he looked coldly at the body in the distance, whose blood had yet to turn cold. Whoosh! 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 When Xiao Chen and Su Yi, who had rushed over, saw Ling Yu lying on the ground, their expressions changed drastically. Ling Yu no longer had much life force left. His breathing was weak, and he was somewhat powerless to reverse the situation. Su Yi checked Ling Yu's pulse with her finger. After a while, she shook her head at Xiao Chen with a somewhat dispirited expression. When Xiao Chen looked up, he discovered a fortress ship heading for Yan City in the middle of the river. A person stood at the bow of the ship, looking in this direction expressionlessly. The first prince, Wang Fei. Xiao Chen could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. He soared into the air, wanting to give chase. Martial uncle, don't chase. Don't chase. Don't take risks for Ling Yu. Ling Yu cannot bear it. Let me rest in peace. In my next life, I will be your martial nephew again and properly serve you. However, Ling Yu firmly grabbed the corner of Wang Fei's clothes. It was like he had the final radiance of the setting sun. Wang Fei's soft voice was barely audible, making one feel heartache. Wang Fei held on tightly, not daring to let go even for a moment. Xiao Chen felt a pang in his heart. He looked up at the sky but could not bear to lower his head and look at Ling Yu one last time. He feared that he would not be able to hold back his tears. Let go. Martial uncle promises not to chase. The instant Ling Yu spoke, he closed his eyes and let go of Xiao Chen's clothes. Chapter 2256. In the flaming river, the fortress ship carrying the first Prince Wang Fei and the others gradually moved further and further away. Then, it disappeared from sight. Since he had already promised his little martial nephew, Xiao Chen naturally would not chase after him. At the shore, Ling Yu no longer had any vitality left. Naturally, one short sword could not take the life of a sovereign personage. However, if a person wanted to die and committed suicide, even a deity would not be able to save him. Xiao Chen squatted down and looked at Ling Yu's corpse, which had yet to turn cold, wordlessly. He severed his own heart meridian and wholeheartedly sought death. Even if we wanted to save him, it would be difficult. Su Yi, who was at the side, had a worried look on her face. She had a complicated look in her eyes, and all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. There was no lack of divine physicians in the imperial capital, Yen City. They could bring the dying back to life and bring the dead back to life. Although it was difficult to save someone like Ling Yu who had just died not long ago, it was not impossible. One just had to pay a sufficient price. However, if a person wholeheartedly wanted to die and had no desire to live, even if all the divine doctors in the world gathered together, they would not be able to save him. Idiot, why are you so stupid? You were provoked to commit suicide by just a few words from others. I've suffered so much over the years, but haven't I still made it through? Su Yi looked at Ling Yu's complexion, which was slowly turning pale. Tears welled up in her eyes as she choked with sobs. Don't blame him. He doesn't want me to risk my life for him. He cares about us more than he cares about himself. He doesn't live happily. Xiao Chen said softly as he held Ling Yu's hand. His voice was gentle and warm as though Ling Yu was still alive. He blamed himself. If he had not brought him to the soaring dragon great world, if he had not met Ling Long, perhaps everything would have been different. He was still young, becoming a king before the age of 40. Given time, he would definitely grow. However, there were no ifs in this world. Xiao Chen had to face the pressure of the Yanwu dynasty's first prince alone at such a young age. If it was him, would he be able to bear it? Xiao Chen was silent, unable to give an answer. Perhaps he couldn't bear it either. Sometimes, he wondered why he cared and doted on his little martial nephew so much. Most of the time, when he looked at Ling Yu, he was looking at his past self. Once he met Exquisite, he would miss his whole life. I can make a mistake for the rest of my life, but I will never regret it. Even if Ling Yu was given another chance, he would definitely not regret meeting headliner Ling Long if he had a choice. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled something and rummaged through the storage ring for a long time. After a while, he took out a pearl. What is this? Xiao Chen muttered, this is a soul fixation pearl. It can protect his soul for 7 days. If I have the chance, I really don't want to use this treasure. The soul-fixing pearl was the congratulatory gift that the ghost race's Qing Qing gave to Xiao Chen during his king conferral ceremony in the Kunlun realm. What happens after 7 days? Xiao Chen said unhurriedly, this is the reason why I don't want to use it. Because I don't know what will happen after 7 days. So. Someone had arrived. Xiao Chen and Su Yi raised their brows and turned their heads to look. A slightly sloppy figure, as light as a swallow, rose and landed in the air. A moment ago, Xiao Chen was extremely far away. In the next second, he arrived before Ling Yu. The beggar's hair was disheveled, and his face was covered in dirt. Xiao Chen could not see the beggar's expression. I just made a trip to the hidden spirit temple. This time, Big Brother will not be able to save you. The beggar's eyes filled with surprise, sorrow, and helplessness. Before Xiao Chen and Su Yi could ask, the beggar seemed to think of something. A light flashed in his eyes as he quickly left. Senior. Su Yi stepped forward and shouted a few times at the beggar's departing figure. The beggar did not even turn his head back. After a while, he vanished from the two's sight. Su Yi appeared disappointed, showing a sad expression. the two were not fools. Naturally, they could tell that this beggar possessed a special skill and was rather strong. However, they did not know how high this beggar's cultivation was. They could not help but hold on to some faint hope. Xiao said softly, "Let's go back. If he can save you, he will definitely do so." 5 days later, the blazing sun hung high in the imperial capital Yen City. The sky was cloudless for thousands of kilometers around. Such good weather was rare even in the imperial capital Yen City. Many people said that the heavens were on their side. Even the heavens were giving their blessings to the first prince and headliner Ling Long's wedding. The entire imperial capital brimmed with a festive atmosphere. That was right. Today was the day the first prince would marry headliner Ling Long. After preparing for a month and a half, the grand wedding that had spread throughout the world and everyone knew about finally arrived as scheduled. The entire city celebrated, and the atmosphere was very lively. Before the wedding, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion already worked with all the headliners of the pleasure districts in the imperial capital to parade the streets for 3 days, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Even in the most bustling city in the world, such a scene was incredibly shocking, something that no one had ever seen before. This resulted in a hubbub of voices on the day of the wedding. Everyone in the city anticipated the wedding. The streets near the Smiling Daughter Pavilion were packed with people, looking like a mountain or a sea. The Imperial Ancestral Temple had to send experts in and out to guard against unknown dangers. However, no one would dare to be careless. Be it the First Prince or the Pleasure District Alliance, none of them were easy to offend. Furthermore, the two sides worked together. Everyone knew that the First Prince Wang Fei would soon ride the Huang clan's lucky beast. The First Prince would lead the vast wedding procession to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to bring headliner Ling Long to the First Prince's residence before holding the wedding. The better viewing spots in the pavilions on both sides of the street had long since been occupied. Before the wedding procession arrived, the cultivators in the pavilions were already in a heated discussion. The First Prince is truly incredible. With the succession race around the corner, he married in such a high-profile manner and formed an alliance with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. He immediately overshadowed the 8th prince and the 13th prince. I heard that 2/3 of the 108 feudal vassals rushed over to attend this wedding. Haha. That is natural. We are just here to watch the excitement. However, this is different. Originally, the 3 princes had similar trump cards. Now that the first prince obtained the Pleasure District Alliance's help, he immediately pulled away from them. That is not all. The Sword God's noble clans, which had not chosen a side all along, finally made their decision after learning about this wedding, placing their bets on the first prince. This is even more incredible. This can be considered a chain reaction. Without this wedding, there would not be so many feudal vassals coming to offer their congratulations. The Su clan, who was watching from the sidelines, would also not make a decision. I can only say that the first prince's move of marrying headliner Ling Long is a good one. Indeed. Although luck is something ethereal, everyone in the world knows about this wedding. Everyone in the entire dynasty knows about it. Everyone probably already has a candidate for the crown prince in their hearts. Unknowingly, this reputation will definitely boost the first prince's luck. Hee hee. Let's just casually chat about the matter of seizing the throne. Only the major characters can participate. Let's just watch the excitement. I heard that the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals will all be coming to the First Prince's residence to celebrate the wedding. Ha! How unfortunate. How unfortunate. The wedding invitations have already reached sky-high prices. It is not something we can afford. Otherwise, I would really like to see the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals dance. If we miss this opportunity, who knows when we can see the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals again. The atmosphere in the pavilions became extremely intense, not stopping for even a moment. However, the people at the tables in groups of 3 to 5 did not notice that there were 2 people at a table by the window with calm expressions and some helplessness on their faces. One of the 2 people held a folding fan. The other person wore a hood, hiding his face. These 2 were the Heavenly Book Scholar and the 9th Prince Wang Yan. They looked at the expectant crowd on the street below and listened to the endless discussions in the pavilions. Both of them seemed disinterested and out of place in this world. "Brother Shao, are you still not willing to receive guests?" the ninth prince asked softly as he held up a cup of wine under the hood. The heavenly book scholar nodded and said, "The Misty Rain Pavilion has been closed for 5 days already. The security is tight. I only managed to enter after a few rounds of questioning. However, I only saw Pavilion Master Su and did not see Shao Chen. This is truly worrying. The matter of the first prince hounding Ling Yu to death was originally a secret. However, the heavenly book scholar looked at the heavens and divined that someone by Shao Chen's side had died. Back then, when Shao Chen agreed to help the ninth prince seize the throne, his request had something to do with Ling Yu. After the ninth prince learned of this, he did not dare to delay. After Wang Yan asked around, he gained a rough understanding of the situation. He felt it was unfortunate. Originally, the ninth prince wanted to console Shao Chen. However, he did not see Shao Chen, which made him even more worried. Now that Ling Yu was dead, would Shao Chen still intend to stand up for his martial nephew? Naturally, the losses outweighed the gains. Ordinary people would not take any action. However, if it was Shao Chen, everything would be unpredictable. As the two watched this extraordinarily bustling and joyous scene, they felt somewhat sorrowful in their hearts. However, they were not willing to say anything. In the end, the imperial capital Yen City was not Ling Yu's city. At the very least, no one would care about the death of an insignificant person. In fact, no one even knew about it. Everyone was waiting in anticipation for the first prince to appear and bring them the grandest wedding in the history of the dynasty. Chapter 2257. They're here. Someone said from downstairs, and all the cultivators on the floor rushed over. All of them rushed to the railings in front of the windows, craning their necks in anticipation. In the distance, 2 snow-colored azure phoenixes were leading the way, and they were slowly approaching. Azure wands were holy beasts with the bloodline of the phoenix holy beast. They had been known as auspicious beasts since ancient times. They were rare and symbolized pure and beautiful love. Now, they were auspicious beasts that the royal clan reared. Furthermore, these 2 snow-colored azure wands were unusual among azure wands. Their feathers were pure white, like the evening snow of the Tian Shan Mountains, untainted by dust. There was a male and a female, a perfect pair. Rumor had it that when the Yen Emperor and Emperor-Empress got married, they used these 2 snow-colored azure wands. It would be impossible for a regular dynasty disciple to borrow them. The cultivators of the imperial capital had not seen snow-colored azure wands in pairs for many years already. The azure wands spread their wings and flew low, releasing a holy light from their bodies. Everywhere they passed, 7 colored auspicious signs descended, shining with spiritual light. This bathed the procession in light, draping them in colorful clothes made of auspicious signs. The procession looked brilliant and vibrant, making them look extraordinarily valiant and boundlessly handsome. This made the entire procession stand out from the masses, radiating light. Behind the snow-colored azure wands were pairs of dainty women riding red-crowned cranes. They smiled as they scattered 7 colored spirit pills along the way. Naturally, the spirit pills of the princes were of extraordinary grade. Those who managed to snatch them all rejoiced. What a grand display! The first prince is really generous. These are all rank 5 heavenly pills. If those sage monarchs consume them, they will be overjoyed. Even sovereign emperors would not dare to casually waste them. Where is the first prince? Why don't I see him? There's no rush. The procession is very long. I heard that it is 50 kilometers long. We will have to wait a while before we can see the first prince. The 50-kilometer-long procession bathed in 7 colored auspicious signs headed for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion before everyone's eyes. The procession moved very slowly. Occasionally, it had to stop to accept the congratulatory gifts from the feudal lords and ancient noble clans, showing off its might to the world. The cultivators in the pavilion only saw the first prince's true appearance after 4 hours. Surrounded by the crowd, a man riding a tall steed covered in flames slowly appeared in front of the crowd. The horse's long hair seemed to be burning fiercely like fireworks. Its eyes revealed a mighty gaze, and its body was suffused with an ancient divine might. A fire Qilin. Is that the legendary divine horse with the Qilin bloodline? It really is this divine horse. I heard that the Yan Huang founding ancestor rode this horse and conquered the entire Yanwu dynasty. I didn't expect it to still be alive and used by the first prince as a mount for his wedding. This is an extraordinarily extravagant gesture. The first prince truly treats headliner Ling Long well. I have nothing to say about it. In front of the window, the ninth prince smiled bitterly under his hood. The warhorse that Yan Huang used to conquer the country, the fire Kirin, has not appeared for 1,000 years. It actually appeared at a wedding. How ironic. To the ninth the Qilin's son ninth. To was the daughter. The Qilin. If it appeared one day, aside from a battlefield, no other place could match its stage. The heavenly book scholar said softly, "Be quieter. The first prince is coming. Congratulations, first prince. I hope that the first prince and Ling Long will be together for 1,000 years, forever united." Boom! When the first prince appeared on the 5-kilometer-long street, thunderous congratulations rang out at the same time. This scene was very shocking. The words of congratulations drowned out all the clamor. Even the auspicious clouds in the sky scattered. Blessings rang out, echoing in the clouds. The first Prince Wang Fei wore golden battle armor and a scarlet cloak, bathing in 7-colored auspicious signs. As he rode the fire Qilin, the first prince looked handsome and extraordinary. He looked like he had already become the crown prince of the dynasty, exuding a vast imperial might. The first prince smiled, showing joy on his face. As he looked at the cultivators on both sides, he nodded slightly. Whoosh! 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 Delicate palace maids flew over on red-crowned cranes and scattered 7-colored heavenly pills. Among the large number of rank 5 heavenly pills, there were rank 7 heavenly pills. This immediately caused another commotion. Those who managed to snatch rank 7 heavenly pills rejoiced, unable to stop smiling. Reporting. Qi Province's Marquis Qingping has sent a congratulatory gift, a 100,000-year-old herb king. Right in front of the wedding procession, a fast horse galloped over, and when it approached the procession, as it approached, the cultivator on the horse knelt on the ground and offered a gift to the feudal lords. After receiving the congratulatory gifts, the wedding procession continued forward, heading for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The heavenly book scholar said with some dissatisfaction, "He is not the crown prince yet, and he is already putting on an even grander show than Yan Huang's. To think that all the feudal lords are offering him gifts on the street." The ninth Prince Wang Yan remained silent. Naturally, he understood the first prince's intentions. The first prince wanted to use this wedding to let the world know of his, Wang Fei's, power. Since ancient times, there had been very few people who provided timely help. However, there had never been a lack of people who added flowers to embroidery. With such momentum, the various feudal lords and noble clans who were wavering would definitely side with him. This would make his momentum truly unstoppable. It was easy to imagine that after this wedding, even the 8th prince and the 13th prince would be left far behind by the first prince. As for the other princes, there was no need to mention them. First brother is really going to become the crown prince. The 9th Prince Wang Yan sighed softly. He did not have much of an obsession with the crown prince position. He only worried about the Azure Lotus Church behind the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, a demonic church with deep connections to the Shuawu dynasty. However, no matter how worried the 9th prince was, he could not deny that the first prince's limelight had already surpassed that of all the other princes. At this moment, the first prince felt very pleased with himself. Not only could he obtain the beauty of the top 10 headliner of Yen's city, but he could also use this to build momentum. This was killing many birds with one stone. It could be said to be unparalleled. When the wedding procession stopped about 25 kilometers from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the first prince rode on the fire Qilin, the guardian divine beast of the nation. Under everyone's gazes, the first prince slowly advanced with the wedding procession amid the auspicious signs filling the sky. Finally, the first prince arrived at the very front of the wedding procession on a tall, handsome horse. Wang Fei took a deep breath and shouted in the direction of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, "Wang Fei of the Yanwu dynasty, invite headliner Ling Long to come out and be friends with me forever. We will not leave each other for generations to come. Present the betrothal gifts." Right after Wang Fei spoke, an old man shouted with great vigor. Many cultivators walked out of the wedding procession in an orderly manner. They lined up in rows in the empty space in front, a total of 10,000 people. Whoosh! The more than 1,000 people opened the brocade boxes in their hands at the same time. The treasures and treasures immediately dazzled everyone's eyes. The treasures and treasures formed a seven-colored light that illuminated half of the imperial city. Then, the light coalesced into a seven-colored rainbow bridge that pierced through the sky, extending all the way to the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. There are 10,000 kinds of treasures, all of them different. Every one of them is incredibly precious, worth cities. The first prince's betrothal gifts are truly extraordinary. It is not just extraordinary. It is simply rare in the world. Clearly, these treasures are extraordinary. This seven-colored rainbow bridge seems to light up the entire imperial city's sky. This is simply incredible. The instant the brocade boxes were all opened, all the cultivators in Yan City paying attention to this wedding set the entire imperial city abuzz. Boom! When the seven-colored rainbow bridge extended to the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the hundreds of windows on the majestic top floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion opened. The entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion seemed to burn with a fierce flame. Just as everyone exclaimed in shock, a bright moon slowly rose from the flame mysterious phenomenon. Nearly in that instant, a white-clad woman flew out of each of the 100 windows. She held a basket in her left hand and a sword in her right. Flying together with the moon, she looked extremely beautiful under the moonlight, stunning the world. It's the Azure Lotus Fairy, to think that they all came out. This is too beautiful. I no longer have any regrets being able to witness this scene in my life. All sorts of praises rang out endlessly. All the cultivators who saw this scene were stunned by the group of white-clad women dancing under the moon. Before everyone's anticipation, headliner Ling Long walked out of that bright moon with a veil over her head. Then, she slowly landed on the seven-colored rainbow bridge. The rainbow bridge looked solid. A hazy moonlight covered headliner Ling Long. The instant she appeared, the entire world sank into absolute silence. It was like all the light in the world focused on her. Ling Long was like a fairy walking out of the moon palace, descending to the mortal world step by step. At this moment, Wang Fei, who originally only treated this as a show, felt a ripple in his heart. Light flickered in his eyes. Ling Long did indeed possess outstanding beauty and air. She was a peerless beauty, inspiring one's imagination. I want the world, but I cannot lack beauties. Wang Fei revealed a faint smile on his face. Only then can this be considered perfect. However, something strange happened just at this moment. Suddenly, a vast and majestic Swona sound rang out in this absolutely quiet world. This tune appeared very abruptly. There was no warning at all, no indication at all. Just like that, it was grand and majestic, containing a trace of solemnity and desolation. It ignited everyone's anticipation as it appeared abruptly. This was a tune that no one had experienced before. It appeared just like that, catching everyone off guard. Dang! 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 When the Swona sound turned deep and deep, the sound of metal clanging rang out. Lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness instantly surged in everyone's hearts. Soon after, many pipa sounds rang out at the same time. The fingers of the musicians moved quickly, and the pipa sounds were like 10,000 rivers moving at the same time, each wave louder than the last, each faster than the last. The lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness in everyone's hearts seemed to turn into a river, gushing towards their hearts. This made their hearts pound endlessly, like they would leap out of their chests at any moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone's gazes immediately shifted away from the peerless Ling Long. No matter how reluctant they felt, they could not stop the hot-bloodedness in their hearts from gushing out. Only such a soul-stirring tune could make people's gazes shift away from Ling Long's stunning figure. The 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden. When the crowd saw the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden, they exclaimed in shock. However, what was even more unbelievable was that these 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden were all wearing white mourning clothes, without exception. Today was the first prince's grand wedding. Why did the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden come in mourning clothes? The impact of this was like a horrifying wave, questioning everyone's heart. Chapter 2258. Unexpectedly, at the grandest moment of the wedding, when everyone was attracted by headliner Ling Long's beauty, the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden performed a song with a majestic aura that made everyone's blood surge. Wearing mourning clothes, the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden performed a song with a majestic aura that made everyone's blood surge. An invisible barrier stood between the ice coffin and this sun, splitting the sky into two extremes. When facing the laughing saber and sword performed by 100 soul treasures, they felt a mountain-like pressure and quickly retreated. The pressure stuck in their chests with nowhere to vent, making them feel incredibly uncomfortable. Just as the spectators discussed this, the veiled woman snorted coldly. That ice coffin under the barrier brought an unparalleled chill. Heavy snow drifted down from the sky, creating the mysterious phenomenon everyone saw. Before the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden's performance stopped, the mysterious phenomenon appeared again. Heavy snow drifted down from the sky. The white jade capital in the sky, the 5 cities in the 12 pavilions. Immortals touch my head, tying my hair and receiving eternal life. The veiled woman stopped walking and pulled up her veil, looking over with her pretty eyes. The first prince's expression remained calm. No fluster could be seen on his face. In mere moments, the snow covered the ground. A thick layer of silver instantly covered the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Fortunately, the two sides only fought near the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Otherwise, half the city would have been torn down. Kong Feiyun, one of the few royal clan experts in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, was in the imperial capital. The veiled woman shouted, and the white-clothed women around her began to sway. They used sword lights to form a budding, powerful peony. When they spread their arms at the same time, it looked like the peony was blooming. Just as the flood was about to crush the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, a shout resounded in the clouds. However, this hot-bloodedness contained a trace of tragedy. The newcomers were actually the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden. Furthermore, all of them wore mourning clothes. The first prince had already set up many guards on both sides of the street. He had also hidden several experts. While everyone was caught off guard, the two's figures clashed, and their sabers and swords hummed. Fearful of Huai, he wanted to ascend to the sky and kill the group of immortals. Whoosh! Wang Yan's expression turned grave as he said, "I know that. However, why did this golden crow come to my imperial capital Yen City? Furthermore, it appeared at Big Brother's wedding in that ice coffin?" He took off his hood, pushed through the crowd in front of the window, and looked up at the sky. The 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden were already arriving at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Before the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden could answer, they saw the flood of people arriving at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. That is. Wang Yan was stunned, feeling some disbelief. How terrifying. A battle between peak sovereign emperors is probably only at this level. Countless petals fell from the sea of flowers that covered Yen City. It was like a storm, densely packed and falling towards the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden. This caused all the swordsmen within 10,000 miles to raise their eyebrows. High up in the sky, in the distant streets, a piercing light lit up the sky as if two suns had appeared in the sky. What were they here for? No one knew, but they were definitely not here to congratulate him. So. Clang. The newcomer showed a calm expression on his face. He held a sword and stood on flowing light, looking like an immortal as he soared through the air. The 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden, who were still 50 kilometers away, were immediately ambushed. In the pavilions on both sides of the street, a horrifying sovereign emperor's might spread out from this person. This person was actually a terrifying six-veined sovereign emperor expert. This sword strike scattered the various mysterious phenomena, shocking the surroundings. Such a scene looked incredibly horrifying, eliciting startled cries. The genuine fairy basket in Wang Yan's hands suddenly flew out, and countless flowers flew out. A sea of flowers covered Yan's city, covering the sky and sun. This superior grade soul tool that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years erupted with its startling might and pressure. The fight between the two quickly reached a startling level. Gasp! Just as everyone cheered inside that this sword finally arrived, a saber light appeared in this shocking world. A saber light appeared, and a saber hum tore through the clouds, turning the world black and white. Aside from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, all the other buildings within 5,000 kilometers collapsed, turning into rubble. Just as the flower petals filling the sky were about to swallow up the 100 fairies of the pear garden, the music changed wildly. This was a poem, a legend. It was grand and imposing, shocking everyone and making their blood surge. An old man dashed out from beside the first prince and bellowed. The ninth Prince Wang Yan revealed a confused expression in the pavilion. What's going on? Are the 100 fairies of the pear garden going to rebel? Now, it suddenly started snowing heavily, and the coldness of the snow could be felt. This chill made many of the people with high cultivations in the imperial capital Yan city shiver from the cold. Sword lights spread out, sweeping out in all directions. These thousands of sword lights shattered the scattered mysterious phenomena. There seemed to be an ice coffin hovering under the sun. There was no need to report. With the first prince's cultivation, he could clearly see the scene in front. The 100 fairies of the pear garden moved like a hot knife through butter. The ensemble was like 10,000 rivers flowing together, appearing unstoppable. A figure in colorful clothes soared into the sky from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It was the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master. She held a sword in one hand and the authentic fairy basket in the other. On the Rainbow Bridge, headliner Ling Long instantly paled. Her body even wobbled somewhat. The 100 fairies of the pear garden, Suyi, remained calm in the face of danger. She pressed her index finger on the zither strings and started to vibrate endlessly. Immediately, the tune of the ensemble changed. The heavenly book scholar at the side said softly, "Your Highness, that is the golden crow holy beast. There is no need to doubt it. However, this holy beast is still young. It is not as scary as the legends make it out to be. However, it still cannot be underestimated." All the cultivators in the imperial capital Yen City were startled. The two sides had only exchanged blows for a moment, but they already caused huge destruction. Ling Long, who was on the Rainbow Bridge, felt her heart skip a beat. The uneasy mood that she had been feeling for the past few days reached its peak at this moment. The flute music, the zither, and the pipa changed. Rumble. At the same time, miserable cries rang out. These were the guards of the 100 fairies of the pear garden, who had charged over. Before the guards could get close, the sound waves shattered their internal organs. They bled out of their 7 orifices and died, a cruel sight to behold. The instant Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun passed each other, they exchanged glances and smiled. "Your Highness, should I make a move?" Boom! Immediately, a sword intent tore through the air like a rainbow. All the elegance of the world seemed to focus on this sword light. Many cultivators wearing battle armor leaped out and drew their weapons. Surging with killing chi, they charged at the 100 fairies of the pear garden. Azure water, orange light fills the clear sky, Linglong Pagoda's full moon hangs. Under the lead of the veiled woman, all the azure lotus sword immortals danced in the air. Just at this moment, a flash of sword light appeared in the sky, appearing at the perfect time. This sword light appeared when everyone's blood surged and their chests felt blocked, but they had nowhere to vent it. The 100 fairies of the pear garden. You are seeking death. To think that you dare to cause trouble at the first prince's wedding. It's Kong Feiyun, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Senior Kong. With Senior Kong around, the 100 fairies of the pear garden should not be able to cause much trouble. falling dust peony, falling petals profusion. The vast and unrivaled 100 fairies of the pear garden faced resistance for the first time. Su Yi, who was playing the zither, leaked out a corner of her lips, and her complexion paled slightly. The black-clad Kong Feiyan behind her said sullenly. In an instant, snow covered the imperial city. Everyone who paid attention to this wedding in the imperial capital Yen City revealed confused expressions. They could not understand what was going on. Great ripples appeared in the air, appearing boundlessly strange. They were waiting for a sword that could save the world, waiting for a sword that could clear everyone's hot-bloodedness and impulses. A bright light shone above the barrier, illuminating the 9 heavens. The azure lotus sword dance and the 100 fairies of the pear garden actually clashed. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, who could have imagined that the sound that contained Emperor's might and soul energy? It was like mud falling into the sea, instantly vanishing, not hindering it at all. In the blink of an eye, everyone was thrown off their feet. The majestic procession was thrown into chaos. Bang! The swaying sword lights layered over each other, appearing dense and illusory. This sight amazed everyone. Above the clouds and under the bright moon, the dreamlike dance looked unparalleled, shocking the world in the snowstorm. Ice coffin. Azure lotus sword dance, unparalleled in the world. Even a peak sovereign emperor would not have an advantage when fighting with the azure lotus sword in the imperial capital. If the azure lotus sword fell, the 100 fairies of the pear garden would suffer severe injuries, even dying on the spot, given the might of the authentic fairy basket. However, the 100 fairies of the pear garden played an unprecedented piece. The music was ear-splitting. Despite the immense pressure, the 100 fairies of the pear garden played an unending tune, not pausing at all. The 100 fairies of the pear garden's thunderous voice contained the sound of the great Tao. They wanted to use their cultivation to scatter the laughing saber and sword that the 100 fairies of the pear garden played. A moment ago, the weather was still very good. The sun shone brightly in the blue sky. The 100 fairies of the pear garden held their soul tool instruments, wearing mourning clothes. They showed no expression as they focused on playing their instruments. Your First Highness, the situation is not good. The 100 fairies of the pear garden are actually holding soul tools. More than 1,000 of the Divine Guard's brothers have died. The 3 sovereign emperor leaders are already severely injured. Bang! However, what's going on with the ice coffin below? A melodious hum rang out, accompanied by the 100 fairies of the pear garden's wildly changing music. It scattered all the incoming flower petals and soared into the clouds without losing any momentum. Everyone, don't panic. The wedding will continue. It is just a group of women. They will not be able to disrupt the first prince's wedding. The nearby pavilions seemed to have been crushed by a torrent and collapsed one after another. The spectators fled in a fluster. They had not expected the 100 fairies of the pear garden to work together and erupt with such horrifying might. It looks like many people do not want the first prince's wedding to proceed smoothly. The white-clad women holding swords in the surroundings sang in unison, dancing with the veiled woman in the center. It was at least 100 miles away. However, before the person arrived, his voice arrived first, attracting everyone's attention. They could bring out the dynasty's holy might to its limits, making them unrivaled among great perfection's sovereign emperors. The hot-blooded spectators felt their hearts clench, feeling an impulse. So cold. So cold. When the fire Qilin caught the fire Qilin in his hand, he frowned slightly. It's snowing? The fire Qilin, the divine horse guarding the fire Qilin, neighed for some reason as if it encountered a strong enemy. This startled Wang Fei, who was on the fire Qilin's back. He quickly tried to comfort the fire Qilin. However, when he looked down, he saw a few snowflakes drifting down. Heavens! What am I seeing? The festive atmosphere of the wedding vanished. Pooh, damn it! Why did it suddenly become so cold? Ah! Everyone, quickly look. It's snowing. It's snowing. The Golden Crow Holy Beast. That is the Golden Crow Empire's holy beast. It turns out that it really exists. I always thought it was just a legend. A general knelt in front of the fire Qilin, his forehead covered in sweat as he spoke in a trembling voice. From a distance, the 100 fairies of the pear garden were still very far away. In the next moment, the generals pushed off the air at the same time. One saber and one sword charged towards the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion without hesitation. Did you all notice that the Yen Emperor has not made a move yet? The other peak factions that can stop this storm have not made a move either. Something seems strange here. Flower petals fell from the sky. Each petal was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. No one could stop them from falling. Before the person arrived, the sound wave arrived first. Immediately, celestial music spread out, boundlessly vast. Just as the petal was about to swallow up the fairy maiden pavilion, a sword broke it. It was like an immortal descending to the world and bestowing supreme divine power on her. This was to prevent people from causing trouble. Furthermore, the immortal had issued a kill order beforehand. No matter who dared to cause trouble at the wedding, they would all be killed without mercy. The other musicians all suffered significant injuries. The first prince's expression turned extremely sullen. This was especially so when he saw the ice coffin in the sky. The first prince sang, and the surging flood materialized by the laughing daughter's saber and sword immediately showed 10,000 mysterious phenomena. Pu Ci. Although the first prince's voice did not have the expected effect, the name of this old man startled everyone. When the saber and sword clashed, they did not fight for victory or glory. They fought for the fate of the mortal world, for lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. Chapter 2259. Afraid of Huai's heart soaring, wanting to soar to the sky and kill immortals. The instant Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun clashed their sabers and swords, breaking the strike of the genuine fairy basket, they each turned into a beam of rainbow light. One saber, one sword, and one saber, they headed for the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Up in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the veiled woman showed a slightly unsightly expression. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun broke the peak strike of the genuine fairy basket. However, the veiled woman did not have much time to lament, as Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun arrived before her in an instant. Peonies bloom, and spring fills the world. The veiled woman shouted again. The sea of flowers covering Yen City spun continuously with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion as the center. The surrounding white-clad women continuously danced around the veiled woman with their swords. The Azure Lotus Sword Immortals executed their powerful sword dance again, looking like an immortal flower spinning quickly. Dang! 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 The sword dance blocked Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun, preventing them from getting close. The two turned into two beams of rainbow light, continuously attacking the group of Azure Lotus Sword Immortals. In that instant, tinkling sounds filled the air, echoing endlessly and resounding in the clouds. From the outside, it looked like a peony blooming at the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, stirring up a sea of flowers. The two beams of rainbow light surrounded the peony, continuously turning mysterious phenomena in the air. However, they could not penetrate it. After stabilizing the situation, the veiled woman shouted angrily and activated the genuine fairy basket again. A tornado made of flower petals surged over, forcing back Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun. Below, Su Ye's expression changed slightly when she saw the situation. The 10 fingers crisscrossed, and the zither music changed again. The other women moved with it. Immediately, the tune sounded like a clear spring in the mountains. Flowing water struck rocks, reverberating endlessly and looking as gentle as jade. The zither infused Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun with tangible energy. Their divine energy and soul energy soared rapidly. It was so much so that one could see with the naked eye that wisps of spiritual light formed by the tune entered their bodies. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun had grave expressions on their faces as they looked at the tornadoes formed by the sea of flowers. Within the tornado, the veiled woman and green lotus sword fairy hid within it. Using the sword dance to activate the tornado, it violently attacked. On the surface, the two of them seemed to be quite relaxed, but in reality, they were facing an enormous pressure that outsiders did not know about. Even though the 100 fairies of the pear garden were continuously injecting spiritual energy into it, it was not enough. However, the tornadoes formed by the sea of flowers could only retreat step by step. If it were an ordinary sovereign emperor, they would have been smashed to death by this storm in just one exchange, torn to shreds. Xiao Chen, with our strength, we can't break through this sea of flowers by ourselves. Xiao Chen, who was brandishing his saber and fighting against the tornado, heard Chu Chaoyun's voice. He was referring to the sea of flowers, not the tornado in front of him. Indeed, while it looked like there was only one tornado, the true source of this tornado was the entire sea of flowers covering the imperial capital. The entire sea of flowers covering the imperial capital came from the power of the genuine fairy basket. It was already a peak superior grade soul tool. Furthermore, the many azure lotus sword fairies worked together to drive it, bringing out the fairy basket's might to its limits. If not for the 100 fairies of the pear garden support, the two would not be able to last one exchange against this tornado. The azure lotus sword fairy took the initiative to attack. She stirred up the sea of flowers and materialized the tornado, bringing out the true fairy basket's might to its limits. The storm slowly surged forward. The 100 fairies of the pear garden relied on Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun to hold on. If Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun could not hold on, the 100 fairies of the pear garden would not be able to escape destruction. The reason was that the soul tools of the 100 fairies of the pear garden were slightly inferior to the original fairy basket, which had been passed down for a long time. What do you think? One more dance. We need to bring out the laughing saber and sword's might beyond normal before we can break this tornado. After that, we need to take down that veiled woman in one go. Otherwise, we do not stand much of a chance of victory. All right. Xiao Chen did not hesitate, choosing to trust Chu Chaoyun unconditionally. The two exchanged glances. Immediately, a kind of tacit understanding passed through each other's hearts. A clash of sabers and swords required extremely high tacit understanding for perfect execution. Such tacit understanding could only be achieved by trusting one's life and death to the other. Everyone watched as the azure lotus sword fairy pushed Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun back like a hot knife through butter. The two of them suddenly made an action that shocked everyone. At the same time, they stopped using the weapons in their hands to block the tornado. Just as everyone cried out in shock, the tornado looked like it would swallow up Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun. Then, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun turned into two beams of rainbow light again, clashing with this tornado. The two brought out their saber Great Dao and sword Great Dao to their limits. Before the tornado formed by flower petals, the two's auras flourished. The instant they clashed, it even looked like the two had a deep grudge against each other. Such a scene was incredibly shocking. If one really wanted to kill or had a weaker tacit understanding, they would either die to the other party or the tornado. Dang! However, when the saber and sword clashed, accompanied by the music of the 100 fairies of the pear garden, it looked like the two were in a life and death battle. A vast aura that could shake the world erupted. The two vividly brought out the ancient contradiction of the clash of sabers and swords. At this moment, the two forgot everything else, only having each other in their eyes. Decades of life and death grudges and entangled fates perfectly materialized in this clash of sabers and swords. Furthermore, the two possessed outstanding talent in the saber Dao and the sword Dao. As the 100 fairies of the pear garden sang the laughter of the saber and sword, the world entered a profound state. Everything else in the world seemed to become a side character, just a stage for the two to clash of sabers and swords. It's done. Among the 100 fairies of the pear garden, Suye's eyes turned moist. The zither in her hand released a weak light. There was no need for her to do anything. As the saber and sword clashed, the aftershocks from the clash naturally played. The other women also discovered this scene in surprise. Then, they released their instruments. They allowed the aftershocks from the clash of sabers and swords to freely play the laughter of the saber and sword. Rumble. The instant the mysterious phenomenon appeared, the sea of flowers covering the sky of the imperial capital shrank continuously. The sea of flowers looked like a funnel, retracting into the authentic fairy basket at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. In the instant that the sea of flowers disappeared, the tornado suddenly dissipated. Dozens of green lotus sword immortals. The dozens of azure lotus sword immortals revealed their true forms and vomited a mouthful of blood, knocked back. How could it be like this? The veiled woman paled, and blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. This was completely unexpected. To think that the azure lotus sword immortals would lose to the 100 fairies of the pear garden, in such a sorry state before everyone. Now, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun separated from each other again. Each of them transformed into a streak of light and charged toward the green lotus sword fairy. The moment the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. Boundless chaos, heaven and earth sword dance. The two took advantage of the clash of the saber and sword to create their strongest momentum and unleash their killer moves. In an instant, saber light and sword shadows flashed, and green lotus sword immortals were cut down one after another. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. After a while, only 3 people remained on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, and the veiled woman, who was kneeling on the rooftop with a sword and a saber on her neck. Snowflakes reappeared in the sky that was previously covered by the sea of flowers. Pa pa pa. Just at this moment, applause suddenly rang out. The first prince, Wang Fei, was riding on the nation's guardian divine horse, the fire Qilin. He was alone in the ruins, clapping his hands as he walked out. Lord Xiao. Thank you for giving me such a big gift for my wedding. Thank you for your kindness. However, it wouldn't be good if someone died. You can leave now. Wang Fei said with an indifferent expression. As soon as he finished speaking, rumble. Rumbling footsteps resounded throughout the world, causing the entire world to tremble. Countless armored figures surged over from all directions, surrounding the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and the 100 fairies of the pear garden in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The encirclement was airtight. Xiao Chen looked around. Banners fluttered, and people moved. This Wang Fei actually mobilized the entire divine guards while the 2 sides were fighting. I wonder if the 100 fairies of the pear garden still have the strength to fight and break out of my divine guard's encirclement. The first prince, Wang Fei, said indifferently as he looked coldly at the exhausted Su Yi and the others, speaking calmly. It's over. The first prince's move is truly unrivaled. He mobilized the entire divine guards. No wonder he did not make a move earlier. It turns out that he was preparing this trump card. This trump card is the first prince's true trump card. Although a small number of top-notch experts are very intimidating, they are not enough. Although the few peak experts are very intimidating, it will be somewhat difficult to surround Xiao Chen and the others. There will always be a chance to leave. Right now, the entire Yanwu dynasty's elite army has surrounded them. There is no chance for them to leave. Furthermore, there are the noble clan experts waiting outside. This is simply a flawless plan. No one expected the situation to turn around so quickly. Xiao Chen and the 100 fairies of the pear garden could not escape in the blink of an eye. However, after thinking about it, they felt that this was only natural. After all, this was the imperial capital, Yan City. If not for the other princes restraining the Yan emperor, preventing him from making a move, this farce would have ended before it started. However, now that the first prince brought out his trump card, it was time for everything to end. Boom! However, something strange happened just at this moment. A terrifying killing chi suddenly appeared outside the city. That was the horrifying killing chi that could only be materialized when countless soldiers who had killed in hundreds of battles gathered together. The killing chi was like a strong snowstorm. The instant it arrived, the world seemed to turn into a cruel battlefield. A scarlet cloud streaked across the sky, looking like a sharp knife piercing through the sky and arriving in an instant. The person leading the group wore battle armor and rode a phoenix blood eagle king. He said, "Big brother, it is best not to go overboard with some things." More than 10,000 people rode phoenix blood eagles behind this person. They all showed no expression, looking like Azuras that came out of purgatory. It's the Blood Eagle army. Why did the 9th Prince's Blood Eagle army suddenly appear? The Blood Eagle army's horrifying killing chi spread out, forcing the God's Will army to change their encirclement and retreat behind the first prince. Now, Shao Qin, Chu Chaoyun, and the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden stood in the middle of the two armies. The trump card that the first prince was so proud of instantly crumbled, vanishing without a trace. Wang Fei's calm expression immediately turned enraged. Ninth brother, do you know what you are doing? Even you want to oppose me? Wang Yan retorted calmly, big brother, should be the one saying that to you. Do you know what you are doing? Since an outsider has the courage to stop this wedding, all the more I should step forward. It is time for this wedding to end. Wang Feilai's expression turned uncertain. As he looked at the Blood Eagle army, he felt so angry that his chest heaved up and down. Previously, no matter what Shao Qin did, Wang Feilai did not fear it at all. This was because Wang Feilai had the trump card of the Divine Will army. This army was made up of holy venerates. With the battle armor and the support of the dynasty's emperor's might, they could form battle formations. Even a peak sovereign emperor would have to retreat if they charged forward. However, now that Wang Yan appeared with the Blood Eagle army, the situation immediately turned against Wang Feilai. Wang Feilai knew that many princes were waiting in the dark to see him make a fool of himself, not wanting his wedding to proceed normally. If this dragged on, when these people stepped forward like Lord Jiao, the wedding would be ruined. However, Wang Feilai could not think of a good solution right now. Wang Feilai still had several trump cards that he could use. However, this involved the Shuewu dynasty, the Black Lotus Church, and the Azure Lotus Church, so he could not bring them out in the open. Big brother, how long are you going to remain stubborn? Just give up. Wang Yan advised again from the Phoenix Blood Eagle King's back. The entire Blood Eagle army took advantage of the situation to press forward. Who dares to take another step forward? However, just at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly rang out. A sword move appeared with this voice. The Blood Eagle army, which had just taken a step forward, was forced back. Several Phoenix Blood Eagles shrieked in shock as they were forced back by this sword move. One person and one sword forced back an army. A figure slowly descended from the sky and hovered in the air. As this figure stood in the air, he raised his eyebrows and looked at the Blood Eagle army. In that instant, several warriors on the Blood Eagle Kings felt a sword intent attack them. Blood leaked out of their mouths as they soared into the air and continuously retreated. Even the 9th Prince Wang Yan was no exception. With just one glance, this person nearly defeated the entire Blood Eagle army, reducing them to a sorry state. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? Such horrifying combat prowess completely surpassed everyone's understanding, so they all looked over. When everyone clearly saw the appearance of this person, they all turned pale, somewhat speechless. It was that person who had always existed in the legends of the imperial capital Yen City. To think that he appeared at this wedding and stood on the first prince's side. Ha 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 ha. How mighty. Su Hanshan, come and try attacking me. Just as the cultivators of the imperial capital Yen City were about to cry out in shock, a beggar walked out of the snowstorm and spoke with a smile as he looked at the sky. This call of Su Hanshan scared many people out of their wits. Unexpectedly, someone dared to directly address the sword by its name. His tone was filled with mockery. Chapter 2260. How awe-inspiring. Su Hanshan, come and try attacking me. The incredibly sloppy-looking beggar appeared out of nowhere in the rubble of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Then, he stood on a piece of rubble and looked up. No matter how one looked at it, such a person did not look like an expert. However, this beggar just stood up and smiled as he looked at the sword god in the sky. He directly addressed the sword god by name, Su Hanshan. Who was Su Hanshan? Probably every cultivator in the imperial capital Yen City had heard of his name. When he was very young, his elders had told him about his deeds over and over again. Su Hanshan was the pride of the Yenwu dynasty, a living legend. His name resounded like thunder, but few people had seen him in person. However, the moment he appeared, he hugged his sword and raised his eyebrows, scaring away the Blood Eagle army. There was no need to guess his identity. Aside from the sword god, Su Hanshan, no one else in the imperial capital Yen City possessed such strength. Many people had seen his portrait before. However, when they saw his true appearance, they did not dare to cry out, fearing that they would profane this person. This was especially so for the swordsmen present. They were already incredibly excited. Just seeing him once made their blood surge. Several people even knelt and worshipped him, all because he was the sword god, Su Hanshan. Everyone thought that the first prince's wedding would be settled after the sword god appeared. Who could have imagined that a beggar would appear out of nowhere and call out the sword god's name in a carefree manner, not showing any fear? Who is this beggar? He even dares to call out the sword god's name. Is he tired of living? Damn it. He is simply profaning the sword god. Some people did not understand, and some were upset. However, Su Hanshan did not make a move. He once said that no one dared to take a step forward. In that instant, no one dared to move. Su Hanshan's gaze forced back the entire Blood Eagle army. However, when this beggar appeared, Su Hanshan did not make a move. The strangeness of this immediately inspired speculation. At the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Xiao Chen, who already despaired, immediately felt some hope when he saw the beggar appear. However, he found this inconceivable, too shocking. The other party was Su Hanshan, the sword god Su Hanshan. What gave the beggar the confidence to stand out? You are here to join in the excitement as well? However, something even more inconceivable happened. Su Hanshan actually attacked the beggar. His tone was as if he was talking to someone of the same generation, and it instantly caused an uproar. This beggar was actually old friends with Su Hanshan. You can join in, but I can't. Hee, if we're talking about connections, I'm more involved than you. Originally, I didn't want to interfere in this matter, but since you've come out regardless of your status, it would be too heartless of me to not show myself. The beggar covered his face with his hands and combed his messy hair. He revealed a dirty face, but the smile on his face was clean and pure. It made people feel at ease, like a spring breeze caressing their faces. No one would have thought that this was the smile of a beggar. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, his heart immediately trembled, and his expression changed slightly. This smile. The first time he saw this beggar, he felt that this beggar's smile was somewhat familiar. It was exceptionally clean. But at that time, he didn't have time to think too much about it. Today, he saw that smile again in this kind of situation. A name immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, and he could not help feeling shocked. You know who he is? Chu Chaoyun asked when he noticed the strange expression on Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen nodded. I know. If I'm not wrong, he is from the same place as you and me. The Kunlun realm? Yes. A bright light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes as he looked at this beggar. He simply could not believe that this beggar was the person Xiao Chen mentioned. I couldn't defeat you 100 years ago, and I probably can't defeat you now either. What do you want? Speak. Su Hanshan said calmly with an indifferent expression. That might not be the case. I have not improved at all in the past 100 years. You can try drawing your sword. The beggar's smile remained the same as he said softly. Whoosh. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Many people were even more stunned by Su Hanshan's words. It turned out that Su Hanshan was not just an old acquaintance. The two even fought 100 years ago, and Su Henin did not win. It's him. I know who he is. It's the Spring Snow Bladesman, Pan Huang. The bladesmen present connected Su Hanshan's words and guessed the beggar's identity. The Spring Snow Bladesman, Pan Huang. This was another legend, a bladesman whose name resounded like thunder but faded from everyone's sight long ago. Pan Huang's deeds were no less legendary than Su Hanshan's. Instead, he was even more legendary. Who could have imagined that the first prince's wedding would first cause the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden and the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal to fight? Now, it was even more exaggerated. Two legendary figures actually appeared at the same time. The clash between Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun between the saber and the sword was about to happen in reality. Su Hanshan, the strongest person of the sword Dao, and Pan Huang, the strongest person of the saber Dao. Just thinking about the clash between the two excited everyone. However, everyone was very clear that Su Hanshan and Pan Huang would definitely not fight. Even if they did, they would not do it in the imperial capital, Yan City, with so many people watching. However, Pan Huang's words, "You can try drawing your sword," still filled everyone with anticipation. What if he really drew his sword? Su Hanshan stared at Pan Huang and said sullenly, "There is no need. Either I don't draw my sword, or once I do, even if it is life and death, victory will be decided." Pan Huang smiled faintly and said, "Su Henin, in that case, there is indeed no need for you to draw your sword. Didn't you see the clash between the saber and the sword of the two little fellows earlier? What we are fighting for is not victory or defeat, not glory or disgrace, but the fate of the mortal world." Su Hanshan showed an indifferent expression. "You have your Tao, and I have mine. In my heart, the sword will always reign supreme. My heart for the sword has never changed, not even for 1,000 years or 10,000 years." The beggar no longer tried to persuade Su Henin. He said sullenly, "Very well. In that case, I won't speak nonsense with you. Neither of us need to make the decision for this wedding. Let her make the decision." Pan Huang pointed at headliner Ling Long, who was on the rainbow bridge in the sky. The first Prince Wang Fei's expression changed slightly as he said, "No way. This is my wedding. I cannot allow others to make the decision for me. Is it your place to speak? Not even if your father came." "Scram!" the beggar roared. This was the first time Xiao Chen saw the beggar, who had a frivolous smile. A saber light seemed to flash in the beggar's eyes. When the beggar swept his cold gaze across, the Divine Guard's army was struck by a saber and knocked back 50 kilometers. In that instant, a vast crowd surrounded Wang Fei. When he looked up, he saw that he was the only one left riding on the flame Qilin. The army that had been surrounding him a moment ago was swept away like trash. Fear flashed in Wang Fei's eyes. He wanted to check if he was injured or not. However, when he saw the beggar's gaze, he did not dare to act rashly. Su Hanshan remained expressionless, acting like he did not hear anything. After a while, he looked at Ling Long and said, "You make the decision." Whoosh! After obtaining Su Hanshan's approval, Ling Long did not give Wang Fei another look. She directly landed before Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun. Ling Long glanced at the veiled woman coldly before looking at Xiao Chen. Her voice trembled as she said, "Lord Xiao, that ice coffin in the sky." Xiao Chen did not say anything, only nodding silently. Boom! Ling Long immediately felt like she had been struck by lightning. Indeed, this was the worst possible outcome. "Ling Long, listen to me. He is already dead. Don't overthink it. Since you are the one making the decision now, just agree to the first prince's request. In the future, when he ascends to the throne and becomes the Yan Emperor, you..." The veiled woman grasped this opportunity, wanting to win Ling Long over and make the right decision for her. Bang! However, right after Ling Long spoke, a short sword flew out of her sleeve and pierced the veiled woman's mouth the moment she opened it. "You promised me that you would protect his life." Ling Long's expression turned frosty as she looked at the veiled woman coldly, not showing any pity in her eyes. Xiao Chen looked at the veiled woman, who was already dead. Then, he moved the saber away from her neck and said, "Headliner Ling Long, my little martial nephew is already dead. However, that beggar uncle brought him an ice coffin to protect his soul and prevent it from scattering. It can extend his life. Perhaps he will wake up one day. I want to leave this place with him. Can you bring me away?" Ling Long sounded fatigued. There was no sorrow or pain in her eyes, but it made one's heart ache. "Sure. I'll get the golden crow to bring you away." Before everyone's eyes, headliner Ling Long soared into the sky and mounted the golden crow above the clouds. Then, she left with the ice coffin. From start to end, Ling Long did not even look at Wang Fei. Wang Fei, who was on the fire Qilin, flushed. He felt like someone had slapped him swollen. To think that he could not even defeat a dead person. On the day of his wedding, a dead person snatched away his bride. This was definitely the greatest joke since the establishment of the Yanwu dynasty. Chapter 2261. The first prince watched helplessly as his bride rode away on the divine bird, the golden crow. At this moment, many princes snickered in their hearts. The first prince knew that his father would not appear to uphold justice for him after such a huge commotion. He also knew who was the one who had done this. His father doted on little 13th the most. He refused to believe that little 13th did not do something this time. The 8th prince probably put in a lot of effort as well. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial patriarchs still did not arrive. Barring any surprises, little 13th prince must have done something. However, the one that enraged the first prince the most was the 9th prince. To think that the 9th prince Wang Yan directly led the Blood Eagle army to Yan's city, standing out to oppose him. If not for the Blood Eagle army putting the first prince in the most dangerous situation, Su Hanshan would not have appeared. If Su Hanshan did not show up, that Pan Huang would not show up either. However, there were no ifs in this world. Everything had already happened and could not be undone. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master died, and headliner Ling Long chose to leave. Only Wang Yan remained in the vast rubble. He was like a joke, receiving everyone's pity and mockery. This wedding caused a huge commotion. Practically everyone in the world paid attention to it. Everyone knew about it. The entire imperial capital paid attention to it. The 100 feudal lords and 18 noble clans all came to offer their congratulations. Wang Yan showed off his luck, appearing awe-inspiring. However, everything changed now. Wang Yan got slapped in the face again and again. In the end, he could not even compete with a dead man. Ling Long chose to leave with Ling Yu's ice coffin, not even willing to look at Wang Yan. The country and beauty became nothing. Su Hanshan looked around. However, he did not look at the dispirited Wang Fei. Instead, his gaze fell on Su Yi. Whoosh! Su Hanshan's figure flashed, and he appeared before Su Yi. After some thought, he asked, "How have you been?" Su Yi trembled slightly. Unexpectedly, the godlike old ancestor of the Su clan, Su Hanshan, still remembered her. "I'm fine." Su Hanshan said calmly, "Your father has always missed you. Go back with you. My Su clan's bloodline flows in your veins. Your talent should not be wasted." Su Yi immediately felt angry in her heart. It turned out that he had taken a fancy to her talent. She immediately said in a sullen voice, "Thank you, clan ancestor, for your concern. In this lifetime, Su Yi will never return to the Su clan, much less meet that man who is worse than a beast." Seeing the undisguised disgust and hatred in Su Ye's eyes, Su Hanshan fell silent. He also knew about what had happened back then. However, a lady from a brothel would not have a good reputation. It would be better if Su Ye's father was not the family head. However, now that he had become the clan head, he definitely could not allow his mother to be the official wife anymore. Otherwise, how would the family head's face remain? Whoosh! Seeing Su Ye's attitude, Su Henin did not try to persuade her any further. Instead, he simply said, "If you're willing, you can come back anytime you want." Upon seeing this, Pan Huang did not linger, leaving as well. With their current strength, they could practically come and go as they pleased in any forbidden area of the Great Thousand World. As for Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun, they did not have such strength, so it would be difficult for them to leave. The two leaped down from the top of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and landed among the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden. After Xiao Chen and Su Yi nodded slightly, they arrived among the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden and stood before a woman holding a bamboo flute. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks, Holy Daughter, for coming to help. I am filled with endless gratitude." That was right. The woman playing the bamboo flute among the 100 fairies of the pear garden was the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter that Xiao Qin had sent a letter to. However, her face remained shrouded in a layer of fog, making others automatically overlook her. Furthermore, she hid among the 100 fairies of the pear garden, so she did not attract much attention. In fact, no one even knew about her. However, this was in line with the holy daughter's style. The Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land had always been neutral, not getting involved in any disputes. Coming to help was already the holy daughter's bottom line. Young Master Xiao is too polite. My Heavenly Fragrance owes you a debt of gratitude. How can I not come? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter smiled faintly. She clearly stood in front of Xiao Qin, but she gave off the feeling of being 500 kilometers away, as distant as that. The holy daughter gave off a natural sense of distance, preventing others from getting close. Xiao Qin, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarch's people are here. Sui said as she pointed to a group of black dots rapidly flying over from the distance. When Xiao Qin looked in the direction of Xiao Chen's finger, he saw the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs with extraordinary cultivations. Xiao Qin was not surprised by the appearance of this group of people. In fact, he even felt that they were a little late. Presumably, the prince, who was secretly helping, saw that the wedding had been destroyed. There was no need to continue helping to block the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs. Just let them come and cause trouble for Xiao Qin. So. In the blink of an eye, this group of people led by the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor appeared before Xiao Qin and the 100 fairies of the pear garden. Greetings, Patriarch. Xiao Qin cupped his hands and said. Lord Xiao, how impressive. Come with me. You are the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector, so it is not convenient for me to kill you. I will discuss this matter with your Alliance Master before deciding how to punish you. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor looked coldly at Xiao Qin, showing no expression on his face. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor did not give Xiao Qin a chance to explain, nor did he intend to waste his breath. Needless to say, after causing such a huge commotion, nearly tearing down half of Yen City, Xiao Qin had definitely caused a great disaster. No matter how good the reason was, there was no way to explain what happened before Xiao Qin. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor wanted to take down Xiao Qin, but Xiao Qin was not in the right. Even if he brought this matter to Hua Tianyang would not side with him. Xiao Qin looked around, hoping to see the beggar's figure. However, there was no trace of the beggar at all. If Pan Huang were here, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs would not dare to ask. However, Pan Huang clearly did not want to care about this matter. Since Su Hanshan left, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs left as well. Count me in. If you want to take him away, then take me away, Xiao Qin said as he stepped forward. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and stepped forward. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor focused his gaze on Chu Chaoyun. Then, he said, I advise you not to be a busybody. We are not seeking trouble for you on account of the Universe Origin sect. Don't go overboard. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's sect master was well aware of Chu Chaoyun's identity and background. He was a Daoist of the Universe Origin sect. Although he was an accomplice to Xiao Qin, he was not the mastermind. Thus, he didn't want to ask too much about it. However, he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to interfere. Count me in too. Whoosh. A petite figure flashed and appeared beside Xiao Qin. It was Ao Jiao, who had arrived with the golden crow. Sun Goddess. Senior, there is indeed nothing wrong with taking young Master Xiao away. However, since he was going to be punished, it had to be fair and just. The first prince killed young Master Zhao's martial nephew for no reason. He had to pay with his life. If young Master Xiao did not die, today's matter would not have happened. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said softly as she walked over while holding her flute. Who are you? The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor was enraged. Each of Xiao Chen's friends had a greater background than the last. First, it was the universe origin sex Taoist, Chu Chaoyun. Then, it was the sun goddess. Now, a mysterious woman appeared from somewhere. When the imperial ancestor took a few more glances and recognized the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter, his expression changed slightly. To think that it was the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. I was blind earlier and was too rash. I did not recognize this lady as the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor had no choice but to suppress his anger and apologize while holding back his anger. It's fine. However, I still stand by what I said earlier. Young Master Shao must have committed a grave mistake. There is no need to explain. However, this prince killed someone for no reason. We still have to give him a proper explanation. Otherwise, if we end up with an unfair punishment, that would be an even bigger joke. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter stood up as well. However, she was smarter than Chu Chaoyun and Ao Jiao. From the start to the end, she kept insisting that Wang Fei killed someone, not letting go. The people who stood up one after another startled the cultivators watching from all around Yen City. They had not expected Shao Qin to have so many friends. Furthermore, each of them had a deep background. What was even more shocking was that even the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter appeared. Bullshit. This prince did not kill Lingyu. That person committed suicide. What does that have to do with me? Heavenly fragrance's holy daughter, although you are the holy daughter, you are just a woman in my dynasty. You speak without thinking and malign this prince. That is a heavy crime. The first prince Wang Fei said in exasperation. The first prince had already embarrassed himself. At this point, if he still could not take down Shao Qin, it would be like having his left cheek slapped. It meant that after the left side of his face was slapped, the right side of his face was going to be slapped again. He couldn't stand it. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said coldly, "Is that so? In that case, do you dare to swear that if Ling Yu's death has anything to do with you, you will give up on entering the ancient Yen Emperor tomb?" Wang Fei felt stifled. How could he dare to make such a vow? He said angrily, "Humph. I can't be bothered to speak nonsense with you. Imperial ancestor, take down this brat. Disrupting the prince's wedding is equivalent to insulting the royal clan's dignity. He deserves death. May the Lord Buddha show mercy. This humble monk, Yan Chen, is here on my master's orders to capture Shao Qin and bring him back to the hidden spirit temple for punishment." Just as the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor hesitated and the two sides entered a stalemate, a Buddhist proclamation rang out in the air. A Buddhist name rang out from nowhere, and a youthful monk turned into a beam of silver light and descended from the sky. Chapter 2262. This humble monk's dharma name is Yan Chen. On my master's orders, I am here to bring Shao Qin back to the hidden spirit temple to receive punishment. The instant the dharma name rang out, a silver light tore through the sky. The light descended together with the voice. It was a young monk with red lips, white teeth, bright eyes, and a handsome appearance. He still looked like a child. This was clearly a young novice monk, but he addressed himself as a humble monk. This was a rather comical scene. Unfortunately, this little monk was simply too handsome. He gave off a rather adorable feeling. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor frowned and said, "Little monk, this is not a place you should be. Quickly leave." Yan Chen said gravely, "Greetings, imperial ancestor. This is the abbot's personal token, and this is my master's token, Su Yun's. Imperial ancestor, please take a look." One was from the hidden spirit temple's abbot, and the other was from the venerable Su Yun. Imperial ancestor. Anxiety flashed in the first Prince Wang Fei's eyes as he tried to advise the imperial ancestor not to care too much and directly take down Shao Qin. Don't be impatient. Suspicion flashed in the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor's eyes as he received the two tokens. After a while, his expression changed drastically. The abbot's personal token stated that Shao Qin caused havoc in Yen City at the foot of the Spirit Mountain, affecting several temples and destroying incense offerings. His crimes were unpardonable. Hence, the imperial ancestor sent Yan Chen to capture Xiao Chen and bring him back to the temple for punishment, cleansing his heart and cleansing his sins. The other token was the Venerable Su Yun's personal token, proving that the little monk's identity was real and that he was his disciple. The two tokens complemented each other. They were absolutely authentic and could not be wrong. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor wanted to find some mistakes but could not find any, so he could only return the token helplessly. Xiao Chen. You led the crowd to cause trouble in Yen City, destroying the Buddhist sect temples and injuring innocent pilgrims. You have committed grave crimes. On orders from my master, I have to capture you and bring you back to atone for your crimes. Yan Chen received the token and walked over to Xiao Chen with a grave expression. Then, he asked, "Do you admit to your crimes?" The bystanders felt somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Chen had caused such a huge commotion, nearly destroying half of Yen City. Many of the first prince's subordinates had died. Finally, the hidden spirit temple wanted to take Xiao Chen away for destroying the temple and injuring pilgrims. On the surface, it looked like he wanted to punish Xiao Chen. In reality, he was clearly trying to absolve Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen indeed should not have destroyed the temple. After being taken away by the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor, who knew if Xiao Chen could return? The little monk appeared at the right time. Naturally, Xiao Chen had no reason to reject this favor. Pa! Yan Chen leaped up and ferociously smacked Xiao Chen's head. He said angrily, "There is no sincerity at all. You are really sinful." The slap stunned Xiao Chen somewhat. Then, Yan Chen quickly took him away, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. The sect Chen Yi Yen Yen Xiao is Yan Chen. Yan Chen. Yen. Yen. Yen, Yen. Chen. Yen. Yen. Yen Chen. Chen. Yen. Yen. Yen, Chen. You. Yen. Yen King. Only then did everyone startle to their senses. Then, they recalled the silver light that appeared when the little monk appeared. It really was the little demonic monk's silver saber. Imperial ancestor, there might be a trap. That little demonic monk's silver saber has a bad reputation and is not well liked in the temple. How could the abbot hand such an important matter to him? The first Prince Wang Fei said seriously as a brilliant light flickered in his eyes. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor reacted and looked around. However, Xiao Chen and the little monk were nowhere to be seen. Outside the city, Pa. 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 Xiao Chen continuously smacked the little monk's bald head. Then, he said softly, "You are so impudent. To think that you dare to hit Big Brother in front of everyone. Ouch. 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 Big Brother, stop hitting me." The little monk held his head with both hands as he dodged left and right, crying out in pain. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and said, "Your token should be fake. Given how you are in such a rush to leave, it seems." Yan Chen smiled and said, "The token is indeed fake. However, the part about destroying the temple and harming the devotees is just something I made up. Master only wanted to meet you, so he got me to invite you over. Before I left the mountain, I did not know that you caused such a huge disaster. Hence, I could only make up a reason to bring you away." Xiao Chen laughed hoarsely. "You are rather smart. Let's go. I also want to take a look at the hidden spirit temple." The top holy land of the Buddhist sects, the hidden spirit temple, ruled over all the Buddhist sects in the world. Xiao Chen had a fate with Buddhism. This was especially so since Xiao Chen cultivated the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, a Buddhist sect forbidden technique. Perhaps he could make some breakthroughs in the hidden spirit temple. The two did not dare to linger for too long. They quickly rushed to Spirit Vulture Mountain outside Yen City. There were many temples on Spirit Vulture Mountain, giving off a Buddhist light. There were many devotees, all of them grand and magnificent. Even though such a huge commotion happened in the imperial capital, Yen City, there was still an endless stream of devotees. Among them, there were ordinary mortals, as well as martial artists with varying cultivation levels. There were both strong and weak people. Everyone was different. The only thing they had in common was a pious heart to Buddha. At the foot of the mountain, Shaochen looked at this sacred mountain from a distance. He felt the vast and deep power of faith contained in the mountain. That was a kind of power that was as vast as the sea, containing countless inheritances and opportunities. The endless stream of devotees accumulated the power of faith. The Buddha accepted the power of faith and enjoyed the incense. Then, it passed on to the devotees, forming an orderly cycle. This cycle repeated endlessly, accumulating endlessly. This resulted in the scene that Shaochen saw right now, vast and unfathomable. The sea of faith formed by the incense felt as weak and insignificant as an ant in the depths of it. Of course, ordinary people could not sense the profoundness of this. What they directly felt was the Buddhist light supporting them, calming their bodies and minds, making them even more pious. After walking along the mountain path for a while, Shaochen saw many temples along the way. These temples were hidden in the forest, burning incense and giving off a dense Buddhist light. This made Spirit Vulture Mountain look like it was bathed in Buddhist light. Walking in it gave off a wondrous feeling of entering a place of bliss. The colossal golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha stood at the summit of the mountain. A bright light shone behind it, guiding all the devotees down the mountain. Behind the Kasyapa Buddha were indistinct bodhisattvas and arhats. They looked dignified and divine, not to be profaned. I heard that the hidden spirit temple is not among these mountains. Even if ordinary people searched the entire mountain range, they would not be able to find it. In that case, is it in the Buddhist light of the Kasyapa Buddha? Shaochen guessed that the hidden spirit temple might be in the secret realm of the Buddhist light behind the Kasyapa Buddha. One needed a certain identity to enter. Big brother, you guessed wrong. The hidden spirit temple is not behind the Kasyapa Buddha, nor is it in a secret realm. It is in this forest. Come with me. The little monk smiled mysteriously and led Shaochen into a secluded path. Although the path was hidden, one could discover it if one paid attention. The mountain path had not been maintained for a long time, looking like it had been there for many years. Even though the sky was already dark on the mountain path, it was still as bright as day when illuminated by the Buddhist light. After entering this ancient path, it was like entering another world. It was cold, desolate, and dark, but it seemed even more real. Beside the desolate ancient road, green pine trees were planted, swaying slightly in the wind. White moonlight sprinkled on the path. Aside from that, there was no other illumination. Shaochen experienced a profound state. However, he felt suspicious. Could the hidden spirit temple be at the end of this ancient path? If that was the case, it would be rather simple. Although this place was desolate, if a believer wanted to look for it, they would definitely be able to find it. This was because there was no illusion formation or secret realm. It was just a simple ancient path filled with pine trees. Just as Shaochen felt suspicious, a faint fragrance wafted over. Raising his head, he saw an ordinary-looking old temple 10 miles ahead of him. A few osmanthus trees grew in front of the temple. Under the white moonlight, the osmanthus flowers looked like they were bathed in a faint layer of silk. From 5 kilometers away, Shaochen could clearly see the words, Hidden Spirit Temple, written on the temple door. It really is the Hidden Spirit Temple. Surprise flashed in Shaochen's eyes as he muttered to himself, feeling somewhat incredulous. The pine trees face the ancient path, and the white moon covers the cold mountain. This winding path leads to the Hidden Spirit Temple. Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind. Shaochen turned his head and saw a middle-aged man holding a folding fan with a sword hanging at his waist. This person walked with a majestic gait and extraordinary air. A sovereign's aura was hidden on his face. As he slowly approached, an overwhelming pressure pressed down. This person did not purposely hide this aura. Just as Shaochen was about to use his dragon might to block, he discovered that the aura had already silently enveloped him. However, he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, it felt strangely harmonious. It was like he was in this aura. Young man, there is no need to doubt. This is the genuine hidden spirit temple. Young man, there is no need to doubt. This is the genuine hidden spirit temple, the person who arrived said softly as he flung open his folding fan. Xiaochen asked cautiously, which expert of the royal clan are you? This person's strength was unfathomable. His sovereign's might was much stronger than that of the many princes. Xiaochen had just caused a huge commotion in Yen City and got into a conflict with the royal clan's people. When he suddenly saw a royal clan expert, he could not help but be cautious. Who are you? Are you the Heavenly Alliance's Xiaochen? The Dragon Race's Xiaochen? Or is it the Bladesman Xiaochen who raged because of my martial nephew? The middle-aged man smiled faintly and countered with a question. While Xiaochen hesitated, the middle-aged man smiled and said, so, there is no need to mind who I am. Right now, we are just visitors heading to the Hidden Spirit Temple. After saying that, the middle-aged man headed straight for the temple without waiting for Xiaochen's reply. As Xiaochen looked at this person's back, he muttered, how strong. He gives the feeling that he is undefeatable. Isn't that obvious? He is the current Yen Emperor. Even foe gods might not be a match for him in the Yenwu dynasty's territory, what more big brother? The little monk said in disdain. This startled Xiaochen. Only now did he recall that the sword at that person's waist was exactly the same as the Yen imperial sword that appeared in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion back then. Chapter 2263. The Yen Emperor. The middle-aged man who just walked over was actually the current emperor of the Yenwu dynasty. The doubts in Xiaochen's heart cleared up. No wonder this person's sovereign's aura was 10 times, even 100 times, stronger than that of the prince's. No wonder this person's aura did not feel any discomfort after containing Xiaochen. Everything under the sky belonged to the emperor. As long as one was in the Yenwu dynasty, it was like one was in the other party's small world at all times. Furthermore, this small world had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. The 108 feudal lords, 3,000 noble clans, hundreds of sects, and the various factions attached to it would all invisibly increase the dynasty's luck and strength. Even Xiaochen himself would invisibly strengthen the dynasty's accumulations when he was in it. However, it was too insignificant and negligible. However, that might not be the case after a long time. Now that Xiaochen's old doubts were gone, new doubts arose. Earlier, Xiaochen nearly tore down a small portion of the imperial capital and caused a commotion at his son's wedding, turning him into a joke before the world. To think that the old man still had the leisure to come to this hidden spirit temple to offer incense and pray to Buddha. Even when the old man saw Xiaochen, he did not show any rage or murderous intent. Xiaochen could not figure out what he was thinking. Strange, Xiaochen muttered in his heart, feeling extremely confused. Come on, let's go. Don't just stand there like a fool. Even if he is the current Yen Emperor, he will not dare to do anything to you in this hidden spirit temple. Don't worry. The little monk quickly consoled Xiaochen, thinking that he feared the Yen Emperor and did not dare to climb the mountain. Xiaochen did not worry about his safety in the hidden spirit temple. He just felt some doubts, so he did not explain and let Yan Chen continue leading the way. After a while, they traveled 5 kilometers in an instant. The fragrance from before drifted over with the wind, faintly drifting over. When they arrived before the temple, the moonlight illuminated the osmanthus tree. However, they could not smell any osmanthus fragrance. The ancient road in the pine forest fills the cold mountain with white snow. The winding path leads to the hidden spirit temple. Xiaochen recited the poem that the Yen Emperor recited. As he looked at the simple signboard in front of the temple, he still felt some disbelief. To think that this place was the hidden spirit temple. Not to mention the majestic temples on the mountain, even the guest halls at the foot of the mountain were much better than this hidden spirit temple. Return to the natural state. Xiaochen's brows furrowed slightly. Returning to one's true nature was about being casual and natural. Deliberately making it so simple and crude would instead seem pretentious. Given the hidden spirit temple's status and strength, a grand and imposing temple made it seem more natural. Isn't this hidden spirit temple very hard to find? Why did the other pilgrims say that they couldn't find it anywhere? Could it be that this is some kind of forbidden area? Xiaochen asked, unable to suppress the doubts in his heart. The little monk smiled faintly and said softly, "This place is really not a forbidden area. When ordinary worshippers come in, the senior and junior brothers in the temple will also treat them with courtesy." He explained the Buddhist scriptures, served tea, and was very polite. However, do you think that these people really think that this is the hidden spirit temple? They probably just think that it is a temple with the same name. Don't overthink. I know you are very disappointed. However, this is really the hidden spirit temple. I grew up here, just like my family. I won't lie to you. Yan Chen's youthful face filled with smiles. He probably felt happy to be able to bring Xiao Chen to his home as a guest. As Yan Chen entered the temple, other monks occasionally passed by. When these monks saw Yan Chen, they would respectfully greet him as little martial grand uncle before quickly leaving. These junior brothers and senior brothers must have already experienced the little demonic monk's silver saber's bad luck. Yan Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. Every time this happened, he would laugh loudly and quickly introduce the temple to Xiao Chen, changing the topic. Void Cloud Hall? Xiao Chen thought to himself when he saw the words on the courtyard wall after arriving at a backyard near the mountain. It is clearly a courtyard, but it is written as a hall. This is rather interesting. Xiao Chen thought about how grand and majestic the Heaven Dragon Hall was. This courtyard before him could not compare at all. My master stays here. Come, I'll bring you in. When Xiao Chen entered the courtyard, the ground was covered in fallen leaves. When he stepped on them, they rustled like he was walking on snow. Although the courtyard was simple and crude, it wasn't small. Just the adjacent wing rooms alone numbered quite a few. 2 people were currently playing Go under an old tree in the courtyard. One of them carried a sword. His facial features were sharp like they were carved by a knife. He looked extraordinarily handsome and gave off an extraordinary air. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he felt startled. Isn't this Su Hanshan, whom I just met? The person across from Su Hanshan wore embroidered robes. His sleeves looked as gaudy as a skirt. The skin on this person's face was smooth and tender, and his exquisite facial features formed a handsome face. However, this person did not give off a distant feeling. Instead, he appeared very gentle. Coupled with that smooth and tender face, he gave off a surprisingly gentle feeling. This person was currently hesitating, frowning slightly, not knowing where to place his ghost stone. Hey, why does this person feel somewhat familiar? However, I cannot recall where. As Xiao Chen pondered, that person raised his head and looked at Xiao Chen. Then, his frown relaxed, and his eyes narrowed as he revealed a smile. In that instant, it felt like winter had passed, and spring arrived quietly. A smile contains spring, but this spring is not that spring. It was a gentle spring breeze that melted the ice and snow. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in the spring breeze. Xiao Chen was stunned on the spot. His heart felt like it was in the wilderness. 10,000 horses were galloping and whistling past. It was like heavenly thunder rolling endlessly. This is Uncle Beggar? No, this is the spring snow bladesman, Pan Huang. These were 2 completely different styles. What was even more inconceivable was that the 2 seemed to have arrived at the hidden spirit temple one after the other. Little brother Xiao Chen, unexpectedly, you also came to the hidden spirit temple. When Pan Huang saw Xiao Chen, his eyes lit up, and he prepared to walk over. But just as he was about to get up, Su Hanshan's sword landed on his shoulder, forcing him back down. Hurry up and make your move. I want to have a better view. If you want to give up, admit defeat first. Su Hanshan said indifferently with a calm expression. Xiao Chen felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward and didn't know how to deal with it. Who are the 2 of you? Why are you in my master's courtyard? This is not a place where visitors can enter. Quickly leave. Quickly leave. Doubt flashed in the little monk's eyes. As he looked at these 2 strangers, confusion flashed in his eyes. The little monk immediately walked over with large strides, preparing to chase them away. When Su Hanshan and Pan Huang saw the little monk walk over, shock flashed in their eyes. Su Hanshan carefully put away his sword and gently leaped up. Before the little monk could approach, he landed on the wall. Pan Huang's figure flashed, appearing like he teleported to the wall. The two seemed to fear this little monk somewhat. It was like Pan Huang could see the bad luck the two carried and did not dare to touch him. What a fast movement technique! Yan Chen's eyes lit up as he continued to give chase. Don't be rude. Xiao Chen was about to remind Yan Chen when a shout stopped him. It was Venerable Su Yun. Xiao Chen had met Venerable Su Yun once at the Soaring Dragon Marquis's residence. The two could be considered to have met before. Master. Yan Chen leaped up and landed before Venerable Su Yun. Then, he pointed at Su Hanshan and Pan Huang and asked, "Who are these two?" "They are the abbot's honored guests. They are here to rest for a while." "You startled them." "Haha. Venerable Su Yun is joking. It can't be considered startling. Is this that child from back then? With one look, he truly lives up to his reputation." Pan Huang and Su Hanshan had already landed again. As they looked at Yan Chen, they showed curious expressions. "That's good, then. Benefactors, please go about your business first. I have to entertain Benefactor Xiao." After some pleasantries, Venerable Su Yun led Xiao Chen into a tea room in the hall. Then, Venerable Su Yun personally brewed tea. "Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? Looking at the time, it has been 10 years since we last met." Venerable Su Yun smiled softly as he served a cup of brewed tea. After receiving the teacup, Xiao Chen did not rush to taste it. After some thought, he said, "Many thanks for Venerable's help this time. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble." Since Su Hanshan and Pan Huang were both here, Venerable Su Yun was not as ignorant as the little monk claimed. "You are too polite. However, since you are already here, you should stay in this hidden spirit temple for a few days. Even without this matter, I would like to invite Benefactor Xiao to stay for a few days." Venerable Su Yun smiled faintly as he spoke unhurriedly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The other party should have other intentions. However, since Ran Wei said so, he would not ask further. At the same time, in the hidden spirit temple's main hall, after the Yen Emperor offered incense alone, he looked at the Kasayapa Buddha image. Then, he picked up a bamboo lot and asked, "Is my lot good or bad?" Whether the Yen Emperor was willing or not, the result of the lot would implicate the entire Yenwu dynasty. It was unavoidable. The hidden spirit temple's abbot, Su Yi, walked out from the side and received the bamboo lot. After a while, he sighed softly, "The worst lot." Chapter 2264. The worst draw? The Yen Emperor's elegant face changed slightly as he said softly, "Venerable, you are not joking, right? The worst draw. My Yenwu dynasty is flourishing with luck. For the past 500 years, I have worked day and night to expand my territory. Since I ascended to the throne, I have not lost a single inch of my territory. I even subdued several outer region great realms that the Shuawu dynasty controlled. The dynasty's luck fell to rock bottom in my hands, then returned to its peak. Now, everything is peaceful. How can there be such a thing as the worst draw?" Since the Yen Emperor came to the temple to draw lots, he had to be planning the nation's luck. From the moment he ascended to the throne, his fate had become tightly tied to the Yenwu dynasty. The Yen Emperor's tone contained heavy dissatisfaction and some doubt. Venerable Su Yi said calmly, "May the Lord Buddha show mercy. A monk does not lie. Benefactor Wang, you took time out of your busy schedule to come here alone to offer incense and draw lots. I believe you must have sensed something. As the current Yen Emperor, you already come into contact with the Supreme Heavenly Tao. Your intuition is right." The Yen Emperor's expression turned grave. After some thought, he asked, "How severe is this bad draw?" Seeing nothing, Abbot Su Yi pressed his palms together and murmured softly. "Seeing nothing?" The Yen Emperor muttered to himself. Then, his expression changed drastically. Seeing nothing? Does this mean that the entire dynasty is going to be destroyed? However, in the blink of an eye, he felt that this was somewhat impossible. The dynasty was flourishing now, with deep accumulations. If there was a great calamity, even if the dynasty's luck was damaged, it should not fall. However, when the Yan Emperor thought about how unsettled he had been for the past year, the shadow in his heart hard to erase. At the Yan Emperor's cultivation, he had the power of the dynasty's luck. His intuition for the heavenly Tao and fate was already very sharp. Such a situation could not have happened for no reason. However, the Yan Emperor could not accept the dynasty's destruction. The Yan Emperor's expression immediately changed, appearing conflicted. Venerable, is there a way to resolve this? A bright light flickered in the Yan Emperor's eyes as he revealed a hopeful expression. Abbot Suyi shook his head and said, "Fate rises and falls. The cycle never ends. Everything in the world is destined. This is not your fault. The cause was planted 100,000 years ago. Then, someone forcefully stopped it 50,000 years ago. It is impossible for someone to stop it a second time." The Yan Emperor felt stunned when he heard that. He did not believe it, feeling that the other party was just brushing him off. 100,000 years was too far away. What time was that? That was still the era when the Black Dragon King wreaked havoc. How could the Yanwu dynasty's fate be decided 100,000 years ago? He stared at the other party and said, "Grandmaster, are you dissatisfied with some of the elders of the imperial family? Is that why you are unwilling to say more? In the past few years, I've actually been quite dissatisfied with the elders in the clan. In the past, I was restricted by the throne and couldn't do many things. Now that I'm about to abdicate, I can do whatever I want before I leave." Many of the older generation experts of the royal clan were dissatisfied with the hidden spirit temple. They felt that they were always controlled by others. The hidden spirit temple had deep accumulations, but the royal clan could not control it. They had tried to infiltrate it several times, but they had failed. Hence, the royal clan's older generation cultivators let the Pleasure Quarter alliance grow, using it to keep the hidden spirit temple in check. Needless to say, this strategy was very effective. In the past few thousand years, the influence of the Buddhist sects on the hidden spirit temple had decreased significantly. In the past, when Buddhism was at its peak, even the heir to the throne had to submit to Buddhism, requiring the hidden spirit temple to recommend him. Now, although the hidden spirit temple's influence was still significant, it could no longer compare to its peak. The Yanwu dynasty's royal clan was practically independent, unlike the Tianwu dynasty and the Shenwu dynasty, which were controlled by the Universe Origin sect and the Profound Heaven Holy Land. The Yan Emperor's words hinted to Abbot Suyi that as long as he was willing to help the Yanwu dynasty clear this calamity, the Yanwu dynasty would be able to return the Buddhist sects to their peak. It could allow the Buddhist sects to return to their peak. This was a huge temptation. Abbot Suyi shook his head and said, "The cause and effect from 100,000 years ago was already set. Benefactor, there is no need to feel so conflicted. No one can avoid this calamity. The Yanwu dynasty cannot avoid it, the hidden spirit temple cannot avoid it, and the world cannot avoid it either. The cycle of fate never ends. What does the Yanwu dynasty count for before the world? Just treat it normally." The Yan Emperor felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was stunned. He understood what Abbot Suyi meant. The Yan Emperor also knew that the cause and effect were set 100,000 years ago. Then, someone forcefully stopped it 50,000 years ago. Now, no one could stop it. What was going on? I understand. Goodbye. The Yan Emperor performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Before he left, he looked at the worst lot in his hand. However, he did not return it, keeping it with him. As the abbot watched the Yan Emperor leave, he sighed softly and withdrew silently. Inside the hall, the golden image of the Kasyapa Buddha shone brightly with a smile on its face. It was like it had seen through everything and was detached from it. Naturally, Shaochen did not know what happened here. After Shaochen tasted tea with Venerable Su Yun, he saw that Pan Huang was still under the tree. Before Pan Huang could play the ghost stone in his hand, sword god Su Hanshan was nowhere to be seen. Su Hanshan probably could not stand Pan Huang's shamelessness and could not be bothered to play anymore. Without the sword god around, it was much easier for Xiao Chen to face Pan Huang. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen walked over with large strides. Little brother Xiao Chen, you came at a good time. Help me see if this game can continue. When Pan Huang saw Xiao Chen, he invited him to sit down with a smile. This form of address scared Xiao Chen half to death. In the past, when he was still a beggar uncle, he naturally didn't feel uncomfortable calling him that. However, now that he knew that the other party was Pan Huang, how could Xiao Chen dare to accept this form of address? In the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen had received the Saber Sovereign Medallion. It was also because of the Saber Sovereign Medallion that he comprehended the Saber Tao. Without this Saber Sovereign Medallion, it would be nearly impossible for him to surpass Prime and leave the Kunlun realm. Pan Huang was like Xiao Chen's ancestral master. It was truly frightening for such a person to call Xiao Chen little brother. Senior, please don't call me that. I really don't deserve it. Actually, I am also from the Kunlun realm. Senior Pan Huang should recognize this Saber Sovereign Medallion. After Xiao Chen spoke, he took out the Saber Sovereign Medallion. When Pan Huang saw the Saber Sovereign Medallion, he did not feel surprised. He smiled faintly and said, "As you wish. However, I do not like others calling me senior. However, given your character, I believe that you will feel uncomfortable calling me big brother as well. I already felt the Saber Sovereign Medallion in your hand long ago. I almost forgot about it." After receiving the Saber Sovereign Medallion, Pan Huang revealed a reminiscing expression in his eyes. After some thought, he said, "Back then, it was really hot-blooded. For so many years. Nearly all the people I met from the Kunlun realm are still alive. It seems like you are the only one who obtained my fortuitous encounter and walked out of the Kunlun realm. Senior, what exactly is the relationship between you and my martial nephew?" Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. At the mention of Lingyu, some regret flashed in Pan Huang's eyes. He said sullenly, "I have been roaming the world for the past few years. A few years ago, I accidentally saved him in a forbidden land. I heard that he was Yi Zifeng's disciple, so I came to Yen's city with him, intending to protect him. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened after I left for a while. This child is really unfortunate. It turned out that it was not that complicated. The reason was actually so simple." At the mention of Lingyu, Xiao Chen could not help feeling sad in his heart. However, headliner Ling Long's final decision still gave Xiao Chen some comfort. At the very least, it proved that bringing Lingyu to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm back then was not wrong. He did not love the wrong person. "Do you know why the Hidden Spirit Temple's people sought you out?" Since Lingyu's topic was somewhat heavy, Pan Huang changed the topic after returning the Saber Sovereign Medallion to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "I feel that Venerable Su Yun has something else to say. However, I do not know what the deeper meaning is." Pan Huang smiled and said, "They probably want the old abbot to tell you that they sought you out for the ancient Yan Emperor tomb." "The ancient Yan Emperor tomb? However, I already promised the 9th prince. Could they be preparing to support the 9th prince's ascension to the throne?" Xiao Chen asked, confusion flashing in his eyes. "No, the Hidden Spirit Temple does not care who becomes the next Yan Emperor. They only care about the ethereal immortal palace. In reality, even if the Yanwu dynasty is destroyed, the Hidden Spirit Temple will not care too much," Pan Huang explained softly. "However, this time, we have to pay attention to it. To think that the first prince allied with the Azure Lotus Church. If the ethereal immortal palace really appears and the wings of time lands in the Azure Lotus Church's hands, the Hidden Spirit Temple will not be able to sit still." A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. After some thought, he said, "So, they want to work with me, at the very least, to prevent the wings of time from landing in the Azure Lotus Church's hands?" "Smart," Pan Huang praised softly with a faint smile. Chapter 2265. Xiao Chen thought about Pan Huang's words. If the hidden spirit temple invited him for a chat because of the ancient Yan emperor tomb, then what about Yuanzhen? What about Yuanzhen? If Xiao Chen recalled correctly, Yuanzhen also had an ethereal immortal palace key. Furthermore, he was the strongest true inheritor of the hidden spirit temple. Could it be that they did not know that Yuanzhen already had an ethereal immortal palace key? Strange. I should wait for the abbot to come before asking. Setting this matter aside for now, Xiao Chen asked, Senior, how much do you know about the ancient Yan emperor tomb? Pan Huang scratched his head and replied after some thought, let me think. I entered the ancient Yan emperor tomb once. However, that was a long time ago. The ancient Yan emperor tomb is a secret realm of the royal clan. It gathers the luck of the entire Yanwu dynasty. The entire dynasty's accumulations are gathered here. There are many inheritance treasure troves that are opened only during the succession race. If I recall correctly, every prince has a quota for the succession race. They can bring their guests in to help them fight for luck and become emperor. However, these guests are not allowed to be older than 500 years old. Aside from that, there are no other requirements. Finding this strange, Xiao Chen asked, not allowed to be older than 500 years old? Why is that? Pan Huang smiled and said, just think about it. There are inheritance treasuries everywhere. What if an overly strong old monster comes? What if an overly strong old monster came and wiped out all the inheritances? If he wanted to kill, he could kill all the princes. Haha. Then, the entire dynasty would have no successor. Xiao Chen understood. The human heart was unfathomable. It was necessary to make such a rule. However, the intensity of the competition in there is flabbergasting. Everyone knows the benefits of the ancient Yan emperor tomb. Every time the succession race takes place, all the experts under 500 years old of the Great Thousand Realms, or rather, the entire martial epoch, gather in Yan City to fight for these few slots. The various noble clans and sects of the dynasty have been making preparations long ago, focusing on nurturing talents under 500 years old. Even if the prince they support does not become the crown prince, they can take away the inheritances they obtain in there. The ambitious princes with high statuses visit everywhere, searching for experts throughout the entire martial epoch. It can be expected that every prince's retainer is definitely an expert among experts. Xiao Chen was slightly startled. He had long heard that the competition for the crown prince position was very intense. A sovereign emperor who would stir up the entire martial epoch. Now, it looked like it was true. As Pan Huang said, the sovereign emperors who could get a spot would probably all have a powerful secret art. Pan Huang paused for a moment before smiling. What are your thoughts on the ancient Yan emperor tomb? Me? Yeah, what do you think? Xiao Chen said after some thought, I'm not very interested in the other inheritance treasure troves, but I won't despise them either. After all, no one would complain about having too many heavenly treasures, but the main focus would still be on the misty immortal palace. Pan Huang said indifferently, the ethereal immortal palace's prophecies have never been accurate. I once chased after it twice but returned empty-handed. Senior, are you also interested in the misty palace? Of course. The Wings of Time was the only transcendent grade soul tool in the current martial epoch. Which foe god would not care about it? However, I am not interested now. Not to mention the accuracy of the prophecies, it would be impossible for me to gather all 7 ethereal immortal palace keys, especially the inheritance key. Then, why is the hidden spirit temple so nervous? It's better to be safe than sorry. Pan Huang raised his eyebrows and looked behind Xiao Chen. Then, he said, the abbot is here. When Xiao Chen looked back, he saw 3 old monks outside the courtyard. Their cultivations were incredibly horrifying, unfathomable. One of the 3 old monks wore a golden kasaya and held a Buddhist monk's staff. If there were no surprises, this would be the hidden spirit temple's abbot Su Yi. The one on the left was Su Yun. The one on the right was an old man that Xiao Chen did not recognize, looking at him with some hostility. Xiao Chen did not know where this hostility came from. He had never met these people before. Benefactor Xiao, this is senior brother abbot. This old monk's junior brother, Su Ming." Venerable Su Yun stepped forward and introduced the two to Xiao Chen. "You guys talk first. I'll take my leave." Pan Huang stood up and smiled faintly. Before he left, he sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen: "Ask for more benefits and don't be soft-hearted. Don't think that this place looks simple. This poor monk is very rich." Xiao Chen felt speechless. This senior Pan Huang speaks without any scruples. He does not have the air of a senior expert at all. If this abbot knew about Pan Huang's voice projection, what would he think? "Greetings, seniors," Xiao Chen said calmly with a cupped fist salute. After Abbot Suyi returned the greeting, he went straight to the point. "I believe you know that junior brother Su Yun invited you here because he has other matters to discuss. I am the one in charge of this matter, so let me do the talking. There is no harm in speaking. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb will open in 2 months. This old monk already knows that benefactor Xiao has an ethereal immortal palace key and will be going with the 9th prince. Indeed, it is as senior Pan Huang guessed." Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said, "Indeed. Venerable Abbot, what advice do you have for me?" Abbot Suyi paused for a moment before continuing. "If the ethereal immortal palace really appears, I would like to ask benefactor Xiao to make a move and ensure that the wings of time do not fall into the hands of the demons." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Abbot Suyi and asked, "Senior, are you so sure that demons will enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb?" Venerable Su Yun, who was at the side, said, "Some of the royal court's elders have been working with the Azure Lotus Church in secret for a long time. They are even bolder this time. To think that even the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, a forbidden land of the royal court, tacitly allowed them to enter. They think that no one knows. However, my hidden spirit temple naturally has a way to find out." Xiao Chen frowned and said, "I don't understand. Isn't working with the Azure Lotus Church like asking a tiger for its skin?" The abbot sighed helplessly. "The people of the royal clan have their own way of doing things. They feel that they can toy with the Azure Lotus Church and use it to keep my hidden spirit temple in check. In reality, it is as benefactor Xiao said. If this isn't asking a tiger for its skin, what is? However, there will always be people who think themselves clever, thinking that they can control everything." "I understand." Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Perhaps to the royal court, the Azure Lotus Church and the Hidden Spirit Temple were not good things. Balancing the two sides was the best choice. However, Xiao Chen had other doubts. Does the Hidden Spirit Temple know that Yuan Zhen has an ethereal immortal palace key as well? Has your esteemed temple never thought of working with the other princes? Wouldn't that be more direct? Xiao Chen asked probingly after some thought. Venerable Su Yun smiled bitterly. Right now, the royal court is avoiding the Hidden Spirit Temple like a tiger, fearing that the Hidden Spirit Temple supports a prince ascending to the throne. Hence, they do not allow the Hidden Spirit Temple's disciples to enter. Otherwise, the Hidden Spirit Temple would not have to trouble benefactor Xiao. After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen said, "I find this very strange. Even without you saying anything, I would not sit back and watch others snatch away the wings of time." Su Ming, who had been silent all this while, said coldly, "Stop. How are you going to stop them? With your strength, it would be pretty good if you don't lose your life." Xiao Chen found this strange. The moment this Su Ming entered, his eyes showed some hostility. Now, his words were also very blunt. Su Yun quickly said, "Benefactor Xiao, please don't take offense. My junior brother's words were blunt, but they were the truth. Senior brother Abbot sought you out because he worried that you and the 9th prince would not be strong enough to stop the Azure Lotus Church. So?" Abbot Sui said, "So, this old monk decided to lend you a hand. This is a Bodhi seed that has been placed at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain for 10,000 years. It has a strong suppressive effect on evil Buddhist sections. If the ethereal immortal palace really appears, benefactor Xiao can use this item to suppress all evil Buddhist sect experts." When Xiao Chen received the scarlet Bodhi seed, he saw that it was a scarlet Bodhi seed. When he looked at it carefully, he discovered that the scarlet Bodhi seed had many tiny divine scripts carved on it, at least 10,000 of them. What is on it? The Kasyapa Buddhist scripture is a supreme scripture of the Buddhist sections. All heretics will be suppressed before this scripture. Those who are not strong enough might even turn to ashes on the spot. However, it is not very useful to those who are not of the Buddhist sections. This item is incredibly precious. If the ethereal immortal palace does not appear, please keep it. Abbot Suyi instructed softly as he looked at the Bodhi seed in Xiao Chen's hand with some reluctance. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything more. Now that it was in his hands, there was naturally no reason for him to return it. However, this scarlet Bodhi seed was not enough to convince him. Xiao Chen said calmly, "I want another item." "What is it?" "A copy of the last 6 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique." Although rumor had it that the secret manual was lost and the hidden spirit temple did not have a complete copy, Xiao Chen did not really believe that. Since the original copy was missing, there should be a copy. Chapter 2266. After Xiao Chen made his request, the expressions of Abbot Suyi, Su Yun, and Su Ming all changed slightly. A sinister look flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Not to mention that this is a Buddhist sect forbidden technique, it has already spread out. The hidden spirit temple does not have a complete copy. Even if they did, they would not give it to someone who cultivates a demonic Tao cultivation technique and is plagued with sin. So, that is the case. This old monk sensed the demonic Tao cultivation technique in Xiao Chen, which was why he was so hostile. Su Yun said slowly and softly, "Benefactor Xiao, please change your request. This request is too difficult." The hidden spirit temple's abbot, Suyi, looked at Xiao Chen. Although he did not say anything, his eyes conveyed the same meaning. "In that case, there is no need to negotiate. I do not care about other requests." Xiao Chen took out the scarlet Bodhi seed and handed it back. Then, he prepared to take his leave. Abbot Suyi received the scarlet Bodhi seed from Xiao Chen. Then, he remained silent. Su Yun sighed softly at the side. As for Su Ming, he snorted coldly and said, "We are not asking him for help. There is no need to think so highly of him." Xiao Chen, who had already turned around, smiled coldly in his heart. "In that case, why did they ask me to come?" Su Ming needed to clarify this. To Xiao Chen, he was not obligated to help the hidden spirit temple stop the Azure Lotus Church's people. Giving him the scarlet Bodhi seed to suppress the Azure Lotus Church was not a problem for Xiao Chen. After all, it was free. Since the other party invited him, Xiao Chen naturally had the qualifications to raise conditions. Furthermore, did this Su Ming really think that he was not a match for the Azure Lotus Church without the scarlet Bodhi seed? In that case, Su Ming underestimated Xiao Chen too much. "Benefactor Xiao, please wait." Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave the Su Yun Hall, Abbot Suyi turned around and arrived before Xiao Chen, holding the scarlet Bodhi seed. "This item is a token of our temple's sincerity. Benefactor Xiao Chen personally killed the Black Lotus Church's sect venerate and reconstructed little Yan Chen's physical body. No matter what, my Buddhist sect is greatly indebted to you. Thus, this item is a gift." Suyi stepped forward and returned the blood-colored Bodhi to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not stand on ceremony. He put away the blood-colored Bodhi and handed over the Golden Book of Buddhism. "Benefactor Xiao, what is the meaning of this?" Venerable Su Yun asked after receiving the golden letter. Xiao Chen said softly, "Senior Su Ming seems to have a problem with me. I don't know if I can accept the so-called kindness, so I don't dare to be presumptuous. One thing for one thing." Xiao Chen still respected Venerable Su Yun and Abbot Suyi. However, Su Ming treated them with hostility for no reason. This made Xiao Chen somewhat uncomfortable. It felt like he was deliberately taking advantage of the hidden spirit temple. "Abbot Suyi, you don't have to worry too much. The first prince and I will not rest until one of us is dead. If the Azure Lotus Church really wants to protect him, I have no reason not to kill them. So, even without your esteemed temple's request, I would still stop this group of people from obtaining the wings of time. Xiao Chen paused for a moment and said softly, as for my strength, boom. Before Xiao Chen could finish speaking, his entire body suddenly released a blue light. His chest looked transparent. It was crystalline and translucent, resplendent and dazzling. I have an immortal heart. When the dust scatters and the flower blooms, it will illuminate 3 lifetimes. The blue lotus flower under Xiao Chen's feet bloomed elegantly. His white robes looked simple and tidy. With a thought, he executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 3-life flower. Xiao Chen stood on the lotus flower, but it seemed like he was separated from it by an entire world, appearing boundlessly mysterious. This was a saber technique, but no one could sense any saber intent. This move already reached great perfection. The saber intent in it already existed between formless and tangible. Formless meant that one could not sense it. Formless meant that the entire state was made of saber intent. The expressions of Su Yi and the other two changed, feeling shocked in their hearts. This was not a strength that a small perfection sovereign emperor should have. Suddenly, there was a change in the realm. Xiao Chen's figure on the blue lotus flower turned blurry and distorted. The entire world sank into darkness. A cold killing intent formed by Buddhist might soared into the clouds, seeming to merge with the heavenly Tao. The sky shattered, and an eye formed by the heavenly Tao's killing intent struggled to open. Heavenly Eye. Su Yun exclaimed, this is the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's merciless killing. If heaven has feelings, it will age. The heavenly Tao is the most emotionless, and the heavenly Tao's killing intent is the most powerful. One will die without a doubt if one looks at heaven. The heavenly Tao was the most emotionless. When it came to killing, who could compare to heaven? When heaven opened its eyes, whoever it looked at would die. If heaven wanted to kill, who dared to say no? This was merciless killing. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the various mysterious phenomena immediately vanished as if nothing had happened. Xiao Chen bowed slightly and said softly, this junior was rude and embarrassed myself before the 3 seniors. As foe gods, you naturally do not care about such insignificant tricks. However, I believe that as long as a peak sovereign emperor does not make a move, this junior will be able to protect myself. That was right. That earlier move was merciless killing, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 6th move. Xiao Chen was not trying to show off on purpose. Doing so before 3 foe gods would appear to be overestimating his own abilities. However, Xiao Chen was truly unconvinced by this false reputation. Xiao Chen's expression showed that he wanted to take advantage of the hidden spirit temple. May the Lord Buddha bless me. Benefactor Xiao is too humble. Such skills are an eye-opener for us. Truth be told, aside from Mahamaya himself, no one in our temple can practice merciless killing. As for Benefactor Xiao's 3-life flower, it is even more astonishing. It seems to have already surpassed Mahamaya's. Abbot Suyi praised Xiao Chen's 3-life flower more than the 3-life flower and merciless killing. This was because Xiao Chen had already practiced the 3-life flower to great perfection, nearly reaching perfection. He had already surpassed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's limits. As for merciless killing, it was because Xiao Chen had just reached small perfection and still had many flaws. One could tell that it was a little strenuous for him to use it. However, with the 3-life flower before him, Xiao Chen believed that great perfection was only a matter of time. Junior brother, what do you think? Venerable Su Yun asked Su Ming with a faint smile. Naturally, Su Ming felt very upset. He really wanted to say something insignificant, that it was merely a so-so. However, he clearly could not say such words. Saying it would be like slapping himself in the face. Hence, Su Ming showed a sullen expression and decided not to say anything. Seeing that Su Ming had nothing to say, Venerable Su Yun looked at the abbot and said, Senior brother, I feel that there are some things that we should honestly tell Benefactor Xiao. Xiao Chen showed some doubt in his eyes, feeling somewhat confused. Suyi thought for a while. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, actually, Benefactor Xiao does not know this. This Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique only has 9 moves. The last 3 moves are the result of Mahamaya's disguise, reversing the sequence. If anyone follows Mahamaya's instructions and practices the last 6 moves, they will fall into a state of madness. This is the reason why this technique is classified as a forbidden move. In terms of killing, there are actually several Buddhist sect martial techniques with even more ferocious killing intent than the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. My Buddha is merciful. However, the merciful must be stained with blood. Otherwise, how can they illuminate the world and kill evil? When Shao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. He had not expected there to be such a secret. In that case, why not announce it to the world? Sui sighed softly. An expert of my Buddhist sect discovered the secret only after a long time. After that, the saber manual was stolen, so we hid this secret to prevent someone from truly practicing this Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique from harming my Buddhist sect. So, that is the case. As for the last 3 moves, the hidden spirit temple does indeed have them. However, they are already sealed in an extremely evil land. This is because Mahamaya itself is a taboo in the hidden spirit temple. There is no need to elaborate on this reason. A thought occurred to Shao Chen. So? Abbot Sui said after some thought, since Benefactor Shao is already determined to go against the Azure Lotus Church, the hidden spirit temple can lend Benefactor Shao a hand. We can tell you where the 7th move is. As for whether you can obtain it or not, that will depend on Benefactor Zhao's ability. It looked like the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique did have many implications. The hidden spirit temple could not possibly let Shao Chen practice the complete version of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique and tell him where the 7th move was. The hidden spirit temple also took a fancy to Shao Chen's strength, allowing him to fight with the Azure Lotus Church's experts. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hence, they made an exception this time. Where is it? Shao Chen asked. Abbot Sui said after some thought, come with me. When Su Ming saw the situation, he felt dissatisfied. However, Sui and Su Yun already made up their minds. No matter how dissatisfied Su Ming was, he could not stop them. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Chapter 2267. Su Ye's actions upset Su Ming, so he immediately left. When the two saw the situation, they felt somewhat helpless but did not say anything. Venerable Su Yun consoled Shao Chen, saying, Benefactor Shao, there is no need to mind. Junior brother Su Ming is overly attached to the righteous and evil paths. He once had a great ambition to sweep away all the evil demons in the world and re-establish the orthodox Buddhist sect, bringing glory to the world. It is inevitable for him to feel some enmity for you. In reality, senior brother and I are not too attached to the righteous and evil paths. Whether there is a Buddha in our hearts or not, we follow our hearts. As long as one does not believe in an evil Buddha and has a fate with Buddha, we are all friends. Abbot Sui added, that's right. Faith cannot be forced. The Kasyapa Buddha never said such a thing. Before he became a Buddha, the Kasyapa Buddha once cultivated a demonic Tao cultivation technique. However, at the final moment, he still became a Buddha and established the great cause of the Buddhist sect. Shao Chen nodded in agreement. Being a Buddha did not mean that one would not make mistakes or be supreme. There was no need to force others to believe in it. As for false reputation, Shao Chen was not surprised by this grand ambition of his. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of such fanatics. It was not just the Buddhist sect. There were many such ambitious people in the other sections. Under Abbot Su Ye's lead, Shao Chen followed him to a small path that meandered upward. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain. This was a cold, damp, and dark, empty land. An unsettling and anxious atmosphere spread in the air. It was like all the sins of the world gathered here. Shao Chen looked at the boundless darkness before him. The land seemed to be filled with sin and wildness, making him feel somewhat strange. Where is this? How can a pure land of the Buddhist sect have such a dirty place? Shao Chen could not help asking, feeling like he had arrived in the abyssal underworld. Venerable Su Yun asked after some thought, "Did you see the golden Kasyapa Buddha at the summit when you were at the foot of the mountain?" Xiao Chen nodded. "Naturally, I saw it. It would be hard not to see it. When one looked up, one could see the huge golden Kasyapa Buddha at the summit. Buddhist light shone, and auspicious signs filled the sky. That world was like a dreamland of heaven. It was just like the pure land of ultimate bliss mentioned in the Buddhist scriptures, causing one to yearn for it and feel reverence for it." At that time, Xiaochen wondered if the hidden spirit temple was hidden in the small world behind the golden Kasyapa Buddha body. This is the world behind Kasyapa Buddha, where the sins of the greater thousand worlds are gathered. With supreme sentiments, Buddha shouldered all the sins on behalf of the people of the world, spreading his compassion all over the world. The pure land of ultimate bliss that everyone yearned for was the human world, the mortal world. Buddha created the pure land of ultimate bliss for them, but they don't even realize it. Venerable Su Yun's words made Xiaochen enter deep thought. The human world was a pure land, and bliss was right beside him. It was an interesting point of view, but the Buddhist sects did not publicize it. Or perhaps, the mortals of the world were unwilling to accept reality. They actually didn't need the kingdom of heaven. What they needed was an illusion. Xiaochen did not delve too deeply into the reason behind it. He casually sized up the dark and empty land in front of him. Not a single blade of grass grew in the boundless wilderness, and a rancid smell lingered in the air. Extremely ferocious wild beasts lived in this lifeless land. Many of them even retained the aura of pure great desolate Aeon savage beasts. Even further away, at the edge of his field of vision, he could vaguely see 7 black mountains. Aside from ferocious beasts, he also saw several hidden spirit temple disciples undergoing experiential training here. They either tempered their Buddhist hearts, practiced magic skills, or hunted savage beasts. It looked like this place was no secret to the hidden spirit temple disciples. Do you see the 7 black mountains? The saber manual for the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique 7th move is in those black mountains. The black mountains are forbidden lands of the Buddhist sections. I can only give you half a month. If you cannot find the saber manual, benefactor Xiao can only leave. Xiaochen looked in the direction that Venerable Su Yun pointed. It was the 3rd mountain from the left. It was too far away, so he could not make out any mysterious phenomenon. I understand. Many thanks to the 2 seniors for giving me this opportunity. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Even though Xiaochen knew that the hidden spirit temple might not be able to give him the saber manual for the final 2 moves, he still had to grasp this opportunity. Right now, Xiaochen grasped the saber manual for the 6 moves. Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, and entering hell were the moves he obtained by himself. As for the last 3 moves, in the mortal realm, 3 life flower, and merciless killing, he obtained them from the little monk Yen Chen. As for the final 3 moves, they were taboos among taboos within the Buddhist sections. They were stored in this extremely evil land. If Xiaochen could find them and cultivate them successfully, it would be an unprecedented feat. Goodbye. Xiaochen turned around, performed a cupped fist salute, and left. The moment he turned around, he saw a Buddha statue, which stunned him for a moment. That Buddha statue was incredibly tall but expressionless. Its entire body was pitch black, looking cold and emotionless. This Buddha statue was filled with might and pressure, not showing any benevolence or mercy. However, it was solemn and dignified, looking somewhat strange. Xiaochen entered deep thought. This should be the golden body of that Kasyapa Buddha. However, everyone could only see its front. When the Kasyapa Buddha statue saw the resplendent golden light and the auspicious signs filling the sky, it smiled. Which one was the real one? Or rather, both sides were true bodies. Looking at it this way, one could understand why the Azure Lotus Church and the Black Lotus Church split from the Buddhist sect. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian turned around and continued on his way. At the same time, Su Ming showed an unsightly expression in the hidden spirit temple. He was clearly unhappy with Fang Zhang's senior brother's idea. Yuanzhen sat quietly on the left, listening to Xiao Chen's rage. Grandmaster, there's no need to worry too much. Even if he went to the dark world, he might not be able to cross that sea. Even if he crossed that sea, he might not be able to ascend the Black Mountain. It would be even more difficult to find the saber technique manual. Yuanzhen said softly after remaining silent for a long time. Su Ming shook his head and said, "You cannot underestimate this person. Previously, I did not look down on him too much, but I have to admit it. This brat's strength is somewhat terrifying. Even if you undo the seal, you might not be able to completely suppress him." Yuanzhen nodded. Martial ancestor is right. Su Ming said sullenly, "What I am angry about is not giving him the saber manual but senior brother Abbott's attitude. He is a yes man, completely lacking the dignity of a Buddhist sect leader. No wonder the Buddhist sect has been losing its prestige in the past few years. To be so polite to a sinful person, the evil sect will destroy it sooner or later." Yuanzhen quickly said, "Martial ancestor, you cannot speak of this carelessly." Su Ming forcefully interrupted, "There's no need to worry. This time, when you sneak into the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, if the ethereal immortal palace comes out, you must snatch the wings of time. Only with the wings of time can a Buddhist monarch truly break through the epoch's shackles and descend into this world. We need to start a new epoch. This group of people is too conservative. How can the orthodox Buddhist sect rise up in their hands?" A brilliant light flickered in Yuanzhen's eyes as he said, "Martial ancestor, rest assured. This disciple will do his best to let a Buddhist monarch descend into this world." Su Ming looked at Yuanzhen and smiled in satisfaction. "It looks like I was right to choose you." Xiao Qin had once stayed in the abyssal underworld for a few months. He was very familiar with such a dark and turbid environment. Furthermore, he cultivated a demonic Tao cultivation technique in the first place. Now, he could change his divine energy see as he pleased. He did not feel any discomfort in this environment. However, traveling was exhausting. The 7 Black Mountains were clearly not far away, but after walking for 7 days, it still felt unreachable. The journey was not difficult. However, the occasional ferocious beasts gave Xiao Qin a headache. The further he went, the stronger the ferocious beasts he encountered. During this period, Xiao Qin met several hidden spirit temple disciples and tried to converse with them. He tried to converse with them and gained some unexpected gains. These disciples did not treat him as an outsider, telling him about the situation here. For example, the 7 Black Mountains were a taboo. Even the strongest among them could only walk to a sea of bitterness and look at the 7 Black Mountains across the sea. After that, they could not proceed any further. However, no one could say for sure how far that sea was. Some said it was only 50,000 kilometers, some said it was 500,000 kilometers, and some said it was tens of millions of kilometers. One would have to walk for a year before reaching it. No matter what the answer was, Xiao Qin did not even see the shadow of that sea. Clearly, the Black Mountains were even further away. However, this place greatly suppressed the Tao domain. The laws of space and time were different. Even a simple jump drained a vast amount of divine energy. Hence, Xiao Qin could only continue walking in boredom. Fortunately, Xiao Qin's mental state was good enough. He could endure the boredom of this environment. On a certain day, Xiao Qin looked up, and a light flickered in his eyes. When Xiao Qin squinted, he discovered that a bright sea had appeared in front at some point in time. In this gloomy and cold environment, the sea was exceptionally clear and could be discovered at a glance. Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart. He could not help speeding up. Chapter 2268. It was a sea. Suddenly, a clear, jade-green sea appeared in the dark and desolate world. The seawater was pure, reflecting the 7 Black Mountains. Xiao Qin arrived at the seaside. Then, he revealed a contemplative expression, remaining silent. Before he came, he had heard that a sea of bitterness was at the edge of this world. The hidden spirit temple disciples on experiential training here could not advance any further after reaching this place. While there were temple rules, the greater reason was that they could not go out. This sea was known as the Sea of Bitterness. The Buddhists said that the Sea of Bitterness was boundless. Since it was boundless, one naturally could not go out. The 7 sufferings of the world were birth, old age, illness, death, hatred, love, separation, and unattainable. This vast sea gathered boundless suffering. Once, Shaochen had faced a sea of bitterness in the Kunlun realm. That sea of bitterness had a headless Kitagarbha bodhisattva. There were saber lights left by the Qing emperor and countless aggrieved spirits and malicious ghosts lingering in the sea of bitterness in agony. Shaochen was no stranger to the sea of bitterness. However, the sea of bitterness before him was different from the one he saw in the Kunlun realm. Firstly, there was no Kitagarbha bodhisattva or countless aggrieved spirits. Secondly, this sea of bitterness was clear and pure, with the 7 black mountains reflected in it. Shaochen raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the other side of the sea of bitterness, at the 3rd black mountain from the left. That was his destination. The saber manual for the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique 7th move was hidden there. 13 days of the half-month that Sui gave Shaochen had already passed. He only had 2 days left. If Shaochen delayed in this sea of bitterness, it would be practically impossible to obtain the saber manual. Hence, he could not step onto this sea of bitterness without being fully confident. Shaochen bent over and scooped up a puddle of clear seawater. They slid off his fingertips one by one, dripping to the ground. Every drop of water had a vague reflection of Shaochen trapped in it. Strange, is this really a sea of bitterness? Shaochen felt doubtful. Although the many hidden spirit temple disciples said that this was a sea of bitterness, Shaochen had seen it before. However, Shaochen, who had seen the true sea of bitterness, felt doubtful and did not dare to agree. Whoosh! Shaochen flicked his finger, and a saber light shot out. The saber light stuck close to the water and flew forward. Wherever he passed, waves would be stirred up. He pressed forward courageously, flying, flying, flying. They were always in sight, unable to fly out of the sea. Interesting. Below the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body, Suyi and Yun, who were secretly observing Shaochen. Below the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain, Su Yun and Su Yi, who were secretly observing Shaochen, revealed faint smiles. It looks like he can walk out of this. If he can't get out, he can't blame us for not giving him a chance. The two of them were more optimistic about whether Shaochen could obtain the saber manual or not. They were more relaxed. Yi, Shao and spirits would not. And would. And, he, and was, they, he and, saber, and, Shao, and, would not. And. To the hidden spirit temple, this was a win-win situation. Unfortunately, Su Ming did not think of this. However, just when the two concluded that Shaochen could not walk out of this sea, he took a step forward and calmly walked up. Strange, he figured it out. It can't be that fast, right? Su Yun and Su Yi both revealed shock, clearly surprised. Could it be that Shaochen was really going to be the first person to step on the Black Mountains in the past few thousand years? Step by step, Shaochen showed a calm expression as he walked to the center of the sea and stopped. Along the way, he felt a strange bitterness in his heart. His mind was filled with all the bitterness he had suffered in the past few years. This was especially so for Lu Rue. She seemed to follow him like a shadow. He could not obtain her in secret. The pain of parting with love was indescribable. It was unbearable pain, nearly breaking down. No wonder no one could walk out. With every step, they had to endure the pain of nearly breaking down. Anyone would choose to turn back. Turning back was the shore. However, this shore was not the opposite shore. It was returning to the starting point. When Shaochen looked down, the seawater was still clear and pure. The 7 black mountains were reflected in the water. Everything looked very normal. However, there was no reflection of himself in the water. Shaochen thought of the blurry scenes of himself trapped in the water droplets. Every water droplet had his reflection. However, he could not see his reflection in the entire sea. When Xiao Chen thought about the distance to the Sea of Bitterness that many of the hidden spirit temple disciples mentioned, he realized that they were all different. Xiao Chen already understood that this was not a sea of bitterness but the sea in everyone's heart. The thousands of bitterness in one's heart condensed into a sea. If one wanted to go up the Black Mountains, one had to walk out of this sea of bitterness in one's heart. That was why he could explain why every single water droplet had his reflection trapped in it, but the entire surface of the sea did not have his reflection. This was because this sea was Xiao Chen himself. How could it reflect him? Why did no one walk out? This was because they could not comprehend this. They could not realize that they were in an illusion, trapped in the sea of bitterness in their hearts. If one knew this, it would be easy to walk out. As for how to break out, one had to close one's eyes and observe one's heart. When one saw the sea in one's heart, one would naturally be able to walk out of the sea in one's heart. This was because Xiao Chen was not in any sea of bitterness at all. It was just an illusion that trapped him in his own sea of bitterness. Whoosh! When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was already at the foot of the Black Mountain. When Xiao Chen turned his head back, he saw an indistinct expressionless Buddha statue in the distance. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, knowing that he had managed to walk out. After checking his surroundings and confirming that he was at the foot of the third Black Mountain from the left, Xiao Chen relaxed. Flowers bloomed at the foot of the Black Mountain. To think that rare and beautiful flowers bloomed at the foot of the Black Mountain in this sinful land. These are blood spirit flowers? Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. He had seen these flowers before. The blood spirit flowers contained a pure demonic nature, a natural tonic for demonic Tao cultivators. However, this was not important. What was important was that these blood spirit flowers bloomed exceptionally beautifully. They had existed for at least 10,000 years. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw that the entire Black Mountain was covered in similar strange flowers and plants. The blood spirit flowers at the foot of the mountain were just the lowest ranked ones. What a treasure mountain! Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He rejoiced in his heart. Now that he cultivated both martial and spiritual energy, he could switch divine energy freely. Be it spiritual energy divine energy or demonic energy divine energy, it made no difference to him. These natural treasures that the monks of the hidden spirit temple avoided were supreme treasures in Xiao Chen's eyes. What was even more delightful was that no one had come to this place for a very long time already. Even if someone came, they probably did not touch these demonic flowers or demonic fruits. Xiao Chen swept his gaze through the blood spirit flowers. Finally, his gaze landed on an eye-catching blood spirit fruit. Blood spirit flowers were extremely rare. However, it was even more difficult to harvest them. It was not easy to obtain a blood spirit fruit. Now, with a casual glance, Xiao Chen actually saw a blood spirit fruit. The 10,000-year-old blood spirit flowers that other demonic Tao cultivators considered supreme treasures. However, Xiao Chen did not even bother looking at them, directly picking this blood spirit fruit. After plucking this blood spirit fruit, Xiao Chen thought for a while before swallowing it. Then, he sat down cross-legged and quickly circulated his demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. The spiritual energy from the blood spirit fruit flowed endlessly into Xiao Chen's divine energy sea like a gushing river. After about 15 minutes, Xiao Chen completely refined the medicinal properties of the blood spirit fruit. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, a spiritual light flickered in them. This blood spirit fruit was at least 10,000 years old. With this, Xiao Chen's cultivation improved by 10%. After all, Xiao Chen was now a two-vein sovereign emperor. Raising his cultivation by 10% in 15 minutes showed how horrifying it was. However, when Xiao Chen looked at the demonic flowers and demonic fruits covering the mountain, he felt that this was nothing. If he absorbed all of them, it would be normal for him to advance to three-vein sovereign emperor within a short time. Even if I did not find the saber manual on this trip, I still gained a lot. Xiao Chen stood up with a faint smile on his face. These demonic flowers covering the mountain were a huge pleasant surprise. Venerable Su Yun and Abbot Su Yi probably did not expect such a surprise. Xiao Chen thought to himself, I do not have much time left. I can only absorb the most precious of these demonic flowers and demonic fruits. I absolutely cannot touch them unless they are 10,000-year-old or older. That would be a waste of time. After making up his mind, Xiaochen started a frenzied search on this mountain. He did not know if these demonic flowers and demonic fruits would still be effective after leaving the Black Peak. In a mere 2 days, Xiaochen's cultivation soared rapidly, climbing all the way to Peak 2 Vain Sovereign Emperor. It looked like Xiaochen was about to break through his bottleneck and break through his bottleneck. Xiaochen advanced to 3 Vain Sovereign Emperor by relying on these demonic flowers covering the mountain. However, Venerable Su Yun and Abbot Su Yi, who were on Spirit Vulture Mountain, started to feel anxious. As Xiaochen frantically hunted, cracks actually appeared on the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain, which was filled with auspicious signs. To think that he did not think of this. We cannot let him continue. The Black Peak has lost too much of its demonic nature. The balance between good and evil will be lost. Chapter 2269. Whoosh. Before Xiaochen, who was already a 2 Vain Sovereign Emperor, could continue searching for 10,000-year-old demonic fruits to break through, a strong force pulled him out of the Black Mountain. An irresistible force pulled him out of the Black Mountain. When Xiaochen recovered his vision, he looked around and was surprised to discover that he had appeared at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain. He had actually appeared at the peak of the Spirit Vulture Mountain, and right beside him was the golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha, which was as tall as a mountain. In comparison, Xiaochen was as weak as an ant. When Xiaochen looked back, he saw Venerable Su Yun and Abbot Su Yi looking at Xiaochen uneasily. Xiaochen's eyes lit up like he understood something. After some thought, he said, "Seniors, this junior's time to leave the Black Mountain should not be up yet. If I remember correctly, there is still at least 1 more day." Venerable Su Yun said awkwardly, "That's right. Benefactor Zhao's time is not up yet." "Then, why did you pull me out in advance?" Xiaochen felt very upset. If he had stayed another day, he would have broken through the 2 Vain Sovereign Emperor bottleneck and reached 3 Vain Sovereign Emperor. Being forcefully pulled out of a bottleneck while being stuck it was not a good feeling. Abbot Su Yi laughed, "Ha ha ha. Benefactor is joking. This is the saber manual that Benefactor wants. You have already passed the test. There is no need for you to remain on the Black Mountain." Right after Abbot Su Yi spoke, he handed a jade strip to Xiaochen without saying anything. Xiaochen received the jade strip, feeling somewhat confused, not understanding its meaning. "That's it, then. Benefactor, please leave the mountain. I'll leave the Azure Lotus Church's matters in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb to Benefactor Xiao." Before Xiaochen could say anything, Venerable Su Yun had already asked him to leave. But, Venerable Su Yun supported Xiaochen and smiled. "There are no buts. Don't you want the saber manual? I already gave it to you, so there are no buts. Come, I'll send Benefactor Xiao off." Without giving Xiaochen a chance to speak, the 2 Buddhist sect powerhouses forcefully sent Xiaochen out of Spirit Vulture Mountain. After they left, they all heaved a sigh of relief, feeling extremely exhausted. How stupid. To think that he did not think of this. He dual cultivates martial Tao and demonic Tao. Entering the Black Mountain is like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. If we let him stay here for a moment longer, the balance of good and evil will be lost. I really don't know what kind of disaster it will cause. Venerable Su Yun sighed softly as he looked at the auspicious signs in the sky above Spirit Vulture Mountain slowly mending. A trace of doubt appeared in Abbot Su Ye's eyes. He asked, "Junior brother, have you ever thought about why the 2 of us made such a mistake?" "That's right. With our intelligence, logically speaking, we should have noticed this. Leaving out such a huge piece of information might be excusable for others, but anyone with a meticulous mind would make mistakes." However, to Su Yun and Su Yi, this was not right. The 2 of them were faux God realm cultivators. Everything, no matter how big or small, would be imprinted in his mind. It was impossible for him to miss the information about Xiaochen's demonic arts. Suddenly, horror flashed in Venerable Su Yun's eyes. He said sullenly. Could it be that he already broke the shackles of dual cultivating martial Tao and demonic Tao, causing us to forget that he cultivated a demonic cultivation technique? Dual cultivating martial Tao and demonic Tao gets harder the further one goes. It is a dead end. Even the Kasyapa Buddha gave up on his demonic Tao and demonic Tao the moment he became a Buddha. Since ancient times, no one has been able to completely merge martial Tao and demonic Tao. Abbot Suyi said softly, if that is really the case, then it is somewhat terrifying. A person who can completely merge martial Tao and demonic Tao is equivalent to breaking the shackles of the entire martial epoch. It looks like the martial epoch is truly at its end. Signs of it are appearing one after another. The two Buddhist sect faux god powerhouses appeared somewhat worried, showing grave expressions. Xiao Chen, who had already descended the mountain, felt confused as he held the jade strip in his hand. Why did they give me the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique saber manual for nothing? These two should not be that kind. If they really wanted to give me the saber manual, Abbot Suyi would not have let Xiao Chen risk his life in the dark world from the start. Clearly, Abbot Suyi was trying to put on a show. It was not that I did not want to give you the saber manual. I gave you the opportunity, but you did not fight for it. You cannot blame me. However, when Xiao Chen's cultivation advanced rapidly on the Black Peak, he nearly forgot about the saber manual. The two forcefully pulled him out and stuffed him with the saber manual. Then, they chased him down the mountain without any explanation. Strange. Xiao Chen shook his head and stopped thinking. Although he did not break through the two-vein sovereign emperor bottleneck in the end, he gained a fortuitous encounter for no reason. This allowed his cultivation to reach peak two-vein sovereign emperor and obtained a saber manual. No matter what, Xiao Chen gained a lot from this trip to the hidden spirit temple. It is time to return to the Misty Rain Pavilion. It has been less than half a month. I wonder what happened to these people after that huge commotion. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he prepared to rush back to the Misty Rain Pavilion. Just at this moment, a figure flickered endlessly in the air before landing firmly in front of Xiao Chen. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? The person who arrived turned around. It was the mysterious Yuan Zhen that Xiao Chen had not seen for a long time. According to Su Yun and Su Yi, they did not know that Yuan Zhen already had an ethereal immortal palace key. This person was somewhat mysterious. I'm fine. Brother Yuan Zhen, why are you here? Xiao Chen replied casually. However, he kept his guard up and spread out his spiritual sense in all directions. Haha. Brother Xiao, there is no need to be so nervous. No one below Spirit Vulture Mountain dares to touch Benefactor Xiao. Furthermore, everyone in the imperial capital knows that you are the 9th prince's guest. Who would dare to touch you? Yuan Zhen said softly with narrowed eyes. Xiao Chen felt excited. The competition for the prince's guests should have reached its most intense stage in the past half a month. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince took the initiative to announce that Xiao Chen was his guest. Brother Yuan Zhen, there is no need to worry. I am just cautious by nature. However, as far as I know, the hidden spirit temple disciples cannot become the prince's guests. Why is Brother Yuan Zhen so concerned about the succession race? Xiao Chen probed, wanting to see if he could glean something from Yuan Zhen's expression. Yuan Zhen did not appear surprised when he heard that. It looks like Brother Xiao learned a lot on this trip to the hidden spirit temple. Indeed, the hidden spirit temple disciples cannot become guests. However, the succession race is now the focus of the entire city. Nearly all the sovereign emperors under 500 years old in the entire Great Thousand Realms have gathered in Yen City. I know about this. At this point, Yuan Zhen paused for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, Brother Xiao, there might be some trouble when you return. Right now, the competition for the position of a prince's guest is rather scary. Many thanks for the reminder. How are my friends in the Misty Rain Pavilion doing? The other party seemed to know a lot. So, Xiao Chen asked about the things that he was more concerned about. After the wedding, the first prince was unable to recover, and his momentum plummeted. Now, the 3 princes are back at the starting line. Now, they are busy with the succession race and cannot care about anything else. Furthermore, everyone saw the relationship between the sword god and pavilion master Su. Who would dare to touch the misty rain pavilion? Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. However, after saying so much, why are you here? Me? Yuanjun replied softly, I'm just here to see you. I want to know how much your strength has improved since you left the dark world. In the end? It looks like you crossed that sea and ascended the Black Peak. Otherwise, your strength would not have improved in such a short time. A bright light flickered in the depths of Yuanjun's eyes. He keenly noticed Xiao Chen's improvement. You seem to understand a lot about the dark world, Xiao Chen said, not denying it. If we were to become enemies one day, would you kill me? Yuanjun suddenly changed the topic and asked this question. Xiao Chen glanced at the other party and replied calmly, I will. In that case, I can rest assured, because I will as well. Please don't show mercy. Yuanjun narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a smile on his face. Xiao Chen could not tell if he was sad or happy. Take care. I won't send you off. Yuanjun pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. Then, he turned and left. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After speaking for so long, what Yuanjun truly wanted to ask should be the last question. It looks like the other party will most likely enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. However, why does this feel somewhat strange? If they really become enemies, why did Yuanjun ask this? This was equivalent to reminding Xiao Chen. You have to be careful. The next time we meet, I will kill you. This person is really a mystery. Xiao Chen shook his head and sighed softly. Since the first time he met this person, he had never truly figured out the other party. Before the sky turned dark, Xiao Chen returned to the misty rain pavilion. Although he had expected that Chu Chaoyun, Ao Jiao, and the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter had already left, he still felt it was unfortunate. When Suyi learned that Xiao Chen had returned, she rushed over. After some thought, she said, Xiao Chen, the heavenly book scholar has been waiting for you for 7 days already. All right, I'll go and meet him. What a fellow. He is really patient. To think that he waited for 7 days. Chapter 2270. Since the heavenly book scholar was here, it had to be about the succession race in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Under Su Ye's lead, Xiao Chen met the heavenly book scholar in the misty rain pavilion. The heavenly book scholar was alone, the 9th prince was not by his side. Xiao Chen, I waited for you for 7 days, the heavenly book scholar said with a faint smile. The heavenly book scholar smiled faintly. Then, he sized up Xiao Chen as if he was estimating his strength. Xiao Chen said calmly, it looks like there is indeed something important. Otherwise, you would not have waited for so long. Speak, then. The heavenly book scholar nodded and said, there is still 1 more month. The various princes will be heading to the palace to fight for the slots for their guests to enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The number of slots determined how many guests one could bring into the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. It practically affected the outcome of the succession race. How are the slots for the various princes determined? Xiao Chen asked. The heavenly book scholar explained, it is like this. Every prince has 7 basic slots. Then, some more slots are added based on the support of the feudal lords, noble clans, and sects in the Yanwu dynasty. Thanks to you, the first prince's wedding was spoiled, reducing the support of the feudal lords and noble clans. However, the first prince, the 8th prince, and the 13th prince still have the most slots. The first prince already has 16 slots, while the 8th prince and the 15th prince each have 13. The other princes have different slots, but most of them do not exceed 10. The 9th prince only has 8 slots. Xiao Chen thought to himself, the first prince's faction is really horrifying. If I had not ruined that wedding, would not have been able to deal with him. If he had not spoiled the wedding, the 9th prince would have been able to bring more than 20 slots into the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Now, he still has 16 slots. The 9th prince's slots are pitifully few. To think that he only has one more slot on top of the base. In that case, what is going on with the slots 3 days from now? The Heavenly Book scholar explained, the slots 3 days from now is the last chance for all the princes. The princes will draw lots to decide who will fight. The winners will obtain a slot. However, the losers will lose a slot. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt that something was wrong. He said softly, "What a cruel competition. This will probably increase the advantage of the top 3 princes." That's right. This mechanism isn't exactly fair, but that's exactly what the royal family wants. It's to make the strong stronger and the weak weaker. There's no need for the princes who are there to join in the fun to take up extra slots. The Heavenly Book scholar nodded, agreeing with Xiao Chen's point of view. Then, he added some of his own thoughts. What does the 9th prince mean? The 9th prince wants you to accompany him to the imperial palace to fight for the final spots. This matter is very important. However, I did not know when you would return, so I waited in this misty rain pavilion. The Heavenly Book scholar explained the whole story. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and waited for his answer. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before replying softly, "No problem. However, if I win, I want to keep this spot for myself." The Heavenly Book scholar frowned slightly. "You want your friend to enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb?" The ancient Yan Emperor tomb was a land of fortuitous encounters with many inheritances. As long as one's luck was not bad, one would gain something after entering. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb held great attraction for sovereign emperors. Hence, all the sovereign emperors of the entire martial epoch rushed to the imperial capital Yan City. Hence, this slot was not just a slot but represented many things. The Heavenly Book scholar said, "I can promise you this on behalf of the 9th prince. The 9th prince mainly wants to ensure that he does not lose his slot. As long as you win, the slot will be yours." Good. It's a deal, then. In that case, I'll take my leave first. If you have time, please rush to the prince's residence as soon as possible. After sending off the Heavenly Book scholar, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After a while, he got Siyi to gather Wu Meng, Mo Chen, and the others. Wu Meng, Yun Fei, Mo Chen, and the others gathered at the top floor of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Xiao Chen told everyone about his participation in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. "What do you think about the succession race?" Xiao Chen asked. Wu Meng immediately replied, "Right now, the favorites are still the 1st prince, the 8th prince, and the 13th prince. Although the 1st prince's prestige has declined, his accumulations are still there and cannot be underestimated. Actually, the 9th prince does not have much of a chance of becoming the crown prince." Mo Chen asked softly, "Big brother Xiao, does the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters know that you support the 9th prince?" Xiao Chen nodded. "After I decided to support the 9th prince, I secretly told Lord Mu Zifeng. He did not have any objections. He only said that I will handle the Yanwu dynasty's matters and that there is no need to be overly cautious. Given that, it looks like the Heavenly Alliance is somewhat indifferent to this succession race. This is really strange." Confusion flashed in Mo Chen's eyes, appearing somewhat confused. Suyi said, "The headquarters are just empty words. The important thing is, Lord Xiao, what do you want to achieve? How can we help you?" As for the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, they definitely have their own views on this matter. Since they did not let us know, they must have their own reasons. There is no need to care about it for now. Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters would definitely not miss out on such a big show. However, he did not know what the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters thought, which was somewhat difficult to understand. After some thought, Xiao Chen said, "Naturally, my first goal is the Wings of Time. The second goal is to support the 9th prince as the crown prince. As for the third goal, let's not talk about it for now." However, when Xiao Chen mentioned the third eye, Siyi noticed a faint murderous intent in Xiao Chen's eyes. She nodded and said, "I understand. I will get the Misty Rain Pavilion to gather information about the ethereal immortal palace's key in Yen City. The various merchant associations affiliated to the Misty Rain Pavilion will also do their best to support the ninth prince, helping him recruit more capable guests. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. The sovereign emperors who came to participate in the selection of guests could not be considered true experts. The various princes had already promised great benefits to the true experts, personally seeking an audience and taking the initiative to recruit them. The ninth prince frequently led troops to fight enemies. It was hard to say how many resources and connections the ninth prince had in the imperial capital. With the Misty Rain Pavilion's help, the quality of the ninth prince's guests should rise to another level. Let's do this for now. Mo Chen and Bao calculate how many resources we can use. The main ones are resources that can attract sovereign emperors. We can ignore the others. As for Su Yi, come with me to the ninth prince's residence tomorrow to meet the ninth prince personally. Xiao Chen paused for a moment. Then, he looked at Wu Meng and the others and said, "You should make your preparations as well. I will choose one of you to enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb with me." Haha. I feel that there is no need to prepare anything. Big brother Wu is the strongest among us. Given his strength, he can hold his own against a great perfection sovereign emperor. The others will not be able to help brother Xiao much. Yun Fei spoke the truth, not taking it too seriously. Talent mattered to cultivators. With the same amount of resources and effort, the one with the most talent would definitely improve faster. Wu Meng's talent was at the peak of the entire Heavenly Alliance's younger generation. Without the restrictions of the headquarters, Wu Meng could rely on the resources of the branches to increase his strength rapidly. Wu Meng's cultivation was the same as Xiao Chen's, a two-vein sovereign emperor. However, Yun Fei and the others were still one-vein sovereign emperors. There was already a significant gap between them. Good. Wu Meng will accompany me. It is settled, then. Xiao Chen did not like to drag things out. In his heart, Wu Meng was his first choice. Naturally, Wu Meng had no reason to delay such an opportunity. After thanking Xiao Chen, he prepared to enter closed-door cultivation. Early the next morning, just as the sun rose, Xiao Chen and Su Yi rushed to the ninth prince's residence. The ninth prince Wang Yan's residence was in the center of Yan City, adjacent to the imperial capital. This was where most of the prince's residences were. When Xiao Chen approached the ninth prince's residence, he vaguely felt a vast energy guarding the surroundings, appearing transcendent. When Xiao Chen stepped into the residence, it felt like he had entered someone else's small world. A hidden energy grasped his every move. Xiao Chen knew that this energy definitely came from the imperial palace. That was the center of the entire dynasty. It would be hard to avoid some inexplicable energy existing there. These royal residences were adjacent to the imperial palace. Naturally, they were protected by this energy. Xiao Chen. Just as the two were about to enter the ninth prince's residence, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Chen turned his head to look. It was the eighth Prince Wang Feng. A gray-clad old man from the Divine Sword Pavilion stood beside him. Xiao Chen's eyes sank slightly. That old man's aura felt somewhat familiar to Xiao Chen. Back then, in the Smiling Daughter Pavilions, Xiao Chen was facing off against the three princes. Xiao Chen felt that the Divine Sword Pavilion's older generation experts were sneak attacking him. It seemed to be this old man. Chapter 2271. What a coincidence, it's the eighth prince. Xiao Chen's expression was indifferent when he saw the person who had arrived. His gaze gently glanced and landed on the black-clothed old man beside him. That old man was a five-vein sovereign emperor. However, he evaded Xiao Chen's gaze. The eighth Prince Wang Feng inspected Xiao Chen, and he felt that the latter's strength was becoming more and more immeasurable. Xiao Chen's strength was much stronger than when he first arrived at the imperial capital. Although Xiao Chen was only a two-vein sovereign emperor, he would be a powerful weapon in the fight against the crown prince if Xiao Chen could recruit him as a guest. Not to mention his strength, just by leading the Misty Rain Pavilion, he managed to mess up his big brother's wedding. It was a great recruitment value. Unfortunately, he had killed the beloved son of the Cloud Prince and was destined to be of no use to him. However, he had already formed an irreconcilable conflict with his eldest brother. At the end of the day, he could still make use of him. It would be best if he didn't start a feud now. The 8th Prince Wang Feng immediately smiled and said, "Lord Shao, if you have time, you can come to my royal residence for a chat. My royal residence is not far from 9th Brothers. You are welcome at any time." Shao Chen knew what she was thinking, but he did not expose her. He looked at the old man beside her and asked, "Senior, are you not going to introduce us?" He is the deputy pavilion master of the Divine Sword Pavilion, Dao Yan. He is exactly 500 years old and can be considered my strongest guest this time. If Lord Shao is interested in the sword Dao, you can discuss it with Senior Dao Yan. The 8th Prince didn't hesitate and calmly introduced the items to everyone. Dao Yan said indifferently, "I have long heard of Lord Zhao's name. I welcome your guidance at any time." Just at this moment, the Heavenly Book Scholar and the 9th Prince walked out of the prince's residence together. 8th Brother. The 9th Prince softly greeted Wang Feng when he saw him. The 9th Prince was rather polite to Wang Feng. In reality, even if it was the 1st Prince, as long as he did not work with the Green Lotus cult, he would not pay too much attention to him. "Congratulations, 9th Brother. You managed to recruit Lord Shao as your guest." The 8th Prince faintly smiled and said these polite words. Wang Feng didn't care too much about the 9th Prince because he wasn't a threat to him. Even if he recruited Shao Chen, it would not affect the overall situation. His greatest opponents were still the 1st Prince and the 13th Prince. Even further down the list, the 9th Prince would not be chosen, as he had almost zero influence in Yen City. If he couldn't recruit powerful guests, his overall strength would definitely be at the bottom. There were many such princes. They entered the ancient Yen Emperor tomb to seek fortuitous encounters. He wanted to increase his strength or raise his noble rank based on the fortuitous encounters in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the 8th Prince and Dao Yan left. "Senior Dao Xian." After leaving, the 8th Prince sensed something strange between Dao Yan and Shao Chen, so he asked. Truth be told, the Divine Sword Pavilion's expert who tried to assassinate him in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was me. Just now, he might have sensed something, but he shouldn't have confirmed it. Dao Yan pondered for a moment, but still confessed. The 8th Prince laughed and said, "I was wondering what it was." "Don't worry. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care too much, because he had a bigger enemy waiting to be dealt with. It's fine as long as we don't take the initiative to provoke him. This person's bottom line is very obvious, but I really don't know what his upper limit is. Don't worry. This old man knows his limits. When my Ice Dao domain improves further and I comprehend an ice small world, no one in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb will be a match for me. A mere Shao Chen is even less of a threat to me. The 8th Prince's ascension to the throne is of utmost importance." Dao Yan's eyes emitted a cold light that was as dazzling as the stars, bursting out with a terrifying fighting spirit. Right now, Shao Chen was already a 5-vein sovereign emperor. If he had his ice small world, he would truly be unrivaled. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the 8th Prince's eyes as he asked, "Are you confident?" Shao Chen knew that Dao Yan had outstanding talent in the Ice Great Dao. He already had a 9th layer Ice Dao domain 100 years ago. However, Shao Chen had not expected Dao Yan to comprehend an ice small world before entering the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Vaguely, he seemed to feel that luck was slowly shifting from his big brother to himself. Great luck had come. 80%. Dao Yan said softly. Wang Feng was overjoyed. He smiled and said, "What resources do you need? I will arrange it. I will definitely satisfy you. The Divine Sword Pavilion does not lack resources. Your Highness, please wait for the news." "No way. Since there is an 80% chance, I have to make it a 100% chance. In the end, the Divine Sword Pavilion's resources are slightly inferior to the royal court's. I still have one more chance to enter the Heavenly Palace's treasure trove, but I have not used it yet. I'll use it on Senior Dao Yan." The 8th Prince's intentions were set in stone, not allowing Dao Yan to refuse. Dao Yan felt excited. He had heard of the Heavenly Palace's treasure trove before. That was where the royal court stored their treasures. The treasures that could enter the treasure trove were all priceless and incredibly rare. Dao Yan could not refuse. In that case, many thanks, 8th Prince. Well said, well said. Come, let's go over. The 8th Prince felt incredibly excited. He immediately changed his route and headed straight for the palace. Wang Yan and the Heavenly Fate Scholar looked at Wang Feng and Dao Yan in front of the 9th Prince's residence, entering deep thought. Seeing that Xiao Chen seemed to be interested in Dao Yan, Wang Yan said, "That is Dao Yan. He was a true inheritor of the Divine Sword Pavilion 400 years ago. Before he turned 500 years old, he became the Divine Sword Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master. Back then, he was a demonic genius that shook up the entire Yanwu dynasty. He remained in seclusion for several hundred years. When he suddenly appeared, people remembered that he was not even 500 years old yet." Xiao Chen asked, "Is he very strong?" "Yes, very strong. Of all the prince's guests this time, this Dao Yan's strength is at least in the top 3. The scarier thing is that 8th Brother's companions are all outstanding talents of similar sections. With the support of all the sects in the Yanwu dynasty, he does not need to spend much resources to recruit guests." When mentioning Wang Feng, the 9th Prince had to admit that the other party was very strong. Sects and factions had at least 10,000 years of inheritance. They would not be lacking in resources. Not only would they not waste Wang Feng's resources, but they could even help him recruit some people with special abilities. After the 1st Prince's wedding was ruined, the 9th Prince could no longer suppress the 8th Prince on paper. Now, they were back at the starting line. The Heavenly Book Scholar smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Pavilion Master Su and Lord Xiao, please come in first." After entering the residence and discussing some important matters, Xiao Chen said softly, "9th Prince, this Xiao has something else to say aside from the fight for the slots in 1 month." "What is it?" Wang Yan let out a soft cry of surprise, finding it strange. Xiao Chen said straightforwardly, "This Xiao would like to invite the 9th Prince to fight for the Crown Prince position." Wang Yan smiled and said, "Naturally, I want to fight for the Crown Prince position. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time to recruit guests and ask Lord Xiao to fight for the final slot for me? You still do not understand what I mean. I want you to fight for the Crown Prince position from the bottom of your heart, to think about ascending to the Yan Emperor's throne, not to go through the motions like now. You are only going through the motions for the sake of the illusory ethereal immortal palace, reluctantly entering the ancient Yan Emperor tomb to attack the 1st Prince." Xiao Chen directly exposed Wang Yan's self-deception. Wang Yan had never truly thought of fighting for the Crown Prince position. From the way he talked about the Dao Yan earlier, it was clear that he had no ambition. To think that Wang Yan did not care about the 8th Prince at all, not feeling any pressure at all. Wang Yan's expression flickered. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Haha. It looks like I misjudged you earlier. Xiao Chen, you are just an ordinary person. It turns out that you only agreed to my request to fight for fame and profit." Xiao Chen smiled coldly and interrupted, "Misjudged? What's wrong? Previously, you felt that I did not care about fame and profit, that I was a person who did not have much ambition even though I dual cultivated righteous and demonic. If you let me into the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I would not cause any losses to the dynasty, right?" The sudden change in the atmosphere somewhat surprised the Heavenly Book Scholar. He quickly said, "Xiao Chen, the 9th Prince did not mean that. Don't speak up for him. When I first met you, I did not truly leave. I clearly heard what the 9th Prince said to you. I am not his best choice. He simply could not find anyone. In the end, he had no choice but to seek my help. If he could, he would definitely choose someone purely of the righteous Tao. Am I right?" Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he looked straight at the 9th Prince. The expressions of the Heavenly Book Scholar and the 9th Prince immediately changed. They did not know how to respond. Nothing to say? In that case, let me say it. From the very start, I knew why you sought me out. I do not care about the suspicions in your heart. As long as you can help me, that is enough. I do not care who becomes the Yan Emperor. What does that have to do with me? Xiao Chen did not stop speaking. He continued, however, I have a grudge with the first prince. We are at a point where only one of us can survive. Yet, you are still like an ostrich. What use do I have for you? If he ascends to the throne, I will not be able to escape death. I will have to flee the Yanwu dynasty. If I were alone, would not care. However, I still have friends. Pavilion Master Su will not be able to leave. My merchant associations will not be able to leave either. What about them? If even one of them dies, I, Xiao Chen, will not be able to accept it. At the mention of death, Xiao Chen could not control his emotions. He looked at the 9th prince and said sullenly, I'll say something unpleasant. If you had the status of the 8th prince or the 13th prince, would Wang Fei dare to touch my martial nephew? Would my martial nephew die in such an unjust manner? I, Xiao Chen, am just that vulgar. Are you satisfied now? When Suyi saw that Xiao Chen seemed to lose control of his emotions, she quickly stepped forward and pressed on his hand, comforting him softly. Back then, she had rushed out of the city with Xiao Chen. Only she knew this the best. Xiao Chen had never let go of Ling Yu's death. Back then, Ling Yu's death had dealt a greater psychological blow to Xiao Chen than many people imagined. Xiao Chen did not say anything because he did not want others to worry. However, the frustration and helplessness in his heart never faded. With every day that passed, this burden grew 100 times heavier. When the 9th prince saw Xiao Chen's expression, he felt somewhat startled. After knowing Xiao Chen for so long, he had rarely seen the 9th prince so angry. It was rare to see him so angry. Usually, no matter how angry he was, he would never show it on his face. The 9th prince always remained calm, giving off an unfathomable feeling. However, when the 9th prince truly revealed his rage, his aura was somewhat frightening. Chapter 2272. The atmosphere turned somewhat heavy. The 9th prince had not expected Xiao Chen's outburst at all. The heavenly book scholar was stunned for a long time at the side before reacting. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen's words were overboard. However, when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it made sense. The 9th prince could be a good person. Even if he did not try to become the crown prince, Wang Fei would not dare to kill him due to their blood relationship. However, Xiao Chen was different. He did not have such a status to protect himself and his friends. Once the first prince succeeded in ascending to the throne, it would be extremely disadvantageous to Xiao Chen. He might even have to pay a heavy price. In terms of transactions, the 9th prince was clearly thinking of himself in this transaction. The 9th prince only thought about using the key in Xiao Chen's hands to prevent the demonic Dao cultivators from obtaining the wings of time if the ethereal immortal palace appeared. The 9th prince had never thought about what Xiao Chen would do if the first prince ascended to the throne. To Xiao Chen, this was unfair. Why should he help such a selfish person? What is the point of having you? The 9th prince's words sounded harsh, but they were not overboard at all. This was the truth. After speaking, Xiao Chen appeared somewhat confused. Earlier, he actually wanted to kill the 9th prince. Now, he wanted to kill the 9th prince, even blaming some of his resentment on the 9th prince. If not for Suyi pressing down on his hand, who knew what would have happened? After Xiao Chen calmed down, he was distracted for a while, appearing somewhat dispirited. He felt a deep helplessness. He had never felt so cowardly before. To think that he could say such shameless words, shifting the blame to someone else. This was simply laughably childish. Sorry for the offense earlier, Your Highness. No matter what, my martial nephew's death has nothing to do with the 9th prince. I will apologize in the future. Suyi, let's go. Wait a moment. The 9th prince quickly called out to Xiao Chen. Then, he stood up and said, Lord Xiao, there is no need to blame yourself. You are right. If I had the same status as little 13, first brother would not have dared to touch Lord Zhao's martial nephew. I have always been thinking about how to contribute to the dynasty, how to stop the demonic Tao cultivators. I was indeed eager for quick success and did not consider things from Lord Zhao's perspective. So? Xiao Chen said softly without turning his head. If Lord Xiao is willing to become my guest, I am willing to do my best to fight for the position of Crown Prince. The ninth Prince Wang Yan said, enunciating each word with a grave expression. When the Heavenly Book scholar heard that, he trembled slightly. He knew that the ninth prince was a man of his word. Once he decided on something, he would not hesitate and go all out to execute it. However, it was completely different from his original intentions. The Heavenly Book scholar suddenly revealed a doubtful expression. Then, a pair of profound talisman seals formed in his eyes. The moment this seal appeared, he saw the general star above the ninth prince's head rapidly fall. Instead, the originally dim imperial star gradually glowed and rose. He had advised the ninth prince in the past. The ninth prince was a talented general who could lead an army to war and defend a region. However, he did not have the talent of an emperor, and his emperor's star was dim. Not to mention the three princes, he could not even compare to some of the other princes. However, the ninth prince's general star had suddenly fallen, and his emperor's star had risen. The sudden change in fate Dao was a strange situation that he had never seen before, but it really appeared in front of him today. How can it be? Is it because of me? The Heavenly Book scholar looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. However, the Heavenly Book scholar did not dare to try to advise Xiao Chen's Emperor Star. Even if the Heavenly Book scholar were 10 times more courageous, he would not dare to try to advise Xiao Chen's Emperor Star again. Ninth Prince, are you sure? Xiao Chen asked softly as he turned to look at Wang Yan. I'm sure. Wang Yan replied softly, as the saying goes, one word is like a wake-up call. Most of the time, I do not like to take the initiative to resolve problems. I only want to wait for problems to appear before thinking of a way to resolve them. I never thought of taking the initiative to control everything. Even if I manage to stop First Brother this time, what about next time? There will always be times when I cannot guard against it. You are right. I have indeed been deceiving myself. Suyi exchanged glances with Xiao Chen. When she saw the other party nod slightly, she said, as long as the ninth prince says it, the Misty Rain Pavilion will do its best to help the ninth prince seize the throne at all costs. Many thanks. However, even if I am determined to become the crown prince and have the Misty Rain Pavilion's help, my chances of victory are still very slim. I would also like to ask, Lord Xiao, have you really thought it through? Wang Yan countered with a question, his expression slowly turning calm on his handsome face. Xiao Chen replied softly, I always felt that as long as you fought for it, you would have a 50% chance of success. If you did not fight for it, you would not even have a 10% chance. That was how you were previously. You did not even give me a 10% chance. Even if I did my best, I would not have any chance of success. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Good. I will enter closed-door cultivation during this period. You can discuss the matter of recruiting guests with Pavilion Master Su. There is no need to worry about resources. As long as you do your best, I have nothing to say if you fail, the ninth prince said after some thought. The ninth prince said after some thought, if you are going to enter closed-door cultivation, then do it at my residence. I have the best closed-door cultivation room of the royal clan. The spiritual energy here is incomparable to anywhere else. You can experience the wonders for yourself. All right, I will stay here, then. Xiao Chen did not stand on ceremony, directly agreeing. After entering the secret realm of the residence, Xiao Chen entered closed-door cultivation. Compared to the other prince's guests, Xiao Chen's cultivation was still too low. Most of the guests that entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb were sovereign emperors several hundred years old. There was no lack of older generation demonic geniuses like Dao Yan. When they were young, they had pretty good talent and sufficient resources. Furthermore, with their accumulations over time, there would definitely not be any weaklings. Among them, there might be some experts skilled in a great Dao. By relying on the accumulation of time and hundreds of years, they could condense a small world expert. A great perfection sovereign emperor who could condense a small world was definitely an anomaly that could fight a peak sovereign emperor. There would not be many of such people, at most 4 or 5. However, just one of them would be practically unrivaled in the ancient Yan emperor tomb. When facing such an expert, Shaochen had to think about the resources he could use. My cultivation has already soared. It is practically impossible for me to break through to 3-vein sovereign emperor within a short time. I can't raise my cultivation. If I want to raise my strength, I can only think in other directions. Shaochen entered deep thought. After a while, he thought of 3 directions. The first was the Thunder Dao. After refining the 100,000-year-old Thunder Cliff tree, his Thunder Dao domain had already reached the 5th layer. Of all the Dao domains, the Thunder Dao was the highest. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, his 5th layer Dao domain could rival a 6th layer Dao domain in might. With the support of the Saber Dao domain and the Ice Dao domain, it could rival a 9th layer Dao domain. He possessed 3 Dao domains, all of which were condensed in his divine seal. This was extremely rare among sovereign emperors. The might of the 3 Dao domains far surpassed that of a single Dao domain, extremely horrifying. However, it was still somewhat insufficient. I still have to add this. Shaochen opened his palm, and a golden divine lightning talisman slowly came out. Shaochen's palm seemed to turn into a boundless sea. The golden talisman gave off a bright electric light. However, none of it leaked out of his palm. The immortal epoc's thunder immortal ancestor had condensed the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning from the immortal epoch. The talisman in Shaochen's hand had only used 1/10 of its power, but its might was already terrifying. The talisman in his hand had already been firmly branded into his blue dragon divine seal, and it had perfectly fused with his soul power. As long as he willed it, his soul power would erupt, and he would be able to release the tribulation lightning within the divine lightning talisman. Compared to the god of lightning eye of the past, it was much more profound. However, now, Shaochen wanted to go further. He wanted to infuse the talisman in his palm into his Thunder Dao domain. Then, the 3-layer Dao domains, supported by the alloy dragon armor, formed a Dao domain that could resist a small world. Xiao. After confirming the direction, Shaochen put away the divine thunder talisman and a scroll appeared in his palm. It was the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram. Ever since the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram was condensed into a painting, the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram had become a painting. Ever since the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram condensed into a scroll, Shaochen rarely used it. Now, it was time for him to do so. This would be his strongest defensive means. He wanted to raise the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Primal Chaos Heavenly Flame to rank 7 within 1 month. They would become his second trump card. The third trump card was the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Merciless Killing. If heaven wanted to kill, who would dare to not die? As for the final Dragon's Gate's forbidden art, the God-Demon Body Unsealing Technique, it was best not to use it. Hence, once he used it, even Shaochen would not be able to control the consequences. Aside from this, there was the improvement of the 10,000 Dragons art. The 9th prince was right. This secret realm of the royal residence was indeed pretty good. The spiritual energy here was far denser than that of the outside world. It was like the dragon vein buried deep in the royal palace connected to these royal residences. Cultivating here would go smoothly and incomparably miraculous. After determining his direction, Shaochen muttered to himself, "These are trump cards that can temporarily raise my combat prowess. As for the Supreme Dragon Fist and Firmament's Rage, I have to stabilize them first." While Shaochen was in closed-door cultivation, the various royal residences outside the royal palace were not peaceful. The era of great competition in the Yanwu dynasty had arrived without anyone noticing. Chapter 2273. Thunder Mark Grass, Thunder Spirit Blood Ganoderma, Demonic Cloud Flower, Black Thunder Fruit. Shaochen took out the other demonic fruits mentioned on the Black Mountain from his storage ring. These demonic fruits could not increase one's cultivation. Hence, he did not refine them that day. However, they were very valuable, so he kept them when he saw them. Every one of them contained pure thunder great Tao energy. However, they were all tainted with a demonic nature. To demonic Tao cultivators, they were supreme treasures with boundless value. Righteous Tao cultivators needed lunar water to wash away the demonic nature before they could refine them. As for Shao Chen, he did not have to worry too much. He directly consumed the natural treasures that no one cared about on the Black Mountain. If other demonic Tao cultivators were here, they would definitely exclaim in shock. This was too wasteful. Naturally, these incredibly precious herbs had to be refined into heavenly pills to ensure that their medicinal properties would not scatter. However, Shao Chen did not have any worries, as these things cost nothing to him. After Shao Chen consumed the many demonic nature pills, his entire body erupted with black lightning fire. The aura of the Thunder Great Tao in his body continuously soared, and he slowly broke through to the fourth layer of the Thunder Tao domain. Right now, the Thunder Tao was Shao Chen's strongest and most powerful foundation. He wanted to advance it to the next layer and see if his Thunder Tao domain could break through to the fifth layer. At that time, with the support of the alloy dragon armor, it would be even more horrifying. 7 days later, Shao Chen opened his eyes, and electric light flickered in them. His entire body radiated a terrifying Thunder Tao might. Unfortunately, I am still a little short. However, I managed to solidify my Thunder Tao domain to the peak of the fourth layer. All I need is an opportunity to break through. After spitting out a mouthful of turbid qi, Shao Chen muttered to himself, I should try it out next. Just how powerful was his pinnacle lightning Tao? The secret realm was a small world. Even if he caused a commotion here, there would not be any commotion in the outside world. Whoosh! Shao Chen stood up, and his figure flashed. Then, he arrived at the center of this small world, a vast and boundless land with undulating desolate mountains. Bang! 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 An electric dragon image came out of the black gloves on Shao Chen's hands. It circled around Shao Chen's arm and spread to his whole body. Then, the two dragons merged. Purple dragon patterns appeared on his silver armor, and a pendant made of a reverse dragon scale hung between his eyebrows. Shao Chen's entire aura changed. It was the alloy dragon armor that belonged solely to Shao Chen. With a thought, his peak fourth layer Thunder Tao domain appeared. A horrifying Tao might filled the sky with thunderclouds. Break! Dragon patterns flickered on the armor. The dragon's soul contained in the armor activated the formations in it, bringing out a peak fourth layer Tao domain. Suddenly, it rose another level, reaching the peak of the fifth level. Ice Tao domain. Shao Chen shouted, and his second layer Ice Tao domain appeared. Immediately, heavy snow flew, and cold winds blew endlessly. The might of the Wei rose again, reaching the sixth layer. Saber Tao domain. Boom! The three Tao domains layered over each other. Shao Chen was like a powerful treasure saber standing in the world. The Tao might emanating from his body broke through layer by layer. Seventh layer, eighth layer, ninth layer. The might of the Tao reached the ninth layer. Still not enough. 10,000 tribulation divine lightning, appear. The blue dragon divine seal shone brightly in Shao Chen's soul pool. Undercurrents immediately surged in the vast soul pool. There seemed to be a true dragon leaping about. The talisman formed by the immortal epic's 10,000 tribulation divine lightning was like a dragon breaking out of the sea, revealing the tip of an iceberg. In that instant, the entire soul pool filled with golden electric light, filling every corner. A golden talisman slowly appeared in Shao Chen's palm. Rumble. As the golden talisman surged, the entire secret realm trembled. It seemed like horrifying energy was brewing in Shao Chen's body. Boom! When the golden talisman completely appeared, Shao Chen's Tao might underwent a complete transformation, undergoing a qualitative change. Now, it reached a might that only a 10th layer Tao domain could display. Under the guidance of the golden talisman in Shao Chen's palm, its might even surpassed that, looking incredibly horrifying. At this moment, Shao Chen felt like he grasped a surging power. Even this small world seemed weak in his eyes. With just a light touch, the sky of this mystic realm would shatter into pieces and crumble. Withdraw. The talisman in Xiao Chen's soul pool, which had just revealed a small portion, vanished. The golden talisman returned to Xiao Chen's palm. Then, the 3 Dao domains returned to his body, and the alloy dragon armor slipped off his body. In that instant, Xiao Chen turned from the incredibly horrifying thunder god to a harmless 2-veined sovereign emperor that looked like nothing special. I can release and withdraw at will. It looks like those demonic nature Dao fruits were of great help to me. If my thunder Dao domain had not reached the peak of the 4th layer, it would have been impossible for me to control this 10th layer Dao might. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. At the same time, he felt that his strength had reached a bottleneck in all aspects. His cultivation was stuck at peak 2-veined sovereign emperor. His thunder Dao domain was stuck at the peak of the 4th layer, unable to advance any further. His 10,000 dragons art was stuck at the peak of the 2nd layer, unable to break through to the 3rd layer and reach the stage of 10,000 dragons soaring. His saber technique was stuck at merciless killing, unable to reach consummation. His saber Dao domain was also hard to break through. Perhaps, the ancient Yan Emperor tomb is an opportunity for me to make a breakthrough in all aspects. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. If he broke through these bottlenecks one by one, it would be a miracle. If Xiao Chen broke through all these bottlenecks, his strength would undergo a true qualitative change. Even he could not imagine what it would be like. Let's not think about this for now. I'll stop here with the Thunder Dao domain for now. The next step is to properly refine the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the painting in his hand, filled with anticipation. It was time to use the flame seeds that he had exchanged for with his military merits before leaving the Heavenly Alliance. If one looked at the imperial capital from the starry heavens, one would see the 4th prince's residence in the imperial palace radiating dragon chi. Draconic energy surged, and their eyes shone with radiance. They revealed their ambitions as they stared above the imperial palace. Above them was the true dragon sword formed by the imperial capital's dragon vein, the Yen imperial sword. Whoever could hold this treasure sword, which symbolized the supreme authority of the Yenwu dynasty, would be the true dragon son of heaven, able to ascend to the Yen emperor's throne. At this moment, the aura of a great desolate Ian bloodline spread to every corner of the secret realm in the 13th prince's residence. Pairs of golden primordial divine eyes illuminated the sky, making it look like the sky was covered in gold. It was a shocking sight. At the summit of the highest mountain in the secret realm, the 13th Prince Wang Yi showed a smile as he looked at the golden sky, filled with lofty aspirations. 2 old men stood beside the 13th Prince. One of them wore a straw raincoat and carried a fishing rod on his back, looking like a fisherman. This was the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal teacher, Sikong Shu. The other person wore silver dragon robes and exuded might without showing any anger. He gave off the faint air of kingship. This was the Divine Dragon Empire's Silver Dragon King. Wang Yi said indifferently, "Seniors, we can begin now." The Silver Dragon King nodded slightly. Then, he shouted only one word, "Fight." This shout seemed to ignite the great desolate Ian aura that filled the sky. Below, the vast world erupted with a startling battle intent. Many figures hidden in the dark appeared. Every one of them was a sovereign emperor and possessed a pure great desolate Ian bloodline. A startling chaotic battle started. The Silver Dragon King smiled and said, 13th Prince, aside from the Golden Crow Empire, all the sovereign emperors under 500 years old have gathered here. The last 10 people to emerge from this chaotic battle will follow you to the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Sovereign emperors with a great desolate Ian bloodline are very strong in the first place, able to cross realms to kill enemies. Then, this old man can't think of any reason for the 13th prince not to be the crown prince. Wang Yi rejoiced when he heard that. He could not help guffawing. Senior Silver Dragon King, you are right. This is brilliant. The Bushan Palace truly lives up to being a super faction with the deepest accumulations. Such combat prowess is truly shocking. However, I originally wanted to reserve 3 spots for Brother Qin Ming, Brother Bai Yunfei, and Brother Xiaohe. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them participated in the battle as well. Sikong Shu said indifferently, the 3 of them are the strongest outstanding talents of the Bushan Palace. Even if they fight against the older generation outstanding talents several hundred years old, they will not be at a disadvantage. 13th Prince, don't worry. They will definitely be among the last 10 standing. A bright light flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. After some thought, he said, is that so? In that case, I really have to take a good look. There were at least 400 sovereign emperors gathered in the secret realm. This chaotic battle was very startling. The Bushan Palace ruled over the 8 great empires. Its deep accumulations were somewhat terrifying. As the Silver Dragon King said, every one of the sovereign emperors here was incredibly strong. Indeed, there was no reason for the Bushan Palace to lose when the 10 were chosen to fight in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. However, the matters of the world were hard to predict. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb contained many variables. No one could guarantee that they would have the last laugh. The various princes anxiously recruited guests, choosing people with special talents. However, the secret realm of the first prince's mansion seemed a little strange. Inside the secret realm, Wang Fei showed a bored expression as he sat on the throne, downing cup after cup of wine. A middle-aged man, a 6-veined sovereign emperor, stood beside Wang Fei. He held a saber in his hand as he looked to the front with a grave expression. This person was Sui Yu, a peak expert that the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs nurtured in secret. The Imperial Ancestral Temple had been preparing for this succession race since several hundred years ago. This 6-veined sovereign emperor Sui Yu was the trump card that they carefully prepared for the first Prince Wang Fei. A fortress ship with a blood moon banner hung in front of Sui Yu, anchored at the summit of a mountain range. The blood moon, this was the symbol of the Shuowu dynasty. A black-clad man whose cultivation was unfathomable stood in the hold of the fortress ship. He had an eye patch on the left side of his face, revealing his eye. If one were to look carefully, they would discover that there seemed to be a row of vermilion dots on the pupil of his left eye that was exposed under the eye patch. It was extremely strange. A man and a woman sat beside this black-clad man. Aside from them, the others stood behind these 3. The man on the left had a handsome face and a lotus-like air, showing a smile on his face. His elegant facial features nearly made people forget about his bald head and his identity as a monk. This was the previous Black Lotus Church Holy Son, the current Black Lotus sect venerate, Ming Xian. If Xiao Chen were here, he would be shocked to see the woman on the right, thinking that Yang Qing came back to life. It would not be hard for those who paid attention to her to guess that she was the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. At this moment, the focus was not on the 3 but on the person standing helplessly with his cultivation sealed. My lord. I already searched his soul. He does not have any memories of the inheritance key in his mind. However, the black-clothed man with the mysterious left eye was dissatisfied. He looked at that person and muttered to himself, Jianghu, the only son of the previous heavenly dragon. If even he does not know the whereabouts of the inheritance key, wouldn't that mean that no one in this world knows? Chapter 2274. The mysterious and evil left eye and the deeply hidden temperament caused the man in black to feel a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart. Even Jianghu was no exception. Half a year ago, someone started chasing Jianghu. At first, he suspected that it was an assassin hired by the Golden Dragon Palace. However, he soon found out that it was the Shuowu dynasty's people. However, Jianghu did not care about it. He had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a movement technique that touched upon the space great Tao. Even if a peak sovereign emperor came to capture him, they might not be able to. Furthermore, he had other trump cards, so he did not fear them. Hence, Jianghu was extremely daring, whether it was a super faction or a hidden sect. As long as there was something that caught his eye, he would rush over and steal it, not fearing being caught. However, 2 months ago, when Jianghu first arrived at the imperial capital, he met this group of people. Jianghu did not know the identity of this person before him. He only knew that Ming Xian and that woman addressed him as my lord. I told you, right? I don't know anything about the inheritance key at all. I have no value to you at all. Why the need to be so persistent? Jianghu asked the evil-eyed man, who stood up, with a bitter smile. The black-clad man glanced at Jianghu and said, aside from your father, the heaven dragon, no one else in the world knows the secret of the inheritance key. Even the purple gold dragon emperor could not tell him after torturing him for 20-odd years. Haha. In that case, go and look for him. At the same time, send my regards. My unfilial son cannot save him. Helplessness flashed in the depths of Jianghu's eyes. However, he hid it very well. Jianghu showed a carefree and indifferent attitude as he laughed softly. The black-clad man smiled coldly and ignored Jianghu. How could one go to the starry heavens dragon prison just because one wanted to? Furthermore, even the purple gold dragon emperor could not say anything. He might not be able to ask. Milord, is that possible? The inheritance key's location does have something to do with him. However, he does not know it. Ming Xian stood up and analyzed the situation from a perspective that no one had thought of. What do you mean? The black-clad man asked, feeling curious. For example, something very important on him was actually given to him by the heaven dragon, but he does not know it. Ming Xian sized up Jianghu, trying to find something on him. We've searched him from head to toe. There are no other clues. Beside Jianghu, a purple-clothed old man answered somberly. However, we did find something interesting in his memories. There are a lot of treasures in his storage ring, but I can't open it. Jianghu chuckled softly. Do you want it? If you let me go, I can give them all to you. The black-clad man showed a cold expression, showing no interest. He sat back down and said, continue to seal him. When the time comes, bring him to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Perhaps he will recall something when he sees the ethereal immortal palace. If it doesn't work, then we'll use the second plan, which is to force a breakthrough. Yes. In the main hall of the ship, no one dared to disobey the black-clothed man's words. Even Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter were clearly inferior to him in terms of status. Outside the warship, the Imperial Ancestral Temple experts Wuyu, who sat beside the throne, said after some thought, First Prince, are you really going to bring these people to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb? I do not doubt their strength. But these people are clearly demonic Tao cultivators. Could it be? Wang Fei said calmly, Commander Zhua, don't worry. Getting me to approach these people is the idea of some of the royal clan's elders. Even Imperial Father has to show some respect to these elders. Do you understand what I mean? I know. I understand all this. However, Zhuyu showed a grave expression. He paused somewhat, not knowing how to continue. Using the Azure Lotus Church to keep the hidden spirit temple in check was the royal clan's strategy 1,000 years ago. It looked like the results were pretty good. In the past, the hidden spirit temple had never overridden the royal authority or interfered with the succession race. However, Zhuyu felt that something was wrong. He knew that the royal clan's elders wanted to use this group of people. However, if they were not careful, it might lead to a great disaster. Commander Zhua, this is something for the elders to worry about. There is no need for us to bother. Let me ask you, how strong are these people? Zhuyu indicated that he understood. Then, he seriously analyzed, they are very strong. Practically none of them are weak. At the very least, they are as strong as great perfection sovereign emperors. Some of them are even troublesome to deal with. Wang Fei nodded. After some thought, he asked, how strong is that evil-eyed man? He is somewhat unfathomable. If we fight, I estimate that he has only a 50% chance of victory. At the mention of that evil-eyed man, Zhuyu felt some fear. Wang Fei smiled and said, good. As long as he is strong, that is enough. I have already lost too much. I have to win this succession race. Hence, Commander Zhua, please don't worry. I can tell you that demonic Tao cultivators have entered every succession race. Zhuyu felt slightly startled when he heard that. Clearly, he had not expected such a thing. The royal clan is very clear on this. However, no matter how bold these people are, they would not dare to cause trouble in the ancient Yanhuang tomb. After that, some of the demonic Dao loose cultivators would even be secretly recruited by the royal clan. Hence, the royal clan has always turned a blind eye to this. The first prince said calmly, "This world is not black or white. Commander Zhua, you have been cultivating bitterly for a long time. Although you are strong, your thoughts are somewhat pure." Zhua Yu remained silent. He kept feeling that something was wrong with this. However, since the first prince already said that, there was no need for him to continue arguing. On this particular day, in the secret realm of the ninth prince's residence, Shao Chen appeared fatigued. He spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and sighed softly. "I finally raised the primal chaos heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame to rank 7. A Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared above Shao Chen's head, covering the sky and sun. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram shrouded the entire secret realm sky. The two heavenly flames chased each other in the sky like fish. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram existed with the sky, looking down on all life. As the flames swam about, the entire world seemed to spin. When Shao Chen looked around, the scene around him distorted at the edges of his vision. After the two primal chaos grade flames rose to rank 7, they formed a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram again. As the flames swam about, they actually changed some of the spatial laws, giving Shao Chen a pleasant surprise. "Withdraw!" Shao Chen shouted. He opened his hand, and the picturesque sky appeared in his palm, firmly grasping it. Shao Chen revealed a satisfied smile on his fatigued face. Then, he said softly, "I did not work hard in vain. Unfortunately, I do not have time to break through to the 10,000 Dragons Art's third layer. However, with these two trump cards, the ancient Yan Emperor tomb should not require me to execute a forbidden art. Dragon's Gate's forbidden art, 9 heavens god demon body unsealing technique. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the might of the forbidden art. Using the blue dragon bloodline to trace the source, one could allow an ancient blue dragon to undergo a blood rebirth. If one was strong enough, it might even turn into a great desolate Ian ancestor dragon. However, once Shao Chen executed the forbidden art, his divine energy and soul energy would burn up. More seriously, if one did not have sufficient willpower and could not reverse the forbidden art, one would exhaust all their life force. To put it more bluntly, most people would not be able to reverse the effects of this forbidden technique. Once this forbidden art was executed, most people would have the determination and boldness to turn the situation around and perish together. The forbidden art was too risky. If not necessary, Shao Chen did not want to execute it. This was especially so for the 9 heavens god demon body unsealing technique. If he failed, he would not be able to bear the consequences. I hope so. Shao Chen felt that this trip to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb was a fortuitous encounter for him. However, the danger he faced might be the most competitive risk he had ever taken in his life. Today should be the day of the competition for slots. It is time to go out and see who the 9th prince has recruited. Whether Shao Chen was willing or not, it was already time. He needed to go out. Shao Chen closed his eyes and rested for a while. When he opened them again, his fatigue was swept away. He recovered his usual calm and collected demeanor and walked out of the secret realm, preparing to meet up with the 9th Prince Wang Yan. Shao Chen wanted to see who the 9th Prince Wang Yan had recruited. If Shao Chen was not strong enough, he would not be able to help the 9th prince obtain the throne alone. That is, the moment Shao Chen came out, he looked up and discovered a scarlet color covering the sky. This startled him. When he looked carefully, he discovered a scarlet warship exuding a horrifying might. A war banner fluttered on the warship's bow. Shao Chen could not help exclaiming, feeling excited. The Scarlet Blood War Banner. That is the Scarlet Blood Warship. Chapter 2275. The Scarlet Blood Warship. This is the legendary warship left behind by the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King. In that case, is Shao Suo's group here? Back when they parted at the 100,000 Great Peaks, it had been close to 10 years since Xiao Suo saw them. Xiao Suo looked forward to this group of people inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures and making a name for themselves in the 7 Forbidden Seas. Brother Xiao. The Heavenly Book Scholar smiled faintly and appeared around the corner, arriving before Xiao Qin. You came at the right time. Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze and fixed it on the Heavenly Book Scholar. The Heavenly Book Scholar smiled and said, It's still all right. I estimated that you would probably come out on the last day. Hence, I came early. It looks like I was right. Xiao Qin did not say anything more. He asked directly, Is that the Scarlet Blood worship above the royal residence? The two chatted as they walked. When the Heavenly Book Scholar mentioned the Scarlet Blood worship, he revealed a strange expression. He said, Indeed. Speaking of which, it is rather coincidental. Ever since the 9th Prince decided to seize the throne, his Emperor's star has been rising. The strength of his luck has surpassed my expectations. Since you entered closed-door cultivation, experts have been coming to seek refuge. 3 days ago, the Black Cutlass pirate group that shook the Forbidden Seas came as well. It is not strange for a pirate group to target the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. After all, the inheritances and fortuitous encounters in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb are very attractive to sovereign emperors. However, I find it strange. Why did the Black Cutlass pirate group target the 9th Prince? Xiao Qin smiled faintly and did not say anything more. It looked like Xiao Suo's group did not see Xiao Qin. It was not surprising that Xiao Suo did not reveal his relationship with Xiao Qin. Who else is coming? Xiao Qin asked. Wait and see for yourself. The 9th Prince is already waiting for you. After a while, the two arrived at the main hall of the royal residence. Aside from the 9th Prince and Su Yi, there was no one else. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Qin in shock. After not seeing Xiao Qin for 1 month, Xiao Qin's strength had increased significantly again. This time, even Wang Yan could not make out Xiao Qin's strength. After nodding slightly, Wang Yan said softly, Since Brother Xiao is already here, Chang Ji, get those main and backup guests to come over. Prepare to depart. I'll go prepare. The Heavenly Book Scholar left after receiving the order. Xiao Qin felt anticipation in his heart, curious about who would be there. Is the recruitment of guests going smoothly? Xiao Qin asked Su Yi and Wang Yan. Su Yi took the initiative to smile and say, It is much better than I expected. Lord Xiao, you really hid yourself well. You have given the 9th Prince and me a pleasant surprise. Oh. Wang Yan smiled mysteriously. You will know in a while. Not long after, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door, and a person rushed in first. The newcomer was dressed in gray and had regular facial features. There was a deathly aura around him that could not be washed away. He exuded a forthright temperament, as if he rarely saw the sun, so his face was slightly pale. Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up as he said softly, Qin Zhuolan. The person who arrived was Qin Zhuolan, the strong geomaster that Xiao Chen had met in the Desolate Sea back then. When they first met, they had met the Desolate Slave's Soul Reaper. But the memory was so deep that it was hard to forget it even now. Of course, what was even more unforgettable was the bottle of heartburn that Qin Zhuolan gave Xiao Chen. That had cheated him badly. Now that Xiao Chen thought about it, he felt that he had suffered a loss. If he had kept heartburn until now, his strength could have improved. Why are you here? Xiao Chen could not help asking out of curiosity. This fellow frequently wandered the Desolate Seas underground, passing through many ancient tombs. It was rare to see him leave the Desolate Sea. Qin Zhuolan smiled and said, Everyone in the world knows about the succession race in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Originally, I was not interested. However, I heard that you came to join in the excitement, so I came to take a look. Coincidentally, the 9th Prince took a liking to it, so I stayed behind. Wang Yan said softly, Mr. Qin is too humble. Following closely behind Qin Zhuolan was Ao Jiao. A stout man followed beside her, revealing most of his upper body and having a flame totem tattooed on it. Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chen and smiled gently as she walked over. This is? Xiao Chen asked, finding it strange. The Bushan Palace had the 8 great empires assist the 13th prince. However, I heard that you became the 9th prince's guest, so I did not send the sovereign emperors. This is the strongest sovereign emperor under 500 years old in the Golden Crow Empire, Senior Hao Kai. The stout man did not show any arrogance. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, Hao Kai greets the 9th prince and Lord Xiao. Since the divine daughter gave the order, I naturally have to do my best. I will follow the 9th prince's instructions on this trip. As Xiao Chen sized up Hao Kai, he felt startled in his heart. Hao Kai already possessed the strength of a 5-vein sovereign emperor. The fire attributed energy in Hao Kai's body inspired fear. He probably had at least an 8th layer Dao domain. By relying on his Golden Crow bloodline, Hao Kai was probably no weaker than Dao Yan. Right now, Xiao Chen did not know that Dao Yan already had a 10th layer Ice Dao domain and comprehended an ice small world, which was why he came to this conclusion. Gradually, more people appeared. Aside from Wu Meng, most of them were people that Xiao Chen was not familiar with. These were the guests that the 9th prince recruited himself. Among them, there was an old man who attracted Xiao Chen's attention. That old man was skinny. The light in his eyes was withdrawn, and he showed a calm expression. The 9th prince addressed this old man as Senior Feng. He was an expert of the Blood Eagle army and also Wang Yan's strongest trump card. Xiao Chen did not pay much attention to this old man, as the appearance of someone in the main hall put significant pressure on everyone. Everyone could not help looking over. That person looked like a middle-aged man wearing long scarlet robes. His gaze was deep and calm. However, there was a frightening domineeringness on his face. His entire body gave off an unruly aura. Big brother. This person walked straight to Xiao Chen and spoke in a deep voice with a sincere attitude. This startled many people in the main hall, making them feel incredibly surprised. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, After not seeing you for 10 years, you did not let me down. You finally grew up. When Xiao Chen first met Xiao Suo, the other party did not even have a 3-star pirate ship. Now, Xiao Suo had such an air. The change was truly great. Xiao Suo's cultivation had even reached 3-veined sovereign emperor, 1 grade higher than Xiao Chen's. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures were indeed legendary. I'm fine. Xiao Suo did not dare to be presumptuous before Xiao Chen. After greeting Xiao Chen, he went to greet Wang Yan. All the guests had arrived. On the surface, the strongest were Senior Feng and Hao Kai. These two were great perfection sovereign emperors with 5-vein cultivations. As for the remaining small perfection sovereign emperors, Xiao Chen felt that the stronger ones were Xiao Suo, Qin Zhuolin, and the Heavenly Book Scholar. As for the others, aside from Wu Meng, Xiao Chen was not familiar with them, so he could not evaluate them. In terms of overall strength, there was still a gap between them and the 3 princes. However, with this lineup, they would no longer be at the bottom among the princes. There was finally a glimmer of hope to become the crown prince. Let's go. Now that everyone is here, let's head to the imperial palace. Time was tight. After the competition for slots, the Dao platform to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb would open. This matter was very important. Naturally, they could not delay. After chatting for a while, Wang Yan led the group out of his residence and headed for the imperial palace. In this generation of the Yanwu dynasty, there were dozens of princes, regardless of their strength or status. All of them were qualified to recruit guests into the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Most of them were destined not to become the crown prince. However, they could not give up on the inheritance and fortuitous encounters in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Of course, there were some princes who hid themselves deeply, pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. No one could say for sure. It could only be said that this show was destined to be interesting. At this moment, the various princes in the various royal residences felt very pleased with themselves. They led their guests to the same destination, heading for the imperial palace in a grandiose fashion. There were still the final competition for slots in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Naturally, the strong princes were filled with anticipation. The princes who did not intend to fight for the throne could not give up even if they wanted to. In the 3 challenges, as long as someone targeted them, they would have to send out their guests to fight. If they lost, they would lose 1 guest slot. If they won, the other party would have 1 less guest slot. After the competition for slots, the strong would naturally become stronger, and the weak would become weaker. This could be considered the prelude to the succession race. It allowed one to determine the true strength of the various princes. Chapter 2276. In the age of great competition, everyone was like a dragon. Then, the various princes set off for the imperial palace. The entire Jianghu dynasty's territory, including the astral domains in the outer seas, could feel the wheel of fate spinning. The dynasty's luck surged as if some kind of power was startling it awake from its slumber. At the Jianghu dynasty's imperial palace, where luck gathered, a vast dragon might spread out. The dragon might seemed solid, turning into towering mountains circling above the imperial palace. A holy sword stabbed into those mountains, a holy sword that symbolized authority, status, and the Yan Emperor's throne. The princes with flourishing luck could even see this treasure sword that regular sovereign emperors could not see with the naked eye. As long as they could grasp this sword, they would become the crown prince of the dynasty and ascend to the Yan Emperor's throne. The place with the densest dragon chi in the imperial palace, surrounded by the splendid palaces, there was a vast and boundless martial arts practice field. In the treasure hall and the clouds in the sky, the 108 feudal lords, the noble clans' clan heads, the sex pavilion masters, and many experts gathered here, preparing to watch the final competition for the slots. When noon arrived, the sun hung high in the sky. The various princes entered through the winding corridors in the imperial palace, entering the drill ground in a grandiose fashion. Outside the drill ground were many royal platforms and pavilions. The various princes entered the drill ground in an orderly manner according to their identities, ascending the tall platforms. The royal platforms were squarish and close to 100 meters tall. Banners fluttered on the railings in the surroundings. The princes sat there, and the guests either sat at the sides or stood there, sizing up the surroundings. The 9th Prince Wang Yan, Xiao Chen, and the others ascended the royal platforms. At this moment, wind and clouds gathered. All sorts of extraordinary people, demonic geniuses, and outstanding talents appeared. Although there were many people in the drill ground, it was quiet, no one made a ruckus. In the air, many pairs of eyes met and collided, creating intense sparks. Those who could come here were all dragons among men. They had to go through many rounds of selection and elimination before finally standing here. Nearly all the sovereign emperors of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao under 500 years old in the entire martial epoch gathered here. Some of these people knew each other, had old grudges or new grudges. This made the trip to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, which everyone looked forward to in the first place, even more exciting. What kind of show would there be? Aside from this, most of the sovereign emperors present knew what was going on. Aside from the succession race, there was an even bigger game in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Misty Immortal Palace. No one knew how many guests had come for the ethereal Immortal Palace. However, Xiao Chen reckoned that there was at least a 70% chance that he had come. Even if he did not come for this, he had heard the prophecy of the ethereal Immortal Palace appearing. However, no one mentioned this matter. They had a tacit understanding. Xiao Chen was also looking around to see if he could find any familiar faces and how strong the other princes were. Naturally, Wang Fei was one of them. Even if Xiao Chen wanted to ignore the first prince Wang Fei, he could not. Outside the martial arts practice field, his aura was the strongest among the many kings' platforms. There were a total of more than 20 people, and he had 18 official candidates. If they won all 3 battles, the number of guests they would have would reach a terrifying 21. It was hard to imagine how horrifying the first prince's aura would be if Xiao Chen had not ruined his wedding. Xiao Chen casually glanced around and discovered an old acquaintance, Ming Xian. As Ming Xian stood behind the first prince, he had handsome facial features and a lotus-like air. He looked like a handsome man. However, he was a monk. That is, Xiao Chen let out a soft cry of surprise. When he saw the woman not far from Ming Xian, a strange look flashed in his eyes. It's Yang Qing. The Yang Qing that Xiao Chen once befriended in the Grave Sea Cluster. No, it is not Yang Qing. Yang Qing is already dead. This woman is the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. The Yang Qing that Xiao Chen knew was just her Nirmanakia. The Nirmanakia was a completely different person and could not be confused with her. Just as Xiao Chen felt bewildered, that Yang Qing seemed to sense Xiao Chen's gaze. She smiled meaningfully at him. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze, avoiding eye contact. As Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze, he did not notice that there was another person on the first prince's platform. There was another person covered in a black robe. His entire body shone with a blood-colored light, within which lightning flickered. That person's eyes stared at Xiao Chen like a venomous snake. Without a doubt, the first prince's platform was the most eye-catching spot. However, the first prince remained extremely low profile, sitting on the throne in the middle of the platform with his eyes closed. It seemed like the setback at the wedding had made the first prince withdraw his ambitions and endure silently, making him even more shrewd. Aside from the first prince, the most eye-catching ones were naturally the 8th prince and the 13th prince. The two of them each had 16 slots, second only to Wang Fei. Their lineup of guests was also extremely strong. On one side were the representatives of the entire Yanwu dynasty's sections. The 8th Prince Wang Fei's platform was filled with sect demonic geniuses several hundred years old. None of them were weaker than 3 vain sovereign emperors, all of them were great perfection sovereign emperors. Among them, Dao Yan was the most eye-catching. His black eyes flickered with a faint icy light. Dao Yan's eyes looked as pure as an astral gem, startling everyone. However, no one knew that Dao Yan had already formed an ice small world. The 8th prince had gathered all the outstanding talents of his sect. The strength of his guests was flabbergasting. The threshold for the mercenary election was very advantageous for the 8th prince. He could recruit many experts without any effort. What was even more strange was that Emperor Wu's profound Heaven Holy Land's holy son, Wen Renyu, as well as the outstanding talents Mu Yunzhu and Gu Yuhan were among them. Everyone sighed in shock. The 8th prince had actually hidden himself so deeply. He only revealed that he had the profound Heaven Holy Land support now. The 13th prince's guests were similarly shocking. Without exception, all of them were demonic geniuses with great desolate Ian bloodlines. When the 13th prince stood there, the aura of his great desolate Ian bloodline gathered, pressuring others. This was the innate advantage of his bloodline. Furthermore, these people were from the 7 or 8 empires under the Bushan Palace. Sovereign emperors under 500 years old fought against each other, becoming absolute elites. With one glance, Xiao Chen noticed several familiar faces, Bai Yunfei, Xiahou Zun, and the dragon god crown Prince Qin Ming. There were also some princes that Xiao Chen did not notice. These princes possessed terrifying strength as well. Someone wearing a thick cloak and hood stood behind the 4th Prince Wang Yun. This person had his head buried. This was the hidden spirit temple's Yuanzhen. He lowered his head, not looking at anyone. No one knew what he was thinking. The 6th Prince Wang Ming was even more horrifying. The underworld god hall expert stood on his tall platform, the flood dragon human Yan Sangming, old Xiao from the Battle of the Underworld River, the Buddhist sect traitor Jin Yuan, and the Azura race and Rakshasa race experts. After disguising their identities, these people stood behind Wang Ming in a low-profile manner, not revealing anything. Others would find it hard to figure out where many outstanding talents gathered. They would not know what trump cards Wang Ming was hiding. There were too many outstanding talents, too much for the eyes to take in. There was simply no way to see them all. Even Xiao Chen could not guarantee that he did not make a mistake. He vaguely felt that the 8 super factions had sent people here in secret. This included the low-profile Pirate Alliance and the underworld god hall deep underground. Xiao Chen also saw Grim Reaper Lin Feng. The other party nodded slightly at him, not saying anything else. It looked like the Heavenly Alliance was planning to make 2 bets. On one hand, they had Mu Zifeng choose Shao Chen and support the 9th prince. On the other hand, they had Swearen Ji send Lin Feng to support the 7th prince. They wanted to see who would emerge victorious. Unfortunately, they were somewhat disappointed. They did not see Chu Chaoyun. The universe origin sect's people did notice him. However, Chu Chaoyun was not among them. Perhaps he was hiding among the other princes. Perhaps he had already given up the ethereal immortal palace key in his hand, staying out of this matter. Everyone gathered, good and bad mixed together. Clearly, the many powerhouses in the clouds had not expected this. To think that this succession race actually attracted so many outstanding talents. There were even some demonic Tao cultivators among them. Suddenly, a vast imperial might tore through the clouds, shocking the entire place. It was the Yen Emperor. As he hovered in the air, he looked down on everyone. When he swept his gaze around, everyone felt fear in their hearts, not daring to meet his gaze. With the Yen Emperor's sacred sword, the Yen Emperor was nearly unrivaled in the Yenwu dynasty's imperial palace. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He was well aware of the many princes and guests below. The ancient Yen Emperor tomb is reopening. Many thanks to all the outstanding talents who came from afar to help my son. This is especially so for my friends from the demonic Tao Hall, the Underworld God Hall, and the Pirate Alliance. You are really bold. Whoosh. The Yen Emperor's words were like a clap of thunder, setting the place abuzz. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the many demonic Tao loose cultivators, the Underworld God Hall cultivators, and the Shuawu dynasty's outstanding talents. These demonic Tao loose cultivators felt that they had hidden themselves sufficiently, carrying shocking treasures. After concealing their demonic chi and mixing in with the prince's guests, they looked no different from ordinary loose cultivators. Unexpectedly, they were like child's play before the Yen Emperor. Just as everyone felt uncertain, the Yen Emperor's grave expression vanished. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. This emperor will not make things difficult for you. The ethereal immortal palace might appear in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. If I do not let you in, there will be even more trouble. However, now that you have returned to my ancient Yen Emperor tomb, you have to abide by the rules of my Yenwu dynasty. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I guarantee that even if the underworld god appears or the demon master descends, they will not be able to save you." Chapter 2277. When the Yen Emperor suddenly brought this matter out in front of everyone, it caused quite a commotion. After all, the identity of a demonic Tao cultivator was very sensitive. However, the imperial capital Yen City was the #1 city in the world. It could be said to be the center of the entire Great Thousand Realms. Although the Tianwu dynasty and the Shenwu dynasty were stronger, they were not as open as the Yenwu dynasty due to the restrictions of the universe origin sect and the profound heaven holy land. Even if one ran into a demonic Tao cultivator in the imperial capital Yen City, it would not cause much of a surprise. In every succession race, demonic Tao cultivators would participate. This was something that everyone had a tacit understanding about. Strictly speaking, Shao Chen was also considered half a demonic Tao martial artist, so it would be difficult to investigate this matter. The dynasty turned a blind eye to this. After all, these demonic Tao cultivators would not dare to cause a ruckus. They all knew their limits and wouldn't go overboard. But this time, it was a little unusual. The battle for the crown prince had involved the emergence of the immortal palace, which had attracted the attention of too many demonic forces. Nearly all of the 8 super factions had come. The number of demonic Tao cultivators far surpassed that of previous demonic Tao cultivators. The Yen Emperor's words were directed at the demonic Divine Hall and the Underworld God Hall. In other words, Shao Chen wanted to intimidate the universe origin sect and the other super factions. In the end, this place is the territory of my Yenwu dynasty. All of you have great backgrounds and cannot be offended. But don't go overboard. Don't think that I don't know about your existence. On the royal platform, Shao Chen softly said, "Ninth Prince, it seems that you are worrying too much." Doubt flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. After some thought, he said, "I thought that Imperial Father did not know about Big Brother's collusion with the demonic creature dynasty. It looks like everything is within his grasp. However, why is that? The other party is a great enemy of my Blood Moon dynasty. The Heavenly Book scholar explained, Your Highness, this matter involves the appearance of the ethereal immortal palace, the only transcendent grade soul tool in the world. If the Yen Emperor chased the people of the underworld God Hall and the demonic God Hall out, the Yen Emperor would definitely be killed. The other party definitely won't let this go. What do you think will happen then? Wang Yen was not stupid. He quickly understood. At that time, the succession race will not continue. The faux god experts of the underworld God Hall and the Shuawu dynasty might personally charge over and attack the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The other super forces will definitely try to take advantage of the crisis and disrupt the situation. Thinking of this, Wang Yen felt a chill run down his spine. At that time, he could already foresee a calamity. The foundation of the entire Yinwu dynasty might be shaken. The Heavenly Book scholar nodded and said, That's right. Hence, rather than blocking it, it is better to release it. The current situation is actually the best. Shao Chen admired the Yen Emperor. The Yen Emperor's boldness and vision were indeed extraordinary. The 9th prince was still a bit young. He spent most of his time outside, and the world in his eyes was either black or white. Today's events had taught him a thing or two about the structure of an emperor. After some words, the Yen Emperor stood in the air and announced loudly, The fight for the slots begins now. Draw your swords. After speaking, the Yen Emperor's figure disappeared. Clang. Following that, an endless chain of clangs rang out on the surrounding royal platforms. These were the sounds of swords being drawn. The princes all had a Yen imperial sword replica. Although they were replicas, they were connected to the original. At a critical moment, they could even summon out the original Yen imperial sword to support them. This was an extremely special soul tool. What was even more special was that each Yen imperial sword replica contained a different Tao of each prince. For example, the 9th prince frequently guarded the borders, fighting enemies and killing demons. What he obtained was the Massacre Tao. When the succession race ended, there would be only one replica Yen imperial sword. This replica Yen imperial sword would carry its own Tao and receive the inheritance, becoming the supreme new holy sword, ruling the Yinwu dynasty. Clang. Wang Yen drew the Yen imperial sword in his hand and turned into a flash of light. The Yen imperial sword stabbed into the front of the royal platform. The dragon luck contained in the sword turned solid, turning into a 30-meter-long dragon image coiling around the royal platform. Immediately, dragons fought in the sky above the drill ground. The dragons roared ferociously, and dragon might spread out, covering the sky and sun. Clouds churned above the royal palace, and mysterious phenomena appeared. When looking around, the first prince had the strongest dragon luck above his royal platform. That dragon image was 63 meters long. As it coiled around the royal platform, it did not look angry or angry. However, it exuded might without being angry, shocking the surroundings and showing the air of an expert. Next were the 8th Prince Wang Feng and the 13th Prince Wang Yi. These two dragon images were 63 meters long. As their dragon images swayed, they continuously challenged the dragon image above the first prince's royal platform. The competition went without saying. Most of the other princes were like the 9th prince, with 30-meter-long dragon images. Only a few princes had much weaker dragon luck, which was exceptionally obvious in this competition. If nothing unexpected happened, these princes with weaker dragon luck would be the targets of the strong dragons. In the competition for slots, these princes would definitely be targeted by others, making them their priority opponents. How surprising! To think that the 9th prince's dragon image is 23 meters long. When did his dragon luck become so strong? That's right. The 9th prince's presence has always been weak, and he clearly has no intention of competing. His accumulations are actually quite deep. However, that is all. The truly strong ones are still the first prince, the 8th prince, and the 13th prince. A strong dragon luck is indeed extraordinary, far surpassing that of the other princes. Did you notice the 6th prince Wang Ming? Although his dragon image looked small, in reality, it spun around a few times. In reality, it is at least 13 meters long. This person really hid his strength deeply. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would not have noticed it. This sixth prince really does not reveal himself. It is fine if he does not do anything, but he wants to shock the world with a single brilliant feat. Quick, look! The competition for slots is starting. The 8th prince is the first to challenge the 19th prince. The powerhouses in the palace in the clouds that had noticed the 6th prince Wang Ming all turned their heads to look. The 8th prince Wang Feng was the first to send out a guest to challenge the 19th prince. The 19th prince's dragon image was only 23 meters long. Clearly, he could not send out a strong guest. The 19th prince smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "I did not even intend to fight for the throne. I just wanted to try my luck in the ancient imperial tomb." To think that I would not let this off, the 19th prince did not choose to resist fearlessly. He directly gave up, letting the other party win. It was not that the 19th prince did not want to accept the challenge, but that he wanted to keep a strong guest to fight the other princes. This was because the 19th prince clearly could not compete with the strong 8th prince. There was no need for him to waste his effort. The 8th prince's victory, easily obtaining a slot. This immediately set off the horn for the competition for slots. A somewhat chaotic challenge took place in the arenas of the drill ground at the same time. There was an arena in front of each king's platform. If the other party wanted to fight, they would have to fight. If the other party wanted to challenge them, they just needed to jump into the arena and raise their prince's banner. The rules were simple and clear. Senior Feng, should we take the initiative to challenge or wait for the others to challenge us? Wang Yan asked Senior Feng, the oldest of his guests. This Senior Feng was an expert of the military, possessing deep cultivation and rich experience. Senior Feng looked around and replied, "Our accumulations are slightly weaker. It is best not to take the initiative to expose ourselves. Let's wait for the others to challenge us." Senior Hao Kai, what do you think? Wang Yan looked around and fixed his gaze on the Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai. Hao Kai's cultivation was about the same as Senior Feng's. They were both great perfection 5-veined sovereign emperors who possessed the Golden Crow bloodline. Not to mention experience, their combat prowess was even stronger. I have no objections. I will follow your highness's instructions. Wang Yan then asked Shao Chen and the Heavenly Book scholar. The two indicated that they did not need to take the initiative to challenge, so they listened to everyone's opinion. He's here. Shao Chen looked around and saw a banner land on the arena in front of the royal platform. This humble one is Duanmu Huanghun. I am here on the 4th prince's orders to challenge the 9th prince for a slot. The person who came was dressed in embroidered clothes and looked like a middle-aged man. His tone did not show any sharpness, but he was a 4-veined great perfection sovereign emperor. Wang Yan smiled faintly and said, "So, it is an expert from the Duanmu clan. Who is willing to fight? I'll do it." Xiao Suo took the lead and stepped forward, requesting to fight Wang Yan. This humble one is willing to fight as well and help the 9th prince take down this person. Another youth among Wang Yan's guests stepped forward. A sharp light flashed on his face, radiating a strong fighting spirit. This person's name was Jin Mingxiu. He was an extraordinary person that Wang Yan had taken the initiative to recruit with the help of the Misty Rain Pavilion's resources. Su Yi had personally recommended him. Wang Yan smiled softly and said, "Mingxiu, don't be impatient. Since Captain Xiao spoke first, let Captain Xiao fight this battle." Jin Mingxiu felt somewhat unconvinced, but he still obeyed and stepped back. Whoosh! Xiao Suo's figure flashed, and he landed heavily on the arena. Then, he looked at the other party calmly. Doubt flashed in Duanmu Huanghuan's eyes. He had thought that the other party would send Senior Feng or Hao Kai. At the very least, it would be the famous Shao Chen in the imperial capital. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince underestimated him so much, sending a 3-veined sovereign emperor nameless person. It looks like the 9th prince does not have any desire to compete. In that case, I will accept this slot. Seeing that his opponent was not Shao Qin, senior Feng, or Hao Kai, Duanmu Huanghuan's reserved and senior attitude vanished, replaced with arrogance. Xiao Suo's lips curled up in a smile. Shocking waves surged, and a sea of blood surged. Xiao Suo, who looked experienced and steady, did not show any sharpness, but his emperor's might soared. A scarlet mark on Xiao Suo's forehead released a dazzling light. With a wave of Xiao Suo's hand, the scarlet blood war banner appeared. Without saying anything, Xiao Suo charged over with a berserk and bloodthirsty aura. Duanmu Huanghan felt greatly startled. He had not expected a nameless person to be so tyrannical. By the time Duanmu Huanghan startled to his senses, the scarlet blood war banner had already swept over. Pa! 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 The scarlet war banner moved up and down like waves, unleashing an unending stream of energy. Duanmu Huanghan sent out 3 palm strikes. With each palm strike, he scattered a wave of energy. However, the waves piled on top of one another. The attacks contained in the Scarlet Blood War banner surged endlessly. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's legacy brought back the glory of the past in Xiao Suo's hands. After 10 moves, Duanmu Huanghan retreated to the edge of the arena, unable to retreat any further. Just as Duanmu Huanghan was about to take out his life's soul tool and fight to the death, Xiao Suo shouted. The sea of blood surged as he stood on top of the waves. He gently waved the war banner, making it look like a spear as he thrust it down from above. Bang! 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 The light waves that Duanmu Huanghan formed with his great Tao energy shattered layer by layer. The Scarlet Blood War banner easily broke through all his defenses. I admit defeat. Seeing Xiao Suo's berserk aura slowly approach, Duanmu Huanghan felt horrified. Duanmu Huanghan felt that if he continued fighting, he would definitely lose. Furthermore, he would suffer severe injuries, so he quickly admitted defeat. Thank you for letting me win. After defeating his opponent in 10 moves, Xiao Suo put away the 4th prince's royal banner and returned to the royal platform. Good. Wang Yan praised Xiao Suo with joy in his eyes filled with excitement. In this battle, Xiao Suo helped Wang Yan show his sharpness. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Chapter 2278. Defeat the enemy in 10 moves, seize the flag, and leave. The 10 moves seemed simple, but only Duanmu Huanghan knew what kind of pressure he was facing. The arena was a small world with a universe within it. It was incredibly vast, suitable for sovereign emperors to fight. Duanmu Huanghan had no choice but to admit defeat before he could unleash his aura. However, he wholeheartedly accepted his loss and had no complaints. It was very difficult for others to understand the terrifying baleful aura on Xiao Suo's body, as well as the oppressive domineering aura when he leaped up and descended from the sky. The aura that Shao Qin showed was nothing like that of a 3-veined sovereign emperor. The flag in your hand is the Scarlet Blood War banner that the legendary Pirate King left behind. Duanmu Huanghan asked Xiao Suo, who was already standing on the royal platform, a little disgruntled. This was because he also had an inferior grade soul tool artifact in his possession, but he had been too careless to summon it at the start. If he had taken out his life-bound armament right from the start, he might have had a 50% chance of winning. However, if the other party really had the Scarlet Blood War banner, then there would be no point in taking out his life's soul tool. Good eyesight. Xiao Suo did not comment, which could be considered as an answer. After Duanmu Huanghan heard this, the unwillingness in his eyes dissipated. He knew that he had no chance at all. Even if he had taken out his life-bound artifact from the start, the result would still have been the same, just that he wouldn't have lost so badly. Because of Xiao Chen's existence, no matter how low-key the 9th prince was, he would still attract a lot of attention. This clean and efficient battle in which he defeated his opponent in 10 moves immediately caused a sensation. It is actually the Scarlet Blood War banner. Good fella, no wonder the 9th prince's luck is 9 zhang long. He has been hiding it well. With the Scarlet Blood War banner in hand, it is not hard to understand why a 3-veined sovereign emperor could defeat a great perfection sovereign emperor. Above the clouds, in the palace. When the Yan Emperor saw the ninth prince's performance, his eyes lit up. He smiled at the people beside him and said, "Ninth brother is not bad. Aside from Shao Chen, you managed to recruit such a guest." The imperial clan elders around him were also surprised and kept an eye on the ninth prince. On the royal platform, the ninth prince smiled and said, "Well done, Shao Suo." Shao Suo remained unfazed. He said humbly, "It is just the advantage of the spirit weapon in my hand. Ninth prince is overpraising me." The heavenly book scholar smiled faintly and said, "Captain Shao is being humble. The Scarlet Blood War banner cannot shine in anyone's hands. After the Scarlet Blood Pirate King died, this war banner went through at least 3 owners. However, none of them could bring out its wondrous effects, rendering it useless. Hence, it was slowly lost." The guests on the fourth prince's royal platform of the Jiao all showed unhappy expressions. But by doing Shao Shi of people, of dukes, won. The fourth prince Wang Li, on the other hand, had a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to be indifferent to the loss of the quota. Wang, and of, Wang, the Wang of. Wang of, Wang of. And Wang, of, and of. Lord. Into and in of. Ninth brother, you really hid yourself deeply. Wang Feng looked at the ninth prince's royal platform and thought to himself, after entering the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I have to keep my guard up against ninth brother. I cannot underestimate him. Eighth prince, do you need me to get someone to help you suppress the ninth prince's arrogance? The profound heaven's holy son, Wenren Yu, asked softly with a faint smile. Aside from him, the strongest true inheritors of the profound heaven holy land, Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunju, stood on Wenren Yu's left and right. These two were no longer the same as before. Their strength had improved significantly. Wang Feng thought for a while before replying calmly, "There's no need. I have not fallen out with him yet. I will not offend him if I can. Hey." As Wang Feng spoke, he shifted his gaze to the first prince Wang Yan. "I am the Heavenly Wolf Empire's Tuo Biyao. On the 13th prince's orders, I am here to ask for a spot from the first prince." The outstanding talent of the Heavenly Wolf Empire, one of the 8 great empires, Tuo Biyao, pointed his royal banner at Wang Fei. Right after Tuo Biyao spoke, the entire place fell silent. Nearly everyone turned their gazes over. Wang Feng smiled and said, "Little 13 is really bold. However, it is good for him to test you. Let's see how many trump cards Big Brother has. I really want to know if he is just bluffing or not." Although the first prince's royal platform had a strong luck, it was very stable, low-key, and reserved. When the competition for spots started, the first prince had not taken the initiative to fight, and no one dared to take the initiative to mock him. However, now, someone finally could not hold back and made a move against him. The Tuo Biyao on the arena had a head of purple hair, a muscular body, and slightly tanned skin. He radiated the wildness of a wolf, and lightning flickered in his eyes. When he smiled, he looked very wild. Humph. Wang Fei showed a sullen expression as he tightly grabbed the armrest. Then, he said coldly, taking advantage of others, "Zui Yu." The left-eyed man hidden in the shadows behind Wang Fei said calmly, "First prince, please calm down. It is not Commander's was turn to make a move on such a clown. Which one of you is willing to make a move and help the first prince gain face?" A man clad in black, shrouded in bloody shadows, stepped forward. This person looked at Ming Xian as if seeking his opinion. Ming Xian nodded slightly and did not say anything. "Lord Shi, let me do it." "Oh. Mr. Gong is willing to make a move. In that case, victory is certain." The black-clad man with the mysterious left eye seemed to be interested in this person shrouded in bloody shadows. Whoosh! The figure of this person shrouded in bloody shadows flashed, and he landed on the arena. Then, he looked at Tuo Biyao and said, "I will be your opponent in this match." Tuo Biyao frowned slightly and asked coldly, "Hiding your head but showing your tail? Who are you?" The voice of the person shrouded in bloody shadows was somewhat hoarse as he replied indifferently, "The person who will defeat you." Boom! Right after the person spoke, countless blood-sucking vines leaped out of the ground like venomous snakes. These blood-sucking vines soared into the air, leaving behind many scarlet shadows as they charged at Tuo Biyao. The speed of these blood-sucking vines was flabbergasting. What was even more horrifying was that these blood-sucking vines seemed to be alive, reproducing at every moment. In almost a moment, the vines had covered the entire small world, and the vast space in the arena was completely covered by vines. This was already a special field that resembled a small world. Horror flashed in everyone's eyes when they saw this scene. Normally, such a special field only appeared in strong ferocious beasts and rarely appeared in cultivators. It looked like the blood-sucking vines would form a barrier isolating Tuo Biyao from the world. A strange look flashed in Tuo Biyao's eyes as he said, "Insignificant tricks. I'll defeat you in one move." A golden light flashed in Tuo Biyao's eyes. He activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. Tuo Biyao's aura soared as he roared, causing thunderclouds to churn. In that instant, a startling dynamite erupted from his body. With the support of his great desolate Ian bloodline, Tuo Biyao's Thunder Dao domain reached peak 5th layer. Electric light flashed all over Tuo Biyao's body. His great desolate Ian bloodline was indeed extraordinary. The emperor's might coming from Tuo Biyao was vaguely stronger than that of a 4-vein sovereign emperor. "You are still too inexperienced to play lightning with me." The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows smiled coldly. Scarlet electric light suddenly burst out of his body as scarlet vines shot out. Each vine gave off electric light that looked like scarlet flames. The strange scarlet electric light instantly suppressed Tuo Biyao's seemingly unblockable 5th layer Thunder Dao domain. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of blood-sucking vines surged out like venomous snakes, breaking through Tuo Biyao's Dao domain and biting him. Ah! A sharp, miserable scream immediately rang out in the Jianghu arena. Tuo Biyao knelt on the ground and howled in pain. His cries were extremely tragic, making everyone tremble in fear. Shao Chen showed a grave expression. He saw something even more horrifying. Those blood-sucking vines seemed to be absorbing this person's bloodline power. After the blood-sucking vines passed, the scarlet flame lightning on the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows turned even stranger. "I admit defeat." Tuo Biyao said these 3 words with some difficulty. These 3 words seemed to exhaust all his vital qi. Plop! The instant the blood-sucking vines returned, Tuo Biyao knelt on the ground with a plop. Tuo Biyao appeared dispirited, no longer showing any of his initial sharpness or wildness. He looked like a completely different person, losing most of his energy. The entire place fell deathly silent. Horror filled everyone's eyes. This mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows was too scary. It was not that he was terrifyingly strong. It was just that his secret techniques were so evil that they inspired fear. Be it the small world-like blood-sucking vines domain, the scarlet flame lightning, or the final blood-sucking demonic vines, they were all incredible and horrifying. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows attack showed everyone how terrifying the first prince was. He truly lived up to his 60-meter-long luck. The disguised Yan Songming, who was behind the 6th Prince Wang Li, sighed softly. "The Black Lotus Holy Son and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter have not made a move yet, not to mention that person. The demonic Dao Hall's strength is still unfathomable." "What's wrong? Young Master Yan, you do not seem confident enough?" Wang Li asked softly with a slight frown. Yan Songming replied indifferently, "You have not seen how horrifying that person is." The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows inspires fear, but he inspires despair. Chapter 2279. At the 9th Prince's royal platform, Wang Yan asked, "Everyone, what do you think?" "Good. Everyone is here." As for the guests who have not arrived, listen to me first before taking action. In the first round of the succession race, you need to collect dragon essence. You can enter the second round only after collecting enough dragon essence. The dragon essence you collect will eventually gather in my Yen Imperial Sword and increase my dragon essence. After a while, the drill ground gave off a bright light, and a Dao platform slowly rose. Xiao Chen moved like a swallow as he soared into the air and landed firmly on the ground. The Heavenly Wolf Empire's guests showed awkward expressions. No one said anything for a long time. Just at this moment, the ninth prince's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Wang Ming revealed a contemplative expression. Then, he said indifferently, "I hope it is as you wish." There was also a boundless pressure of the great desolate Aeon spreading out everywhere. This ancient aura had never been so clear before. Xiao Chen took out a jade strip, which gave off a faint light. When he held it in his hand, it dispelled the chill. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen chose to stay behind, not rushing to meet up with the ninth prince for now. There was no one in the surroundings. Sikong Shu said indifferently, 13th prince, don't get anxious. At the very least, we managed to probe the first prince's strength. This person did not lose much of his accumulations because of the wedding. This might be a good thing for us. Xiao Chen seemed like he woke up from a dream. After a pause, he said, let's do our best and leave it to fate. Now that he has revealed his sharpness, we should not be the ones worried. Rather, it should be the 8th prince and the 13th prince. This is definitely a good thing for us. Xiao Chen held the jade strip to his forehead, and a 3D map appeared in his mind, a rough map of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. As for the strong princes, the dragon essence around their Yen Imperial swords had increased significantly. If Xiao Chen saw right, that figure should be Jianghu, who had not shown himself for a long time. However, how did he become the first prince's guest? The Heavenly Book scholar nodded and said, that's right. Our strength is not as simple as it looks. After entering the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, the Heavenly Book scholar would bring out its true potential. Before the first prince was defeated, the two of them would not attack each other. It could be considered a simple alliance. Everything was done in silence. Wang Yan seemed to think of something. He said seriously, I'll say one more thing. This place has existed since the ancient immemorial era. If there's enough dragon essence in the jade strip, you'll be able to better adapt to this place and display your full strength. Alright, I'll stop here. The strong became stronger, and the weak became weaker. There was one more thing that Yan Sangming did not say in his heart. If there was one person who could make others feel despair, then Yan Sangming was despair itself. The man shrouded in blood instills fear in people, but that person instills despair in people. This is the strength of the Heavenly Wolf Empire's elites. Heavy snow swirled in the air, strong winds howled, and the cold wave was so fierce that it made people shiver. As they were speaking, Wang Yi felt a gaze on him. He turned his head and saw that it was the 8th prince, Wang Feng. Everyone, don't panic. The competition for slots proceeded in an orderly fashion under the Heavenly Book scholar's suggestions. Wang Yan stretched out his hand and sheathed the Yen Imperial sword on the ground. Then, his 30-meter-long dragon essence turned into a flash of golden light and vanished. As the 10,000 dragons' art circulated in Xiao Chen's body, dragon images shone in his divine energy sea. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen did not feel much spatial pressure. After Xiao Chen and the Heavenly Book scholar spoke, the 9th prince's guests calmed down. Standing at the top of a snowy mound, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and saw the scene within 50,000 kilometers. The others expressed their opinions one after another, worrying about the first prince's strength. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looks like the 9th prince can forcefully pull people to his side. This is probably a form of protection. Xiao Chen analyzed in his heart. This Yen Emperor is rather special. He is exceptionally skilled in the Ice Great Tao, resulting in heavy snow and cold qi everywhere his inheritance covers. However, I can't push my luck. I'm pretty lucky. At the very least, I'm pretty close to the inheritance. Senior Feng sighed softly, he is unfathomable. There are several auras on the first prince's platform that make this old man feel fear. I can sense that the person shrouded in bloody shadows is definitely not the first prince's strongest guest. Feeling confused, Xiaochen asked, "Dragon essence?" After entering the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, you will be randomly sent to the periphery of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. There will not be any danger for now. If you want to meet up with me, you can send a message to me through the jade strip that I gave you. Such a change relieved Xiaochen of a significant amount of pressure. The so-called dragon essence can be understood as the materialization of dragon essence. This place contains the dynasty's dragon vein's ancestor vein. The ferocious beasts born here and the inheritances left by the previous Yan Emperor all contain dragon essence. The treasures and soul tools in the inheritances also contain dragon essence. Everyone can keep these treasures and soul tools for yourselves. Just remember to store the dragon essence in your jade strip. Me? After the blue dragon bloodline in Xiaochen's body merged with this aura, it appeared excited, raring to give it a try. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai said, "I feel the same." The competition for slots came to an end. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb's inheritances were left behind by the previous Yan Emperors after they died. The inheritances varied according to the cultivation techniques they cultivated. After observing for a while, Xiaochen had a rough idea of where he was in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb was about to open. These simple words could be considered a vow before leaving. Senior Feng, Senior Hao Kai, and Chang Ji, make some preparations. I will use the Yan Imperial Sword to send you to my side. As for the others, if you want to, you can move alone or come to my side. Just send a message. Some people rejoiced, while others worried. The dragon essence of the originally weak princes weakened significantly. In the following 2 matches, the 9th prince purposely lost 1 match before winning the 3rd. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb is about to open. Princes, please lead the guests in according to the order of the royal platform. That is, whoosh. The Yan Emperor's voice rang out in the sky. In the next moment, the first prince soared into the air. He brought along a large number of guests and entered the Taoist gate in a single file. The first round will last for 1 month. I hope that everyone can help me collect more dragon essence. Otherwise, if I do not have enough dragon essence, I will not be able to compete in the second round. At that time, everyone and I will be forced to leave. Also, if you run into danger, you can shatter this jade strip and leave the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiaochen's eyes were sharp. He seemed to see a familiar figure among the first prince's many guests helplessly entering. According to the map, should be within the range of the 500th Yan Emperor's inheritance. Wang Yi showed a slightly unsightly expression on the 13th prince's royal platform. The two looked at each other. After a simple exchange of glances, they reached a consensus. When the 6th prince Wang Ming heard that, he felt slightly stunned. After some thought, he said, "Even you feel despair?" There was no time to think. Soon, it was the 9th prince's turn. Since the 9th prince was at the periphery, the inheritance left by this Yan Emperor should not be much of a surprise. The divine energy sea in Xiaochen's body surged, materializing many golden dragon images and wildly absorbing the great desolate Yan aura. Jianghu. As Xiaochen held the jade strip, he muttered to himself, "Spatial pressure." Before coming here, Wang Yan had given every guest a jade strip. At that time, he did not mention its use. Boom! When Xiaochen opened his eyes, he found himself in the vast snowy region. Clang! However, holding the jade strip helped Xiaochen reduce the chill significantly. A bright light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. Then, he said, "Since that is the case, I have to monopolize this inheritance. Treasures and soul tools could be kept for myself." No wonder others wanted to enter so badly. The commotion caused by the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows was significant. The battles in the other arenas immediately paled in comparison. I will definitely do my best. This place was indeed somewhat strange. His movement technique and cultivation all suffered restrictions. Even the range of his heavenly eye significantly shrank. Boom! Many thanks to everyone this time. We are about to enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. I hope that everyone can work together and help me. Lord Shao, what about you? Everyone soared into the air and entered the door of light one after another. Light and shadow turned blurry, and space and time changed. The ninth prince's voice rang out again, clearing up Xiao Chen's doubts and filling him with anticipation for the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. After putting down the jade strip, Xiao Chen looked around before soaring into the air. Before Yan Sungming said anything, Zhen Yuan, who was at the side, said softly, "Sixth prince, there is no need to worry. The strongest might not necessarily be the winner in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. There are many variables that no one can predict. Otherwise, we would not have made this trip." Wang Yi's eyes flickered. After a while, he smiled and said, "That's true. I believe that eighth brother does not feel good in his heart right now." In that instant, it felt like countless chains shattered. Now, Xiao Chen did feel significant pressure. What was even more wondrous was that the 10,000 dragons art could no longer be controlled by Xiao Chen, circulating on its own. Whoosh! Chapter 2280. The vast snowy region only spanned a few 100,000 kilometers at the very most. Sovereign emperors could traverse such a distance in a few breaths. If they sent out their soul energy, they could see every movement in the entire snowy region. However, this was the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, a world that had not changed since the ancient immemorial era. The great desolate Aeon's aura had never appeared before everyone so clearly before. Even Xiao Chen's divine skill, the heavenly eye, was limited to 50,000 kilometers. This showed how horrifying the pressure from the great desolate Aeon was. Fortunately, for some reason, Xiao Chen's 10,000 dragons art was exceptionally active in this place. Without needing to think about it, it circulated freely, greedily absorbing the great desolate Aeon aura in the air. It vaguely showed signs of breaking through the second shackle at any moment. This place is a treasure land for cultivators with great desolate Aeon bloodlines. Xiao Chen entered deep thought, muttering to himself. This went without saying for Xiao Chen, who possessed the 10,000 dragons art. However, the pressure still existed, making it somewhat inconvenient for his movement technique. Traveling like this still drains a lot of energy. Xiao Chen sighed as snow drifted over him. This place was too cold, making it hard to melt the accumulated snow. The coldness contained in the snow could be considered cold poison. This was not too harmful to a sovereign emperor's body. However, it took a lot of effort to disperse it. Coupled with the consumption of divine essence while sprinting, it somewhat made people feel restrained. Boom! A red light flashed as Xiao Chen summoned out the demon blood vulture. Now, the demon blood vulture's bloodline had reverted to its ancestors, showing some signs of a blood phoenix. How much of your strength can you bring out in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb? 80%. As a mutated beast with a great desolate Aeon ferocious beast bloodline, the demon blood vulture could adapt much better than human cultivators. That's enough. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and sat on the demon blood vulture's back, using it as a form of transportation as he flew through the snowy region. The demon blood vulture flew close to the ground, not daring to fly too high. Firstly, there was the spatial pressure. Secondly, it would be easy to become a target if it flew too high. All of the ferocious beasts here possessed dragon essence. If they were noticed, their eyes would light up and they would immediately want to kill them and steal their dragon essence. Help me find the inheritance. If you find anything suspicious, remember to remind me. Snow swirled in the air, blanketing the sky and the ground in whiteness. It would not be easy to find the inheritance left behind by the Yan Emperor, who was skilled in ice and snow. Fortunately, with the demon blood vulture's help, Xiao Chen felt relaxed. He closed his eyes and cultivated on the demon blood vulture's back. Although he was multitasking, it did not delay his search for the inheritance. At the same time, the other princes gradually entered the Yan Huang ancient forest. However, the places they appeared in were all different. They could appear in an ancient pine forest, a wild plain, or a rocky desert. In the middle of a yellow desert, a sandstorm was blowing wildly. After the first Prince Wang Fei landed, he frowned slightly. Without saying anything, he directly drew his Yen Imperial sword. In the next moment, the Yen Imperial sword gave off a bright light, and dragon images circled it. So. The mysterious black-clad man with the left eye, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's trump card, the six-veined sovereign emperors Wuyu, the Black Lotus Holy Son, and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter appeared one after another. The other guests chose to act alone, searching for the inheritance or hunting ferocious beasts. The Black Lotus Holy Son said softly, "This is just the first round. Your Highness, there is no need to waste your dragon luck to summon us." Wang Fei replied indifferently, "Naturally, I am confident of clearing the first round. However, I sent you here for another reason. I know of a superior grade inheritance of the previous Yen Emperor. I called you here to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Originally, the inheritances left by the previous Yen Emperors were not graded. However, there were strong and weak Yen Emperors. The inheritances they left varied in value. Gradually, the later generations added a grade to the inheritances, using this to distinguish the quality and rarity of the inheritances. The Imperial Ancestral Temple had a better understanding of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb and could provide the first prince with more information. A superior grade inheritance was considered an extremely incredible inheritance. Naturally, Wang Fei would be interested. "Oh, so, that's it. In that case, you can accompany Brother Wang. I will not interfere in this excitement." Even though this person wore a half-mask on his left face, revealing his eye, the first prince could still make out a bored expression on his face. Without waiting for Wang Fei to answer, the masked man left without saying goodbye. "How dare you?" Zuiyu frowned slightly. In his opinion, the first prince deserved death for such disrespect. The Black Lotus Holy Son, Ming Xian, said softly, "Your Highness, please calm down. Lord Shi has always been like this. What exactly is the inheritance that the first prince is so interested in? Miss Qing and I will definitely do our best to help." Yang Qing smiled sweetly, looking like a cool breeze. Then, she looked at Wang Fei and said, "Your Highness, please lead the way." Wang Fei smiled coldly in his heart, but he did not show it. He smiled and said, "Commander Zhua, let's go. There is no need to make a fuss over nothing. Lord Shi is an honored guest that I invited. Naturally, an honored guest cannot be treated like an ordinary person." The many princes' guests started moving around the ancient Yen Emperor tomb's periphery. In an ancient pine forest, the fourth Prince Wang Yun drew his Yen Imperial sword and gathered a few important guests to his side. One of them wore a hood and wrapped himself up tightly. This was the hidden spirit temple's Yuanzhen. Wang Yun looked at Yuanzhen and asked respectfully, "Mr. Yuan, what should we do?" "The other princes should be focusing on searching for inheritances. However, fourth prince, your accumulations and strength are rather weak. You should not fight with others. If you suffer losses, the gains will not make up for the losses. Just obediently hunt ferocious beasts and collect dragon essence. We can talk about this after this round." A hoarse voice came from the hood, making people feel a little uncomfortable. The other guests felt somewhat upset. What was the point of coming to the ancient Yen Emperor tomb if not to search for inheritances? The fourth Prince Wang Yun already made up his mind about Yuanzhen's words. After some thought, he said, "Let's do as Mr. Yuan says. Everyone, hunt ferocious beasts and collect dragon essence. I will definitely reward you generously after this. Furthermore, hunting ferocious beasts does not mean that you will not run into any treasures. Everything is possible in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb." After Wang Yun said that, the other guests' resentment subsided slightly. Yuanzhen kept a low profile in this round, not showing any intention of exposing himself. Good. Heaven is really helping me. The White Marsh Beast Empires by Yunfei, who was on the 13th prince's side, appeared extremely excited. After some thought, he said, "This place is simply the best for cultivators with great desolate Ian bloodlines like us." Wang Yi revealed a smile. He was somewhat surprised as well. The great desolate Yan aura of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb was even more horrifying than the legends made it out to be. Aside from the 2 royal court experts, the rest of Wang Yi's 18 guests were sovereign emperors from the Bushan Palace. Senior Sikong, what should we do in this round? Sikong Shu, who was dressed like a fisherman in a straw raincoat, appeared exceptionally calm. After some thought, he said, we will split into 3 groups. We have the greatest advantage in the first round. We will take as many inheritances as we can. There is no need to waste inheritances. If we can raise our strength, we will refine them on the spot and not delay. After some time, most of them will adapt to the spatial pressure here. The advantage of their bloodlines will not remain much. Hence, we have to use our advantage in the first month to gain an even greater advantage. Wang Yi's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, with Senior around, it is like having a treasure. All right, we will follow Senior's instructions. We will split into 3 groups in this round. We will take as many inheritances as we can. Everyone knew that unless one hunted extremely horrifying ferocious beasts, it would be hard to collect enough dragon essence. Even if one hunted strong ferocious beasts, it would be a thankless task. Clearly, searching for inheritances was killing many birds with one stone, benefiting both sides. Aside from some of the more special princes, the other princes and their guests were all searching for inheritances. The many imperial ancestral temple elders on the Dao platform at the palace's drill ground made their moves together. A huge light screen rose up and flickered, showing the many princes and guests in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb had been remodeled several times. Although there were still many forbidden lands, the imperial ancestral temple already had a rough grasp of the place. As long as the imperial ancestral temple elders wanted to, they could see the situation everywhere at any time. However, it would be somewhat difficult to interfere. The big show had officially begun. Snow fell heavily. 3 days had already passed in the vast snowy region. However, the demon blood vulture had not found anything. On the demon blood vulture's back, Shao Chen, who was cultivating the 10,000 dragons art, opened his eyes. The night wind and snow were cold. It was hard to find anyone, and the signs of life were faint. When Shao Chen looked up, he saw churning clouds. He could not see the sun, the moon, or the stars, only the vast snow. Could this inheritance have been destroyed? After 3 days without any results, Shao Chen felt suspicious. Such a guess was possible. After all, it was at the periphery of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. In every succession race, the ancient Yan Emperor tomb would be the first to bear the brunt of the impact. It was not impossible for the succession race to be destroyed. Hey, just at this moment, the heavy snow weakened, and the thick clouds in the sky slowly thinned. In the middle of the night, the thick clouds scattered, and a bright moon silently appeared. The bright moon hung high in the sky, looking as gentle as fire. Shao Chen had never expected the bright moon to be this bright. The continuous heavy snow seemed to wash away all the brilliance of the bright moon. In the air, there was still snow falling sparsely. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the remnant snow in the air and the boundless white snowy land gave off a mottled light. The clouds parted, the moon came, and the remnant flowers made shadows. The boundless snowy region created a wondrous scene. Shao Chen muttered to himself as he sat on the demon blood vulture and admired this beautiful scene. Will this be the opportunity one am waiting for?